article here in a second. Very good. And then we're going to be live on TikTok. Good there. Bada bing, bada boom. And we should be good to go.
I don't see us
Ian will
on
be here
TikTok.
shortly. It's
Did we even get confirmation from Ian?
Ian's here actually.
What?
Early.
Oh, speak of the devil.
Yeah.
Yeah, early, only 4 minutes late.
Relative. Early's a relative term. Like Christian
Yeah,
Early
morals.
is a relative term.
True, true.
Speaking of Christian morals, they came in handy. On Friday. I can assure you with confidence that the person who did my root canal, wildly Christian. He kept he kept saying your tooth anatomy is very complicated, but it's fine. It's just how you were created. And I'm like, oh, that's a little weird. At the end of the procedure, I see that he has a cross tattoo on his wrist. But you know what? He was the best endodontist I've ever seen. Now, to be fair, he was the only endodontist I've ever seen. But he did a great job. Honestly, no complaints. I didn't feel like, uncomfortable at all. I feel like as far as medical professions go, if you're going to be wildly religious, I'd rather have you be my endodontist than my heart surgeon.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know what? Like, I actually would recommend more people go to him. He was a really nice guy. He was super had great bedside manner. So, it actually good example of Christian morals right there. More Christians should do that. Become endodontists.
Sure, it's like the Protestant work ethic.
Exactly. Justin, can you fix my horizontal?
Yeah, 1 second. I was just getting loaded up on TikTok here before I forget.
Of course.
When I was in the church, I think most of the people that I went to church with were like decent people. It's just that the people we talk to on these streams are like the worst people. Yeah, I don't know if they're while they're common. I don't know if they're an exact representation of what the normal person would experience, the average day person would experience if they went to church.
Yeah.
Oh well. Hey friends, welcome in. Hey, happy Father's Day to everyone.
Happy Father's Day.
Who's a father? That includes pet babies, fur babies.
Hey,
Maybe even
me.
lizard babies. Also, happy fucking birthday to Dr. Blitz.
That's me.
Hold on, wait,
wow.
I got something for this.
By the way, here you're old too, so
I'm so old I stopped keeping track of my birthday actually.
makes sense.
That's how
Hey, you
old
still
I
haven't
am.
fixed my horizontal.
Oh fuck, yeah, sorry, give me 1 second. Yeah, I forgot to do your resolution.
Get on
I'm not
that,
good
old man.
at the multitasking. There we go.
Oh, now I'm tiny.
Yeah, look at
My
that.
head bigger.
That's what's up. Super zoom it.
We're working
Yeah, we
on it.
got
We'll
it.
get there. All right. Now my head is slightly bigger than all of y'all's, so that means
It's all
that I am smarter, right?
That's exactly it.
True.
That's how that works, right?
That's what I've been saying about whales for a really long time.
Right. Makes sense.
Indeed. Well, friends, we've got some super chats. We already have a guest in the guest box. So let's do this. I'm going to take our first guest so we can kick off the debates. Once we get one, it's easier to get more. So and then we'll grab
True.
super chats after that. First in line is going to be Irbies. It looks
Irbies.
like. All right. That's not a name I've recognized yet. How you doing, Irbies? Or Breeze?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How you doing?
That we can.
I'm good. That's good to hear.
Or Breeze, are you
it
at least
seems to me
18?
that- Yes, sir.
And do you believe in
26.
God?
I would say so, yes, depending on what you mean by God. Yes.
Like a
Some
sentient.
sort of being that created the universe.
Yeah, like an acting agent that created everything.
Yeah. No honest religion claims to know God fully or claims to understand God fully. That's why we have the element of faith and the element of infallibility, infinity, incomprehensibility. So God is beyond human understanding. So we have glimpses and signs of God. We can't understand the whole thing.
Sure,
That's
but
how I
fine.
would put it.
But
yeah,
we're
but
just
like what?
Yeah.
Like
what do you
what's-
believe?
Glimpses meaning, the concept of meaning itself. That human
Oh.
beings have the capacity to make meaning out of the world. So the debate would be, is there actual meaning, or are we making things up?
Well,
You see what
I
I'm
think
saying?
that you could probably
So
have
the-
meaning
yeah.
if there is no God.
Yeah, it's about the validity of that meaning. Is it valid? Is it accurate? How do we understand it? These
I don't know what
things.
it means. I don't know what it
They
means
need
for
some sort
meaning
of-
to be valid.
Am I
To be
hearing this
valid is to
correctly?
correspond-
I don't mean to interrupt, but I just want to make sure I'm
Reality.
hearing this correctly.
Sure.
Are you saying that God is meaning and that the meaning is made up by humans?
No, to break it down, I would say God is an abstract. You can call it a concept, you can call it a being that help human beings make sense of their existence.
Those are very different, right? We should probably get
Otherwise-
clear. If you're just saying like God exists
Yeah.
as like a fictional character, well, we probably agree God exists as a fictional character. You know, we
Yeah.
certainly agree that there's like the concept of God out there. Seems like a lot of people have that concept. We don't disagree with that. What we're disagreeing with is that there's something in reality that corresponds to that concept, like that concept is actual.
But Ian, didn't you know that
Yeah, but-
if God as a concept exists and God is the greatest possible being, then God actually exists? Have
Ah,
you considered that?
whoa.
That's the ontological argument for God, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yes.
that's what
So
just
the
happened.
problem seems to me, like you said, does it correspond with reality? Is if you're going to be honest, nobody can know whether God exists or not. Can we agree
But
to
do
that?
we have evidence in
As a
one way
matter
or the
of
other?
fact.
Well,
As a matter of fact, yes.
but
Nobody
but
can
the
know.
but we're not asking a matter of fact, right? What we're asking is there a good reason?
Mhm.
Is there good evidence? Is there a
Yeah.
good argument? Again, like all of us would fall prey to solipsism if we're trying to prove anything beyond a shadow of a doubt. So we're not asking
Not
that.
Ian.
We're just asking.
Ian has hands.
Yeah, I have hands. It's not going to work on me.
Yeah. So what I'm basically saying is within the paradigm, I can understand there are reasons, rationality can operate, logic can operate. But when we're talking about God, we're talking outside the paradigm, right? We're talking outside time and space. And that's incomprehensible. Like if
Well,
we're
very,
going to be
very
honest,
different things
I don't
there.
think. Yeah, within the system, I understand rationality, reason, I understand. But outside the system, how would we understand that?
All right, well, let's get it done then. Do you think
Yeah.
God's that set of logic?
No, I'm saying we require that being as a subjective human being or as a subjective existence. We require that concept, whatever you want to call it, fiction, metaphor, reality. Without that, nothing makes sense, is what I'm saying. Nothing makes sense.
That doesn't really
So
seem to be an answer to my
inevitably, we're gonna have to
question. My
assume-
question was just, do you think
Yeah.
God is outside of logic?
If he exists, I would say so, yeah.
Okay, do you think
Why
God
would
can
he
make a
be
rock
inside
that's so
logic?
heavy that he can't
Yeah.
lift it?
Depending on what the God we're talking about. Or if you're saying so heavy
Yours.
that he can't lift it, you're asking, can God create things like, can God unalive himself type of thing, right? If he chooses
That's
to.
not really what I
These type of
asked.
questions.
I'd
You're
prefer it if
asking
we just
me,
stick
can
with the
he
question that
create
I
something he
asked,
can become?
rather than like I
is
understand like
the
maybe you
oldest,
wanted to
yeah.
move it to like a different question that you do have an answer to, but I just asked like, do you think God can make a rock that's so heavy that he can't
I'm
lift it?
saying that assumes God's essence, as if I'm not going to act like I understand God. You see the problem?
Well,
I'm not
so
going to pretend
one of
like
two
I
things
have
is
God's
true.
intentions. Yeah.
One of two things is true. Either he can or he can't. So we can explore both options.
Depending
You know,
on
if-
our understanding, yes, depending on our understanding of logic. This is what I'm saying. You're operating within the system. I'm talking about outside the system. So the questions you're asking is, as if God is a created being, does he operate under logic?
I
or not?
didn't ask
my
that.
fundamental claim.
That's just not what I asked.
Yeah, my fundamental claim.
Okay,
This
yeah.
is the oldest
I guess we're
question
just
in
gonna
the
move
world. Like,
past.
thank
I guess
God.
we're just gonna move past like the fact that that doesn't answer the question.
My answer is I don't know. Is that not
Okay,
sufficient
well,
for you?
yeah. Unfortunately, I don't know. It doesn't really help you
Yeah.
here because either God can make the rock or he can't. If God can't make the rock, then he's not all powerful. If God can make the rock, then there's the follow-up question: does God have the power to lift the rock that he doesn't have the power to lift? To that question, I don't know, won't help you there either, because either he does or he doesn't. If the answer there is that he does, he has the power to make the rock that's so heavy that he doesn't have the power to lift it, and then he has the power to lift the rock that he doesn't have the power to lift. then that's a contradiction, which
Yeah,
means
yeah,
that we can infer
You're
logically
basically
that this
saying
being doesn't
you're
exist.
pushing
And
Yeah,
then the
that-
alternative is that he doesn't have that power, in which case we can infer logically that he's not all powerful.
Ian, I'm sorry to do this to you,
the,
but have you
the,
considered that
yeah,
because
yeah,
God might be outside of logic, those might not be the only two options?
Whoa, oh yeah, that's right. God operates on
That's
fuzzy
what I was saying.
logic.
Yeah, he doesn't necessarily
Yeah.
follow the law of
The
excluded
the
middle.
Yeah,
lawmaker,
the
the
truth
lawmaker
value of
doesn't have
God
to
can
follow
make the
the law.
rock that's so heavy that he can't lift it is like 0.6.
No, it's like flurble.
Yeah, true.
Okay, Ian, can I ask you, how would you understand logic? How would you define it?
Yeah,
Like
it's
a
just
lot
the
of
rules of
people have
valid
tried to
inference,
define
like
logic.
sets of premises that necessitate
Yeah.
the conclusion in some sort of like structural way.
That's the systematic definition. I'm saying logic itself. What is it? Is it a system? Is it a tool? Is it an abstraction? Is it a principle? What are we talking about when we say
Are you
logic?
asking like
Is it
what
like a
what do I
tool?
think like the metaphysics of logic are?
Yeah.
I think that reality has
Yeah,
like
no.
a specific structure to it, and I think logic is an abstraction of those like underlying structures about what can be the case. That ultimately what I think like our individual inference rules are abstractions of the fact that things are self-consistent. If God isn't a
Yeah, so it's a,
self-consistent
yeah.
being, if you know God isn't God, then
I'm just
you
asking
you
the
can say
logic.
that, but I think
Yeah,
that
I'm
that's
just
a silly
asking
thing to
about
believe
logic.
in.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just concentrating on logic. That's a specific question that I asked. You said it's a description of the patterns, the consistency and coherency of the existence or reality.
Not
So
quite.
how would you explain the consistency? Okay. Is it a man-made? Is it a projection
Yeah,
from the
that's
human
not.
mind to
So
the
I think
world?
there seems to be like a bit of confusion.
Yeah.
I didn't say that it's like the patterns or that I'm making like some empirical claim here. That's not really the position. The position is that reality has like an underlying structure to it, that things stand in specific relations to each other by necessity, and that from these relations we can
Okay.
abstract certain principles, and that those just are at the highest level the principles of logic. And
Logic.
ultimately, what
So
it's an
do you think the
abstraction of is the
underlying?
fact that being is
Yeah.
self-consistent.
I understand. So you said underlying structure. Let's focus, zoom in on that. When you say
Yeah.
underlying structure, are we talking consistency, coherency within that structure? Is there like some sort of network within that
Consistency,
structure?
definitely.
And yeah, does it have coherency?
Coherency is more of a
Is it
property of
connected?
minds. So I think that
I don't even
coherency
know what
maps onto
consistency
it.
means in this setting, by the way. Like, it's not clear that it's not clear that you need like some sort of
Consistency
consistency
meaning-
over time.
Yeah, identity,
It's not-
identity over time type of thing.
I
Does
don't
it
think you
change?
need that in order to get logic.
How would we understand what would you say, the constants? If there is flux, how do we understand
constants?
constants? How can we
Constants
measure
are not in logic.
the underlying structure that Ian described? If it's not
Yeah,
consistent, if
the underlying,
if it does not have
structure is
identity
just
over time.
relation by
Yeah.
necessity. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not like some like physical stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe it is, but like
understand.
that's not
When
the
you
thing that
say-
Ian's talking about.
Okay, so when you say relations, are we talking consistent relations through time,
They don't have to be
or
consistent. Is the
can
point?
we expect change in their relationality? Can we
They
expect
don't
change in
have
the
to be
future? Maybe.
consistent in order to get logic, because look, if you're invoking change, then you're already invoking time, and if you're
Yeah.
invoking time, then you can say that like, well, thing A at time 1 is just a different thing from thing A at time 2,
Mm-hmm.
and even if the thing just doesn't have a consistent identity over time, laws of logic still apply at any given moment.
Yeah, wouldn't that assume that A theory of time instead of B? Do you know the difference between A theory and B theory of time?
Yep.
A
Yes, I
theory
do.
is past, present, future. Yeah, B theory is everything happens at once type of thing. If I'm gonna break it down.
No,
So
that's not quite right.
maybe you
so-
can elaborate it for me. Yeah, but I do get the general idea.
It's not super clear there. So okay, B theory. What the eternalist, the B theorist is saying is that the entire timeline exists. That there's all these moments and
At
that
the
they're all
same time.
actual, not at the same
Not
time.
at the same time.
They're different times.
Like a fiction,
But the entire
like a
timeline
book
is
reader can
actual.
open. Okay.
Yeah,
So
it's kind of like a
are we
book, right? In
applying
the sense that
logic?
like all the pages are there. Yeah.
But they're on different pages.
Yes, you can
Yeah.
go to the past at the same time. So in that aspect, how can
No.
we expect this underlying structure, the relationality, to be coherent in that case, for
Because it
example?
underlies
What I'm saying is there are-
the entirety of the timeline
Yeah.
itself. This would be something that operates at like a deeper level.
You don't need
This is what I'm
consistency
saying.
over
That
time
is,
if time is something that emerges from this deeper structure.
Yeah.
yeah, basically what I'm asking is, can we trust logic over time?
Of course.
Do we have sufficient reason to trust it?
Of
So that
course.
assumes there is some sort of unity of truths at the bottom,
Yeah, sure. That there's like this
right?
consistent structure, yes. Because there's like
Yes.
necessary
So how would
structures. Like
But
even if there was
to
nothing
be
at
clear,
all.
the consistent
Yeah.
structure is not consistent in time, right?
Yeah.
It is like consistent in the sense that it is not mutually or not internally inconsistent, meaning that like you don't have a thing and its opposite simultaneously, like in the same way.
Mhm.
That's all that's meant by consistent, that A is compatible with B,
Yeah.
that B is compatible with C, not like that things can't change over time.
Okay, so there are possibilities where like, so this is basically my understanding. So how can a mind, like a human mind, go beyond this understanding of logic, beyond assumptions, beyond presuppositions? Do you think that's possible?
No?
No.
Why would I think that there's anything
No,
outside
so
of self-consistency? Like, for example, I don't think that there's like a
I
square that
know,
isn't a square out there.
because you're operating within the paradigm of this universe, right?
Is your belief logical or illogical?
This is what I'm saying, that you don't have the capacity to understand that, is what I'm saying. You're gonna have to make an element of faith,
You don't know whether or
assumption,
not your belief is
presupposition.
logical or illogical?
No, for logic to make, I'm talking about outside logic. I'm talking about the meta logic. Consider
We
it
call
like
those
that.
wait, sorry, we call
Okay?
those things illogical.
You call meta logic illogical?
I call things that are
That
outside of
justification?
the laws of logic, I call those things illogical. Meta logic still operates with a logic.
I'm talking about a paradigm that doesn't operate just like our universe, our reality, our existence, that doesn't operate within our understanding of time, our understanding of change, all these things. So
What
None
does
of
it
that
mean
has
this
to
is
do
for
with
what I'm
logic.
saying. So,
what does it mean for something to be illogical? Maybe we should just get clear on terms. I take illogical to be something like, in violation of laws of logic. What do you
maybe
take
the
it to be?
physicist can help us, Dr. Blitz. Do you think the quantum world is logical?
Absolutely.
Do you think there is coherency within the
That didn't go how you
subatomic
thought it did.
particles,
How
how
you
they
thought it would,
operate?
did it? Yeah, it's absolutely
That's why
logical.
I'm
It's
asking.
it's
not making
fundamentally
assumptions.
based on
Yeah.
mathematical logic.
Okay, you think the cosmic and the quantum operate in the same way? You think the Newtonian
I do.
physics
I just don't think that we
works?
know what it is yet. Oh well, Newtonian physics is
We don't know
emergent
what
from
it
quantum
is.
mechanics, so
But it seems to operate in a different paradigm than the
yeah,
quantum level.
it's called
What
emergence.
would that reason be?
Emergence can give you seemingly different properties emerging from, some more fundamental set of properties.
So the seed and the product are a different type of thing. Like the genesis is
Look, a
different
single
from the
water molecule
whatever
isn't
it's
wet.
produced.
Put together a trillion water molecules, and now you have something that's wet.
So it's about complexity, entropy type of thing.
It's not about complexity or entropy, it's about emergence. Now, emergence does arise from many body systems, which you can call complex if you want. But this is it's a pretty well-studied phenomenon, actually. It's called, interestingly enough, it's called complexity physics.
Okay, so you're saying the laws in the cosmic level, the Newtonian operates in the same way the quantum world operates, but we don't understand the connection yet. That right?
Well, to be clear, we do have a fairly good understanding of how you go from the quantum to the the mesoscopic, meaning like the kind of physics that just happens on the scale of the Earth. Like Newton's first law, Newton's second law, these kinds of things. We can see pretty easily how these arise from the quantum world. The question is how relativity comes from the quantum world, and maybe it doesn't. Maybe there's something more fundamental that describes them both. I kind of lean against that. I think probably relativity does arise from the quantum, but that's neither here nor there. The point is that of course they share the same laws, underlying laws of physics. We just don't know what the fundamental underlying laws of physics are yet.
So it's a problem for future investigations.
Well, or current, yeah.
So yeah, all I'm saying is this: as human beings, like average humans living their lives in this world, it's hard to conceptualize concepts outside of time and space, different possible worlds. What could be this? We're talking about Genesis itself. When I say Genesis, I'm talking about origin, meaning, purpose, all that. So whether we like it or not, we're going to come down to human language. We're going to use anthropomorphic, however you want to describe it. Like God is going to look like us because he's going to help us. So what I'm saying at the end of the day is God it seems to be necessary for human existence, in my opinion. Whether he exists or not, it doesn't matter.
That's okay. So we've like explained to you in like pretty excruciating detail that's not the case, and then you've kind of just like ignored all of that and have like reaffirmed your conclusion. I mean, is that like the debate strategy? Like you just don't really engage with what the other person says, and then you say, well, at the end of the day, I mean, we just kind of need God, despite the fact that we've already demonstrated how things like logic can arise or exist without God.
Indeed, at the end of the day,
I'm trying to establish. Yeah. No, I was trying to establish that the concept of God is beyond our comprehension. It's not as simple as we think. This is not a,
Okay, so you don't believe in it, right?
Yeah, how can I believe in something that's beyond my comprehension?
Because it's a necessity. You can't help but believe it, type of thing.
But I don't.
You feel hunger. You feel the need
for love. If God exists, then belief in God is a necessity. I don't believe God exists, therefore God does not exist.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the feeling, the hunger, the what would you say? The empty space.
I don't know about you, but when I have hunger, I just like go grab some golden O's, okay?
You don't think human beings have an instinct to meaning?
I think we do.
You won't have meaning without God.
No, I'm saying that God. That's my point. So I'm saying
it's like a pretty classic Matt and Bailey, right? Like you keep on swapping that's not you keep on swapping like the obviously true claim for the obviously false claim. You say, well, humans, we just like strive for meaning and coherency. You agree humans strive for meaning and coherency. And then you say, okay, sure. Then you agree that humans strive for God, but we could strive for coherency and meaning without striving for God. So that just doesn't follow.
This actually just sounds like a Jordan Petersonism.
That would require a personality, right? Like, for example, do you know the idea that the hero's journey type of thing, the Joseph Campbell, the Jungian archetype type of thing?
Oh my God, this is a Jordan Peterson stan.
It's not Jordan Peterson's topic. This has been known.
Herbery's
cultures.
Yeah, how do you feel about Jordan Peterson?
Yeah. Some 50-50. Certain things I agree with, obviously, like any other human being. I'm not a radical one way or another. Yeah. So basically what I'm talking about when I say archetypes is there is something within us that requires unity, harmony, telos, purpose. You do agree, like that's a human universal. Everywhere we see there are cultures, they have an ideal. Mm-hmm.
Like telos, I think I agree with a lot of those. It depends what you mean by telos. Like if by telos, do you mean like something that's like intrinsic, innate, something of that sort? Like something that's like set for us?
When I say telos, yeah, it means directionality. I want to go to somewhere. That somewhere must be important because you can't move from point A to point B unless you think point B is better than point A. So the element of value is going to be implied in that telos, the element of meaning, the element of sacrifice. So our whole identity, we're moving creatures, right? We have to move. Mm-hmm. We have to move from point A to point B. So by definition, we're going to have to prioritize. This is better than this. So the world of objectivity and the world of subjectivity are completely different things. Maybe God exists in the subjective world. Like, have you ever thought about that? Not in the objective, because we can't.
Well, I agree. Like, God exists as like a fictional character, right? Like, he exists in the same way that like Superman exists. Like, I think I agree with that.
Are you suggesting that maybe God is one of us?
Whatever you want to call it. You can call it Superman, Harry Potter, The Rock, the cat, whatever. But the concept of unity, of identity exists. Without that,
you keep on doing this thing where you switch between the two. I think things like unity and coherence exist in some sort of like objective way. Whereas like I think, these like fictional characters are like, I don't know, like ultra contingent, like they get made up.
Fiction, do you think the objective is more important than the subjective?
I don't know what more important there is asking. Like, I don't know which one's more important, my like car or, I don't know, like quantum physics. Like, I just don't really know how to weigh these things.
Let me give you a sentence and you can tell me if that's correct or not. What matters is more important than matter.
I have
How do you see
no
that
idea what
sentence?
that's even asking.
Me neither.
What matters meaning, like my life's meaning as a subjective being is more important than matter itself.
I don't
you
know what
believe
that
that?
is asking. I have no clue.
Okay, do you know the concept of importance itself, relevance, realization? Like this,
Yeah.
if you study cognitive science, yeah. So for us to live in this world, we have to prioritize. For us to prioritize, we have to think that the thing that we're prioritizing is relevant, important.
Yep.
So the concept
If
of
we're to
importance
be
is
living
intrinsic.
logically, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
and
but
that's
how do
not
we get from there
necessarily
to
the subjective
God?
and the objective, because God is the ultimate unity of the subjective identity.
Not
This is
granted.
how I
What's
see
the
it.
argument for that?
I don't even know what that means, to be honest.
The argument is a human being is a personality. A personality requires directionality, purpose, meaning, self-importance. And these things cannot be unified unless we have an ideal personality. That's why I said
But why would I think that that's
archetype,
God?
or whatever you want to call it.
Let's say I grant that we're all striving to become like some great individual,
Yeah.
that we all have like a version of ourselves that we imagine that we're all aiming towards. Why would I grant that that has anything to do with God? Like, why couldn't we have this just as a
That's
result
what-
of like evolutionary psychology, as opposed to
Yeah.
something like God comes in and like
Let's
unifies this
call
for
it-
us?
Let's call it Darwinian necessity for meaning. For us to continue as species, we require God. Put it that way. Because
Not granted.
even factually speaking, let me give you empirics. Who
You
has
keep
the
on
more
conflating between these
children?
two. Why do you
Religious-
do this?
I'm
I
trying
don't
to
know.
break
Is
it down
this
for
like
you
an
because
intentional
you're-
decision? Like, even after you've been called out on it, you continue to do this. Like, every single
I'm not
time
that
you
type- I'm
say
not-
like a claim
yeah,
that nobody
yeah.
disagrees with, that we're striving towards
Yeah.
like a unity of self, that we're trying to become like a better version of ourselves, which
No.
I'm inclined to agree generally,
not.
that people have like some ideal
That's it.
version of themselves that they're like striving to become. I just think that that has nothing to do with God. Certainly, I don't think that that's God.
Because you assume God to be an objective something, being this and that, you have this concept or imagination that you have that you understand God. That's not what I'm talking about.
Do you
I'm
think that
saying
God's a
the
mind that
concept
created the
of God.
universe?
I have no idea, but I act. That's how I live my life. If I'm gonna have
Okay.
meaning, that's it. Otherwise,
It's not even
if I'm
clear to
gonna
me that
be
we disagree on
consistent,
anything then.
yeah, all I'm saying is the objective God, nobody can know about it. The subjective God, that's a necessity. Whether you like it or not, you're gonna worship something. You're gonna put something at the top, and that's gonna be a personality. That's
But
it.
to call
That's all
that
I'm
God
saying.
seems like you're just equating on terms.
That's why I said the element of faith comes. The objective God, we assume it. We have faith that He exists. We act as if that's the type of thing that I'm talking about. Because
So I have like a version of
That is
myself
not-
that
yeah.
so when I imagine my future, I imagine like a version of myself that's like better than the me that I am today along specific dimensions. You know, maybe that Ian is like a deeper thinker. Maybe that Ian has, I don't know, like an advanced philosophy
see
degree
what
or
you just
something
said?
like that. Yeah, but that's not God.
you said it.
That's a
Do
separate
you see
thing
the point? You said the
entirely.
word, yeah. You said the word deeper. Do you see what I'm saying? The word deeper implies there is shallow and deep. Think about it. As a
Okay.
subjective agent,
Yep.
you have to rank things based. So do you think deep, the word deep is
Have you
subjective?
considered
word?
that tall means that there is a short?
Ooh, true. And therefore, there must be a
Tall is
tall
not-
list,
yeah.
the thing that all people call God.
Yeah, tall is
What?
a quantitative.
And I don't
measure.
think that
I'm
the
talking about
audience is enjoying
quantitative.
this conversation
Yeah.
at all.
I got
And
you.
it might be time
This is
to
TikTok.
move
Got it.
on.
Look,
But
Look,
Ebrees, we
I had a
appreciate
root
the
canal on
attempt to
Friday.
Jordan Peterson us.
I had a root canal on Friday,
Get
and
to
I'd
the
rather do that
Jubilee
again than
type of-
continue this
yeah.
conversation.
Real,
The
relatable.
old
Yeah.
man in the sky type of debate. Yeah, I
I'm
got
not
you.
sure that our particular audience is interested in weird Jungian archetype Jordan Peterson
I
nonsense.
got you. That they're
But
looking for the
we
old man in
appreciate
the
you
sky type
stopping
of thing.
out.
It's the
Yeah.
yeah.
The
Yeah.
funny,
Noah's
you know,
Ark,
I find it exceedingly funny that whenever anybody gets called out for, you know, their kind of rambling nonsense, like the Petersonian, you know, like not actual belief in a god, the people who you're making fun of for doing that say, oh, you just want to talk to people who believe in an old man in the sky with a big fluffy white beard and flies on a cloud. And like, I've never heard, well, okay, not never. There are Redditors who say this, but like in the debate space, nobody ever uses that kind of criticism. Nobody ever says, oh, but you just believe in a fluffy man or a old man in the sky. Like, it's a straw man of a straw man, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like I think like the Catholic thing, like the divinely simple classical theist God, that whose like essence is identical to his existence. I think that this is like radically impersonal, whatever like that thing is. But like clearly that's not like the old man in the sky. And I would love to debate classical theists.
I mean, classical theists. Yeah. So by classical theists, you mean the people who don't think it's the old man in the sky.
Yeah, well, so classical theism is committed to, I think
like
kind of the core of it is divine simplicity.
Divine simplicity, triomny properties.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah, essence identical to his existence, immutable, changeless, impassible,
like nobody. I've never met a theist who like unironically believes in the old man in the sky.
Yeah.
Right. And like if they did, then like that's plausibly harder to argue against, because it could just be an alien. Just like a guy who visited like 3,000 years ago and then periodically came back over the next 1,000 years.
Yeah. He's like drunk as fuck, and then he's like abracadabra, and then the earth appears.
Yep.
Well, let me grab a couple of super chats, friends, and we're going to get our next guest in here. I think the next one in, if I was looking, is going to be the Bass guy, and then Yuzu, and then
Wait, no, not the Bass guy.
Oh, is that a troll?
Wait, hold on. Is this... Bring him up anyway, but if it's who I think it is, then it's a troll.
Well,
but bring him up anyway.
Texas Panhandler, my friend, good to see you. Hope you're doing well this morning. Hey, team, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to you. I am unapologetically excited to say less than a week before I'm back with Base Shara, and we're watching you guys together again. Let's cook. Hell yeah, Texas Panhandler. Love that. For us and for you. We really appreciate that. Thanks for being here. You could have been spending your time doing all kinds of things. We're glad that you're here. And C-Bar, thank you for the $5 super thanks. And Nectu, great to see you. Happy birthday to Dr. Blitz. Hell yeah. And Cameron, good to see you. Hello, hello. Where is everybody? Well, I think they filtered in now. I think they're
here.
I think they're rolling in, yeah. And Nectu says, happy birthday, Justin, rock hard for Doug. Well, fuck. We actually have a double birthday this weekend. So,
and
cheers.
in fact, that'll happen every year.
Yeah, every year, actually.
Until one of us dies.
Did
Justin,
Ian not get the memo?
No,
sorry,
I got born on the wrong day. It's like when you're playing Fortnite with your friends, and then they're
like,
one of them is like, okay, I'm dropping right now, and then the other two don't get the memo, and then they drop like elsewhere, and you have to meet up.
Okay, Zoomer.
Mm-hmm.
Justin, how old did you turn yesterday? Unless that's confidential.
Well, maybe all right, 42.
I turned 33 today.
See? We're almost a decade apart.
Off.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah. Well, nevertheless, I mean...
Wait, are you a Gemini or a Cancer?
Gemini.
I don't know which one I am, because depending on where I look, it seems to give me a different one. Yeah,
I was hoping this was going to be a joke about
No,
Cancer.
it's not a joke. It's not a joke. People are like,
what's
are you a
happening
Gemini
right now?
or a Cancer? I'm like, I don't know. All I know
Moving
is that
on.
on my birthday, you can see neither of those constellations.
Fair enough. Base to Shara, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat, friend. I used to work with an interventional cardiologist who would always tell patients it wasn't him, but God guiding him. Even when I was Christian, it made me cringe every time. That's true. Because, like, where was God, like, 300 years ago when we could have used this this technology? Seems like it didn't care back then. And Dr. Carla, thank you for the $10 super chat. Happy birthday to Dr. Blitz. Hell yeah.
Let's go.
They're going to keep coming in. And from the Night Say, the only true Trinity has resurrected again. Question for Blitz. If a preacher travels at light speed, does he still have mass?
Well, if a preacher is indeed traveling at light speed, he cannot have mass.
Damn.
That is good. We got all the almost all of the hashtags here. Rock hard for Doug, gay for Justin, choking on Ian's hog, which is one of the newest in the community.
I love that. I love that.
It's fantastic. Stupid Al, thank you for the super chat. I love Justin's facial expression whenever a caller tries to explain their own unique concept of God. Also, happy birthday, Dr. Blitz. It's hard to keep a poker face when people are saying the dumbest thing you've ever heard, but I try. Last super chat for now from our friend Dr. Caller again. Thank you. And happy Father's Day, Justin. And happy Sunday, Ian. Well, shit, thank you, Dr. Caller. Super appreciate that. Yeah,
Where's your acai bowl, Ian?
Yeah.
I had pastries instead.
That's why he was early.
Devolving
true.
devolving from a Zoomer to the French. I hate it.
Yeah.
It's terrible. Well, let's see
Hate
if
to
Bass
see it,
Guy
you know.
is... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Everyone dies a Zoomer or lives long enough to see themselves become French.
True.
Bass Guy, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
I do.
Sure. Which God?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Which God?
Which one?
Oh, yeah, the Christian God.
Okay. Is there
Why should
any...
we believe in that?
Oh, yeah.
You said why?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I?
No, I didn't
I
ask
didn't
you
get
why
it.
you should. I asked you why we should.
Oh, I mean, do you want to?
If it's true.
Well, then believe it.
Why would I think it's
But-
true? That's the thing we're trying to get clear on.
Well, the Bible.
Oh, gosh, that really
Yeah.
clears it up.
what
Man,
about
I don't
it?
know. I don't know, fellas. Have we read the Bible? Have we heard of that?
I've never
is
considered
that?
that.
Yeah,
Is
I
that
don't
the
know.
Vedas?
DZ looks like he.
Is that the same
DZ looks
thing?
like he read the Bible like a bunch of times.
Never even
Looks
heard of
like
it. Tell me
one
about
of
it.
those- You never heard of the Bible?
Tell me about it. Yeah. What is it?
Yeah. Which one?
The Bible you believe in?
Okay. It's about God.
Sure.
You know, it's about a few
Does
people
God have
that
a name?
had interactions. What's up?
Does God have a name in this book?
Yeah, Jehovah.
Jehovah. Really? In which
Jehovah,
language?
Jesus,
'Cause
Yahweh.
I don't recognize Jehovah.
What do you mean?
Is Jehovah like Josh?
Not quite.
God.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
I
it's
just
the-
don't know. I've never heard about this guy.
It's the same improper English pronunciation. There's no J sound in Hebrew, so Jehovah wouldn't be in
it's-
the
yeah.
Bible.
Yeah, it's Yeshua. But
Yeshua is for Jesus.
yeah, same thing.
And is Yeshua like Josh?
Yes, Yeshua is Joshua, and Yeshu is typically like a shortened version, like Josh.
It's like Joshy.
Yeah.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
pretty similar
So,
to
happy birthday,
Reshiram, a
Dr.
really cool
Blitz.
Pokemon from Pokemon Black and
you.
White. The Bass Guy
Yeah, happy
official. Have you
Father's
ever
Day,
played
too.
Pokemon Black and White?
I don't black and white. I don't know.
Oh, okay. I think that you would remember if you've played Pokemon Black and White. It was a pretty life-changing experience.
I
But
don't
you
know,
probably
man.
haven't.
Played a lot of games.
Okay.
So
Have you played Pokemon Red and Blue, Ian?
I played
I've never
Leaf
heard of
Green
this.
and Fire Red were my
Probably
first.
way before your time, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. Well, it's not. Whoa! It's not way before my time, but it is before my time.
I remember I was camping with my parents. I think I was 6. And I think I got this was summer vacation, and I got Pokemon Red for my birthday.
That's
Pretty life changing.
That kicks ass. That's really cool.
Yeah. It was on a Game Boy Color.
I had that was the first console I started with, was the Game Boy.
Game Boy. What the fuck,
Yeah. You don't fuck with Game Boy?
dude? I had a Game Boy, but damn.
Yeah.
When I just hear y'all talking about it, it sounds like, you know, like prehistoric times.
Yeah. Yeah, for real.
So,
Speaking of prehistoric times, why does the Bible get like the history of the earth wrong? Genesis lays out like a creation story, and it's just wrong at like every single step, It says that God created the earth on the very first day. But that's
And
not
the sun
true.
4 days later.
Yeah.
And
Was
for
it
some
on the
reason,
second day?
plants before the sun.
No, the earth is younger than the sun. The sun comes first, so God kind of gets the ordering wrong there.
Also, the plants are younger than the earth and the sun, which is a weird order to get them in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Freaking
There's
hell.
also rivers that are dependent on rainfall before rain happened.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But water's water.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, we grant that water is water. That's a great point.
That's a hot
Also,
take.
birds somehow, for some reason, in Genesis come before land animals, but that's not true.
But
What about
I don't
water
even
is
know why they
water.
thought that was the case.
What about fish?
Did they think that like the birds just couldn't, like, didn't have feet? Like, what was going on there?
I don't know. I'm asking. Like, what about bass?
Good question. I mean, the bass came before the land animals. That's true.
Do you think God has the power to make a bass so big that he doesn't have the power to catch it?
No.
Okay, then it seems like
Actually-
God's not
actually-
all powerful.
I think God would be able to limit himself, which, I mean,
I think
yeah,
that
he
the
would be able
bass so
to.
heavy that God can't catch it is Satan.
True. Yeah. In
But
some
God
way, like all of the
created
sinners
Satan.
kind of are the bass that are so big that God can't catch it.
I feel he could, but he made a promise to us that he wouldn't. You know what I mean?
A promise to
metaphor.
not catch the bass?
Metaphor.
Oh,
Hmm.
okay. You made a
I-
metaphorical promise.
Yeah, usually promises
Yeah,
are
I mean-
literal. That's a bit confusing to me. I think I'm gonna continue to
Honestly,
live in my sin
maybe
because that
he-
doesn't make sense at all.
Or maybe he's just hook setting wrong.
Could be.
Yeah. I hear, God's not perfect. Sometimes he makes mistakes.
The
You
bass
know-
guy, are you the guy that
No?
has been on my channel?
No?
Okay, just checking. Because there's a guy who comes on my channel, like, at least
Oh.
for a period of time, he came on my channel, like, every day. And he would ask me if I could help him set a hook for bass fishing.
Sounds like a
And-
troll, to be fair.
I mean, he was.
No,
Definitely.
this color sounds
he-
like a troll.
Oh, you
me?
think so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
What's wrong with me?
I don't know if he sounds like a troll.
I don't
He
know
just
what's wrong with
sounds
you,
like-
man.
I don't know. If we have like other guests, we should probably move to one who's like,
No,
Someone
dude.
serious?
yeah, like
Committed.
somebody who has
Well,
at
happy
least like
Father's
something to
Day,
say.
Blitz. All right.
Like somebody
Happy
who's at
Father's
least
Day.
I'm
seen
not a
like a
dad.
single William Lane Craig
Dude, you're my
YouTube
daddy.
short.
Have you considered that I now have a William Lane Craig Wojak?
Dude, that's not even English.
Which word wasn't English? Go.
Yeah. I don't know what you said, honestly.
Oh,
We grant that.
Yeah.
nice.
Here, I sent it in the
Anyways,
Discord, by the
big
way.
fan
The
of
William Lane
hook
Craig
set,
Wojak.
All right, and we're going to move on to the next. We're going to grab Yazoo, and then we're going to grab David Ben Herod, and then we'll grab Nick after that. Cameron, my friend, thank you for the additional super chat. No, sir, everyone was late. Even was 4 minutes later. That's true. We started maybe 1 minute late. We need to have a tardiness meeting. Unacceptable. Thank you for all. Thank you for all you, I think, do. HFD. What's HFD? Hard for Doug.
Hard for Doug?
My three favorite peeps in atheist community. Well, thank you, Cameron. I like this particular trio, to be fair. I'm partial, obviously, because I'm in it.
By the way,
But-
before we continue, two things to say. First, if you haven't already seen it, we are going to be doing a live in-person show on October 10th in New York. This will be in the Bronx, so make sure to get your tickets. This is hosted by Pangburn. It's a fairly large YouTube channel, so we have the honor of appearing as 3 guests, and we're going to be taking debates from the audience. So make sure that you buy your tickets, you get your ass over to the Bronx, and come support us live. It'll be a good time. We might even figure out how to get merch there before it happens. The second thing that's worth announcing is if anybody in the community knows any, I don't want to say debate types, but knows anybody in the either in the secular, some sort of secular community in the Cleveland area, or knows anybody in the kind of street preachy area in the Cleveland area, please let us know, because we are looking for some people for an event that we're going to be hosting in July.
Yeah.
It'll be a lot of fun.
So people were asking. I think it's just to clarify, people were asking in terms of like the event in the Bronx in October, whether or not they can only get tickets if they want to debate us, or whether or not they can come to just watch. You can of course come to just watch. You absolutely are under no obligation to debate. In fact, almost certainly we will not be able to debate everyone who buys a ticket.
Certainly.
But there is a link in the description of the video. So the advertisement on the screen, there's a link in the description if you want to go the easiest route to get tickets, or you just go to paying-burn.com. And hey, we'd love to see you all there. I don't know how many tickets are available, to be honest. We'll have to ask the hosts, but it should be a fun time.
And if you're local and you are a theist, you can come debate us in person, and then you can say those things. You wouldn't say that in person. You could say those things in person to us, and then watch us flounder as we run away cowardly, unable to say those things in person that you say that we wouldn't say in person.
And we don't have mute buttons. So
true.
Yuzu, are you driving?
No, I'm not.
Okay, just checking. Okay,
My wife
are you in a
is
car?
I am. My wife is driving.
Okay, I hear other people in the
Say
car.
you're driving, so they don't. So
Driving.
all right, so there you go.
We
It's
believe
fine. It's fine. Are you at least 18? I assume you're married, so yeah.
Yep, you would be
Cool.
correct, good sir.
And do you believe in God?
I believe in Yahweh, the Canaanite God. Sure.
Yahweh?
Yep, Yahweh. Abinu Beshemayim Kodeshemek Melkufek Bo Aretzonek Aishe. So let's not play the game like
That's
you
a hell of an
actually
accent,
know,
by the way.
you know, the stuff. Yeah, I'm a Canaanite.
You
it's a Canaanite language.
mispronounce every word that just came out of your mouth,
How
but
do
that's
you know
irrelevant.
Canaanite? Do you know Canaanite? Do you know
That's,
Canaanite? Yes or no?
You definitely don't Canaanite.
You're a Canaanite? I don't think that there are any Canaanites alive today.
I am
There's
Canaanite.
There's not. Do
I'm
you
with
say
you.
Canaanite or Kenite? Because they're different people groups.
I am Canaanite. This is how you actually say the word.
You
You
mean
all are
Kenite.
speaking English. Yes. So it's Canaanite. So when you're talking in a plural in Afro-Asiatic language, you would use a double E or
We're
a E.
we're in English. In
Just
English,
like-
it's
I just
just
got a double
Kenite.
check
Education
here, Izu.
purposes.
Izu, I just got to
Oh,
double check.
jeez.
Do you think that I don't know, do you think that Lenny Kravitz is Jewish?
I don't believe in Jewish. There's no J in Canaanite language.
Okay.
Wow,
There's also
so
no
true, King. So true.
Oh no.
Right.
So he's also
no
a
I.
Christian.
So
How you put your
Yeah,
seatbelt on?
Christianity is made up, but I do believe in Yahweh, the Canaanite God, by the way.
Yeah, I'm sure. Okay, so what do you think is the best evidence or argument for your particular form of this deity?
Yeah, so Yahweh just means existence. Existence is my God. God, in the sense of the term El, which just means relative direction.
We
I've had
we
a
don't need.
conversation with a couple of
We actually don't need a definition.
Go ahead. Ask your next question.
What
Go ahead.
what we need to know is like, what's the good reason to believe in this thing?
Well, you already do, actually. You
I
believe
don't.
in your relative direction. Sure, you believe in your God. You just don't call it God.
I don't have a god. Neither does Blitzorian.
Well, this is just you. This is just you being frantic to get away from religious people, which I get away from
Frantic?
them too. That's why.
I'm not getting away from
Yeah.
religious people because you're not religious. So I'm talking to you.
I'm
You
curious,
said
do
you're
you
not
think
religious.
that the
so-
God,
Well,
do you think that the
I actually
God of the
am.
Canaanites
I actually
believe
am.
or had a wife?
I actually do believe in true religion, which is different
sure
than
you do.
religious people.
Do you think that the God of the Canaanites had a wife?
No.
Then why are there depictions of the God of the Canaanites having a wife by Canaanites?
Because the way that white people tell stories, you know, if they don't,
Isn't that roughly,
they're not
isn't that
like.
roughly right?
I
TC?
think it's
they're
I think
not
it's
like
important to make a
Afro-Asiatic,
clarification
so, like, they don't
for
really,
for Blitz real
so
quick. I
the
just
way
want to
that
make
white-
sure because the
Isn't
guest
there a
isn't.
depiction of
Well, hold on. The guest isn't speaking clearly. I need to clear this up. Okay, so he intimated that he was a Canaanite, but that's not what he meant. He's actually a Kenite. The Kenites in the Bible are different than the Canaanites. The Canaanites are the ancient people that lived in the northern Levant. The Kenites lived in the region of Midian, and they were a real people group who actually did worship some form of Yahweh.
Speaking about
So
the southern Levant.
that's what I said, southern Levant. Yeah, down by the Midianites.
And
So
we're just saying
it's
northern.
so while he
Yeah.
said what he said earlier sounded
Canaanite.
like Canaanites, he's
Really?
actually what he meant to say was Kenites. So go ahead. We can, now that we know the right whatever people group you're associating with, maybe we can make sure everyone's on the same page.
Yeah. Can I
Yeah,
get
so
an
when you're trying to
argument
spell
for
things
your God?
Sure, go ahead. I already gave it.
That was a
I gave it
question.
for your God too, which is your relative direction. Yes.
I don't know what the hell relative direction is. I'm not sure what the fuck that means.
I know you're smart enough to know what the word relative means, and I know you're smart enough to know what direction means. But you're in denial about what
Relative
God
to
is.
what?
That's why
What's
you
the direction
keep picking on
relative
people
to?
who don't know about it.
Wait, sorry,
Your
what's the
relative
direction
direction
relative
is
to?
for you to. I got you. I'm going to tell you, you're God.
He's
Your
never gonna
relative
answer a
direction
question.
is for you. I'm answering it, but you keep stopping me because you all are intimidated.
No,
You're not
because you
smart
didn't
enough
actually
to-
give us an
That's where the
answer.
problem comes in at.
Yeah, we're
My guess
quivering,
is
we're
most of your
quaking.
conversations go like this, don't they?
Well, yeah, white people tend to interrupt me while I'm talking. Yeah, you're right about
Because
that.
you don't
Because of
answer the
intimidation.
right question.
But I did though.
I'm a little bit hung
No,
up
you
on what it
didn't.
means to say that there's no such thing as Jewish. That's crazy.
Yeah. Do you know what a
There's no J.
you know what a
There's
you know what
no
a
J
Jewish person
in
is?
Hebrew.
Yeah,
Buddy, we're
an
talking in
anglicized version of
English.
religion that's made up.
Buddy, pay
It's a
attention. We're
religion
talking
that's made up in
we're
the Second
talking in
Temple.
English.
It's a religion that's made
We're
up.
talking
It's a religion that's.
all right. We're talking in English.
Boys, y'all didn't answer no
Okay,
question.
so
Jewish.
it's great that you went
religion-
to some class and learned Evrit. We love that for you. Your pronunciation is shit, but that's fine. The reality is we're all talking in English and our audience
Yeah,
is
I speak
English, which
Canaanite. I
means
don't- Hebrew is a
trying
made-up
to correct our pronunciation of the English versions of these things
no
just
clue.
because the ancient Hebrew didn't have the same letter structure is stupid and it wastes time. So we're not
Yeah.
interested in that. You can worry about the language we're speaking now and just not worry about the fact that we're not doing Hebrew right now.
Whatever. I know. I know.
So do you want to answer the question or did you want to crash out over the letter J?
Yeah, I've been constantly answering you all's questions. Everything you ask, I answer real quick because you're going to interrupt me.
Sure.
Go ahead.
What was the
ask
last
another one.
question? What was the last question?
You said what is Jewish in a sense, and I said it's a religion that was made up in Second Temple period Babylon when those converts who are called Israelites went into captivity, but they were like learning stuff from the Yehudi, which is an actual kingdom, and they made up a religion called Judaism. There you go.
You got it. Yeah, the Jews come from the region of Judah, which is why it
Well,
later became
It's
Judea.
not quite right. He said that he
Incorrect.
said that these people learned stuff
Incorrect. There's
from
a
the
kingdom of
Yehudi.
Yehudi.
They were the Judeans, right?
Right. Yeah, they were the Judeans, and they were Judeans even before the exile. So in the exile, obviously they wrote a bunch of their scriptures. We have evidence of their kingdom prior to the exile, so this is not really an issue. Now, when the scriptures got invented and when Second Temple Judaism took like its modern shape is a question that you can leave to professionals. It's not really a question. We just want to make sure like we're on the same page with this question, which is what is a Jew? And a Jew is somebody who is from the land of Judah and doesn't have to come from the tribe
that's
of
incorrect
Judah.
what you're saying. The Jew is a religion.
Is my connection terrible or
Well, we're lagging on stream too.
okay?
Wait,
So it's
stream's
maybe on Justin's
lagging.
end.
Really? Hold on.
Yeah.
I thought so. I could be wrong.
Interesting.
Might be mistook.
I'm looking right now at my feeds. My feeds are not lagging. Audience, are any of the feeds lagging? Oh.
TikTok looks okay.
Yeah, TikTok
Oh,
looks
maybe
okay.
I'm mistake. That's a horrible indent of my connection, frankly.
Oh,
Well, no, I was hearing Justin like lag out, so
I was also
I-
hearing
it may have been
this.
a temporary thing.
I did see very briefly there was just a temporary short little lag on Video Ninja, so it might be the connection. Yeah, I'm hearing on TikTok some people see a lag and some people don't.
Okay,
said
so
there
it
was a
seems like it was
brief lag.
it was at least a temporary thing.
Just a
So
blip.
Izu, would you call yourself so are you a Black American?
No, I'm a Ebony American.
Fair enough.
Okay. Sounds
Okay.
good, champ.
And so what do you think about your what do you think would happen if you took a DNA test? Where do you think it would show up?
Canaanite. I've already done it.
Oh,
Proof?
neat.
I'd love to see that.
Can you get the proof?
No.
Because I'm a little perplexed because like if you go look at the people that are in that region, they're like olive skin, olive toned, you know, like brownish. But I don't think that ebony would be the word that you would use to describe these people.
The way that you use the word is hebben. That's the actual Canaanite word for ebony.
Well,
Eben.
I
I'll put
just
it in
used the
chat
word
later
ebony.
on.
I just used the word ebony, which is which is
Buddy,
the word that you used,
Blip
right?
is speaking in English. Just try to track.
So there's the word there. There you go.
So like I guess what I'm asking is like there is a look, and I don't know you. I don't know who you are. I don't know what your ancestry is. But if you're calling yourself an ebony American, you know,
Yes.
the word ebony means something in English. If I'm thinking about
Yeah, no doubt.
people who live in the South Levant, I don't think ebony would be the correct descriptor.
Well,
So, like, what
unfortunately,
is?
for your thinking is we have archaeological evidence of what Canaanites actually looked like. They were all Afro-Asiatic ebony. Like we have this all in museums.
Afro-Asiatic is a
You
language
don't see it.
category, not a
It's
not
also a land region. It's also a
not
land
an
region
amount
as well.
of melanin.
Yeah, I'm not speaking about melanin. But it's okay.
Well,
I mean,
so
what's your
ebony
next question
refers
before
to
you
a
say I'm not
color, right?
answering?
Ebony is a color tone, right?
That's what I thought.
Yeah, no doubt.
So what do you mean by ebony?
Words are
Google
very
ebony,
elusive
see
for
the
this
color.
caller. I mean, he could be referring
I
to the
thought we were
fact that
talking about
he's
God
that
and
he's a
creation
wood.
here.
Are you made of
Is this-
of a
is
of a
this
particular
turning-
wood?
Well, look,
color-
Izu, the
the
reason why
color
I'm
of the
asking
wood,
these
the color of
questions
the
is
wood.
because I'm trying to suss out whether you're a BHI. And if you're a BHI, then it's probably just not worth talking to you.
I'm
you
not
can just
sure he
ask me
is.
that. You can just say, hey,
No,
I don't
no,
think
he's
he
not
is either, but it
BHI.
seems very
So-
close. He seems
No,
like
it's-
he's doing
it's
some like
definitely-
That's
he's doing some
actually-
like Judaism
It's the
denial.
same,
He's doing some like stolen ancestry kind of stuff. But I
Yeah,
don't know
yeah.
if he's a BHI.
It's definitely the same vein as BHI, but different group.
Yeah, BHI
Yeah.
is a racist statement. Like white Hebrew Israelite is also a racist statement. This stuff of black and white only comes from the West. No one does
BHI
that.
is a self-identifier,
overseas.
right? Like that's a thing that like certain people
Just like
self-identify
white man
as.
is a self-identifier, but it comes from like
Sure.
a racial time in America.
Yeah. I'm just using the language that they use, right, to refer to themselves.
Okay.
Sure. So I'm still
Yeah.
waiting, and maybe I didn't hear it. Can you give us maybe an argument or a piece of evidence for why this God would be real? Because that's kind of what we're trying to get to.
Which God? Yours?
Yours. We don't
Yours.
have one.
Existence is real because I'm conscious that existence is real. So
you
are
agree
you?
existence is real. Why would I think that God is existence?
Because the word Yahweh means existor.
Wait, sorry. Do you worship Yahweh?
Absolutely. Yes, I worship existence.
Yep.
Do you know what
is
worship
the,
means?
Is the Holocaust in existence?
Hold on. What do you
Or
know?
was
What
it in
you have to know what
existence?
worship means. Do you
Sorry,
know what
that might
means?
be a more pointed question than I thought it was. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, I was gonna say like it may maybe not.
But yeah, low key. I mean, do you think the Holocaust was in existence?
Absolutely, yes. So was
Yeah, so you would say
so-called
that, like, the
niggers
Holocaust-
being hung in trees. So was it like
Okay,
niggers
I mean
being hung
TikTok's
in
probably
trees? Like,
yeah.
that's it,
Okay, you
speak.
said it again. You're probably trying to get nuked. I can only imagine that the
Yeah.
debate has gone so bad for you that all you can attempt to do is like
No.
try to get your account
Don't
like
say it
taken
again.
down.
So
Like
Yuzu,
obviously the TikTok moderation is gonna like, frankly like kill you. So I mean you know it seems like an intentional choice. You've clearly done this before.
yeah.
You can
So-
see it. I won't say it
so-
again, but
I would
Would you,
add too
watch?
that like already twice in this conversation you've like intimated that we're acting racist towards you, which is not a good starting point in this conversation.
I don't think
It's a
that
good
you-
way to get you nuked right out of here. So we're trying to have like a
That's false. I
real
didn't say-
substantive discussion, and you keep like sidetracking on nonsense stuff. Right? So we're not interested in what you think the name Yahushua means. We're interested in what the evidence for the God is.
I've said that answer already. You just didn't accept it.
No, I don't accept it because somebody's name and meaning has nothing to do with whether or not they exist.
I agree with that, unless if the name, in a sense, is just the transliteration for existence. That's all it means.
That's not what a transliteration
Yahweh
is.
means the existor.
Yahuwah doesn't transliterate into English as existence. Do you know the difference between translate and
But she'll
transliterate?
prove that. Prove that it doesn't. Yes,
Do you
it
know
do.
the
But can you
difference
prove
between
what you just said?
transliterate and translate?
I said yes, I do. Can you prove
What
what you
tell me
just
what
said?
what's a transliterate? Transliteration. What do you think?
Once
that
you
is?
prove that
I'll just show
Yahweh is
you.
not existor or who is, who was, who
A
is to come, before
transliteration.
you
So,
do that, I'm not
Just
going
for
to
the
answer.
audience, a
transliteration
transliteration
is when you
take the sounds and you take the sounds in the original language and you express
Correct.
them using the letters of a different language. So if you
Right.
wanted to write
Correct.
Baruch is a Hebrew word, but you could write it you could transliterate it so that it's Baruch or Barukh, depending on your preferred transliteration method.
So Yahuwah
Correct.
transliterated into English would just be Yahuwah. It wouldn't be indifferent. So the word you meant to say is translate, but you thought the word transliterate would make you sound smarter, but then you misused it.
Many
Oh,
such
okay.
cases.
So again, we're not interested in translation or transliteration. We're asking the evidence that the God
Well, then
actually
why ask about it?
exists.
So why ask about it? So you, in a sense, you said that Yahweh, which I said means existor. You said, well, that doesn't translate to English. I said, well, could you give it to
I
me?
didn't say that at all. I said it doesn't
Okay. Do you know what Yahweh means,
transliterate
or were you
into
just
English
blowing- were
because
you just blowing smoke?
you said
And
transliterate.
even on top of that, so
He
even
not-
on
he
top
can't
of that, you're
listen
wrong
at all.
because
He's-
the transliteration
he has
of
no
Yahweh
idea
is Jehovah.
what these
so
words
you're
mean.
actually off about that
It certainly
too.
is not.
I'm smarter than you. You're not.
You're
as smart
certainly
as
That
not
is a
smart.
Germanification, if I remember correctly, Justin.
You're bad at this.
Jehovah is a combination of two different words and using the J where it shouldn't exist in English. It's not a transliteration.
So is Yahweh. But you don't know
Yahuwah,
that because you didn't get
Yahuwah is not a transliteration either. What do you say, Blitz?
So isn't Jehovah a Germanic transliteration?
Yeah, so-
Combining with Adonai?
You got it. So Jehovah is it started in German and they had a soft J. And when we kind of stole it in English, our J was not quite there yet. It was still somewhere soft. But we kept it. And when we got the hard J, it turned into a hard J. So the reality is Jehovah really should have been Yehovah, but those vowels are wrong anyways. So the Masoretic scribes had a like a Kiryat Katav type of situation, what's read versus what's written. And so they would say
Justin
you
over
would
here with the hard J.
Sorry about that. There's so many bad jokes I'm about to. Anyways, so the thing is, they would put the vowels for Adonai on Yahweh because they wanted you to read Adonai, even though it was written as Yahweh to protect the divine name. That's why the scribes had a naming convention for it, and you can find it in like the margin notes on a number of the manuscripts or in the Masorah. You don't know that because you've not studied anything. You I don't know, you learned a couple, like maybe some Hebrew words on the internet, and now you think you know the language, and that's fine.
No, you actually said Adonai, but it doesn't end in the ayin. It ends in a U, which so it would be Adoni.
It
So
does
you're
not.
actually pronouncing that wrong.
Adonai would just mean
I mean,
my
I can type
master.
it in the chat for you.
Adonai,
I told you, I'm
Adonai
Canaanite.
versus
All
Adonai
of your
are
stuff
different
you're
words,
trying to
and
learn comes from me. You have
Adonai
no clue with stuff.
would be the name for the Lord. Adonai would just mean
Do you want to say Adonai?
Adonai would just be my master, and I'm more than happy to show you the translation if you need help for that. I can just show it to you from like an actual resource.
Do we have? I wonder if there are like some kids' books that we could get up here that shows like the Hebrew pronunciation. Maybe that would be.
This is not Hebrew stuff. This
That
is
would be
Canaanite
fruitful.
stuff. You know.
Yeah, whatever. I
This
wonder
is
if there are like
nonsense stuff.
Can I
language when they made up
books,
Judaism.
like children's books, that would show us how to pronounce this?
Yeah, this is.
I can't tell if we're
Yeah,
talking
but you all are not
Canaanite or
speaking
Canaanite.
anything.
Let's get Kenite Miss Rachel up here.
I don't think that she would have existed because they probably didn't like women all that much.
They
That's
do
probably
learn
true.
Hebrew words on Miss Rachel, by the way. Like I watched it.
Surprising. Why?
They do words in multiple languages, words, numbers, colors, and
okay.
whatnot. And one of those
Whoa.
languages happens to be Hebrew. So
Cool.
Okay, well then
Pretty
that's less
cool.
surprising.
Hebrew is
If it was
actually
like
a made-up
uniquely
language.
Hebrew and English,
It's
I'd be
not
like,
really a language.
what's going on here?
yeah. So here's the thing, Izu. Like we've given you quite a few chances to give us one reason why your God might exist, and we haven't got one yet. I'm trying to give you
No, you didn't give any chances. You're a liar.
charitable. I'm trying to give you as
Every single
charitable
thing you asked, I
disposition as we can, right? So again, we keep asking you a question, and your answer keeps going back to some nonsense linguistic thing because you think it makes you sound smart. It just makes you sound dumb. We're asking for a reason, right, for why your God might exist. That's not related to the fact that you can mispronounce Hebrew words. What would that reason be?
God is just relative direction, you idiot. Because
God
you
is
don't know what the
relative
word
direction.
That's all it
So,
is.
so God is the coordinate system.
Yeah. One that you relate to.
So before the Cartesian coordinate system existed, God didn't exist, or
Yeah, before
Relative
Descartes
direction has
was,
been
I
around.
am.
that's crazy.
There you go.
Wow, that's like some compelling stuff. Okay, we didn't get clear on this. Relative direction, relative to what?
Everything. Existence, remember?
Okay, well that's gibberish, right? Saying like relative to everything
Why did you say that was gibberish?
doesn't
You
make
don't
sense at
understand
all.
existence?
Direction relative to everything?
Right, so you
The
don't
fuck does that
understand
mean?
existence. Existence doesn't make sense to you, smart guy, I guess.
I think I probably have read more books about existence than you've read books.
If you read them all
Yeah.
in English, you still dumb. I'll tell you that.
The concept exists is different in English, apparently.
Obviously,
Yeah, it
yeah,
is, it
English
is.
was just made
Obviously.
up. Their definitions are new.
Obviously,
This is why
don't you
you
know
all
that
are
the Karaha
atheists,
language
because
doesn't
you
have
read-
words
because
for
you
the
read
past,
stuff
for
in
the past
English.
and future, and they don't have words
Oh,
for
that's
numbers?
interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I heard it on TikTok, so it's probably false.
Hey, wait, I'm so sorry. Wait, what language are you claiming that you speak?
Canaanite.
Yeah,
Well,
could you
listen.
tell me how to say in Canaanite? How would you say the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog? How would you say that? Brutal. Fucking
there's
spawn
no
killed.
A. So
Didn't ask. How would you say it?
It's a sentence.
yeah, I
It's a
don't
sentence with
remember.
meaning.
I
You
don't
can translate the
remember.
sentence
I
with
don't
meaning.
remember.
How
I
much
don't
of that
remember
sentence
what
can
you
you
said.
say? Can you say any of that sentence?
You said quick, Mahar, brown. I don't remember the word for brown. And fox. I don't have a word for fox, so I would say
Yeah.
dog, which is Caleb. You said
Kalev.
jump, right?
It's Kalev. It's not a hard
Yeah,
D.
I told you I speak Canaanite, not your weak ass made up Hebrew.
It's the same language.
Well, first of all,
No,
all
it's not
languages
the
are
same
made up.
language.
You're a moron.
It's
But
not true.
second of all,
Mathematics is not made
it's
up.
pretty clear that you don't
quiet.
actually speak that because these are all very basic words. These are quite literally words that
They're color
they
words.
get
They're
like
basic
kindergartners
words.
to say. It's yeah, it's literally a color word.
Yeah, I don't remember all of the colors.
Do you remember how to say red?
Is
Wait,
blue.
can you say
the
red?
sun
I
is
guess I could
yellow.
have said had been. Hey, how you doing?
I don't
I
care.
guess I
Can
could
you
have said
say
had been.
how many colors can you say in the language?
Hey, Ben is the only color that we need to be concerned with right now.
Which is what?
Now, I'm walking into church, so
It's
I'm gonna have to
pretty
jump
clear that
off.
you lied
Wait,
when
you
you
go to
said that
church?
you've read books in that language. You clearly can't speak
Hold
that
on,
language.
hold on.
No.
He goes to church and he's saying that God is. He doesn't believe in all of that Christianity stuff. He doesn't believe in Jew. He thinks that like what? Who goes to church and also believes that?
He had Jesus shit on his TikTok page. He's obviously
Of course he did. We should have just asked him if he thought Jesus rose from the dead. Or
Yeah.
actually, we could have just said, "Do you think that Yeshua rose from the dead?" And that would have been easy. It would have been an easy place
He
to
wants to
start.
feel special by distancing himself from Christians. So his
And
religion is
also stealing Jewish tradition, by the way.
obviously, yeah, a whole lot of that. Space Lord is 75. Good to see you. I think the laws of logic as a filter or a checklist. Oh, I think of the laws of logic as a filter or a checklist. If we get past these items, then we can proceed evaluating the idea. Sure, yeah. I mean, I think we could definitely do that for most things.
I think that makes sense. I don't know. I think I'm arriving. I'm reading into it more. I think the position that I might end up settling on is that there's like some underlying structure of reality, and that laws of logic are just like abstractions of that structure. I think that position might be the most reasonable.
All right, I'm stealing a joke. By the way, it's not a quick brown fox; it's a quick ebony fox. Just so you know.
Oh shit. Okay. All right. Well, nevertheless, hey, friends,
Video
we're gonna
froze on TikTok, by the way.
What? Oh yeah, that does happen. TikTok Studio seems to do that from time to time for reasons I don't know yet.
It doesn't happen to me. That's strange.
I know, right?
Me neither.
It's a strange one. Carrie, thank you for the super chat. Happy birthday, Mr. Dr. Professor Blitz.
Very much appreciate it.
Carrie put
Apparently,
some
got a
respect on
promotion.
that. Hell yeah. Miko, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Justin, can you tell where a person learnt ancient Hebrew, say UK University or US one, by their accent or preferences in pronunciation? If it's modern Hebrew, yeah. For the most part, ancient Hebrew, when you learn it, sounds vaguely the same, depending on where you learn it. So, for example, my Hebrew professor in seminary went to school in Philadelphia and then London. He did his PhD in Semitics at London. And his Hebrew sounded identical to my undergrad Hebrew professor who did his PhD in California at Fuller. So I think ancient Hebrew has a pretty well-known pronunciation, and modern Hebrew, you're going to find a lot more dialects. But that being said, there are some dialects in ancient Hebrew. So, for example, the Hebrews that lived in like the 4th and 5th century in Egypt at like Elephantine, they had a dialect that was slightly different than those who lived in the northern Levant. But it's so minor, I don't know if a lot of people worry about that. They just worry about the dialect that the Bible was mostly written in. So hope that helps.
And by the way, just another way, just in case you don't know, you can probably tell where somebody learned ancient Hebrew, whether the UK or the US, by whether or not they have a British accent or an American accent.
That is true. That is true. And Carrie, happy birthday, Justin. Well, thank you, Carrie. I appreciate that, Fred. And Ashley says, happy birthday, Justin. Happy birthday, Blitz. Hell yeah. Thank you for
so
that,
much.
Ashley. And David, Action Figure, says it's a dual fulfillment of the birthday. True. First fulfilled by Justin, then fulfilled again by Dr. Blitz. Happy birthday, y'all. Rock hard for Doug. I love
It's all
it.
coming together.
It happens. The triple fulfillment is in the works. So just know. Also, Gretch says, hey, Ian, happy birthday, Blitz. Or happy Blitz's birthday. Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Why
Also,
is there a colon after Ian in that?
It's
Oh,
addressing
know.
you.
it's addressing me. Happy birthday.
It's telling you that you should have a happy Blitz's birthday.
Oh, I'm getting it. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you're
It's a big day for me. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's
And
my
Gretch-
special day. You know, it's Dr. Blitz's birthday. I love that day.
It's your favorite holiday.
Yeah.
it's very merry on birthday. Gretch also says, hey, Blitzy, happy your birthday. And last but not least,
Thank
Gretch
you.
Also with the follow-up, Justin, happy Blitz's birthday and Father's Day, you filthy Philbro tolerator. Justin still hates us. I'm sorry, Gretch. I don't hate you. I love you. I was in a pickle. I had to take a Philbro, and it turned out to be a bad one, boring one, terrible one even. And I've learned my lesson. Hunter girl, thank you.
By the way, I should. Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead. When you're done with super chats, let me know.
I got two more. Hunter girl, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Here's some dough for the cause. Thank you. But I have a migraine and can't listen to people crashing out today. Have fun, guys. Rock hard for Doug's move up for shared. Well, Hunter girl, I'm sorry about your headache. We might get one over the course of these debates, given the way that they go. But get some rest, and hopefully you'll be all right. And Carnage.
And by
thank
the
you
way,
super
for
chat.
that cause, as it relates to that super chat, for that cause, keep in mind a lot of the super chats that we're getting today and that we've been getting over the last few months are going to fund this event that we're hosting in July. You know, travel is not cheap. Renting a studio is not cheap. Hotels are not cheap. So, you know, this is not us, it's not all lining our pockets, if you will. We're trying to make this show better. So
It's
keep
true.
them coming if you can.
That way we can do new and original content in person. Carnage, thank you so much for the super chat. Most coherent plus least concussed BHI. You know what? I suspect that this person started as a BHI and then didn't feel special enough and then converted to Kenite, although he kept pronouncing it as Canaanite, which is not how you would pronounce it. It'd be Cani in the original language. Nevertheless, I think you're right, Carnage. I think this absolutely is a person who came from the BHI movement, which is why I think he had nasty things to say about it when we mentioned it. I think he's got some hurt feelings over leaving the movement. I think there's something going on there for sure. All right, next in line was David.
Hold up, one more thing. Sorry. I just want to shout out, Shay and Grimlock on Cash App for sending me birthday money.
Fucking
and Grimlock,
A.
of course, reminding me to hydrate. So very much appreciated, you two.
Fucking go. David Ben
That will go
Herod.
to line my pockets.
That, obviously. David Ben Herod.
Wait, why is Justin? You keep on lagging out. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, me too.
I'm lagging?
I see that too.
Yeah.
Really?
I wonder why.
That's weird. I'm showing...
It seems okay now, but it's just a little bit
It comes and it
persnickety.
goes.
I'm gonna take down the Twitch stream. I'm showing I've got some dropped frames as well.
But what about all 4 Twitch viewers?
I know, right? But
It's so
weird.
hard to be a Twitch viewer.
I'm not sending that much data at once. I don't know what's going on right now. I don't know if we're having trouble with YouTube or what. But I just turned off the Twitch stream, so we're sending less data, and hopefully we'll be better now. Also, Grimlock, thank you for the $10 on Cash App. Big W, friend. I appreciate that. We've got David Ben Herod in here now. David, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, we can definitely hear you.
Perfect. Hello, guys. So yes, I do believe in God. I'm pretty new to Christianity. I've read the Gospels. I've not read the full Bible yet. And yeah, I've come to debate you guys. And I would like to ask you the questions. Are you guys atheist? And do you think that the chance of a God is basically 0%?
Something like that, especially yours.
Yes.
Like I think that the probability, and I mean, like, think about it. You know, I think about like a person in your life who's like really empathetic. Typically, when people are really empathetic, they're very opposed to things like suffering. Now, God is infinitely empathetic, so he should be infinitely opposed to things like suffering. But then when I look to the world around me, I see all of these instances of suffering that this maximally empathetic God would be preventing if he existed. So it just seems really unlikely that that sort of God would exist.
Well, I disagree. If the plan is to test humanity and to judge people by their fruits, I think 8 years is a fair test where people can experience a bit of hell, but also a bit of heaven. And at the end,
Then he's just not maximally empathetic, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Look, so what empathy is it's feeling the suffering or feeling the emotions of others, right? And, you know, the idea being that if you're empathetic, you wish that the suffering of others would cease. You wish that it would stop. Now, in most cases, humans who have empathy, we don't have the power to stop the suffering. We can sometimes do our best. You know, if you see a person who's struggling on the side of the road, you can stop and help them. But that's like basically the extent that humans can do. We can like offer a little bit of money, offer some shelter, maybe some food. Maybe we can offer medical assistance if we have the training. But that's all we can do. If you're a maximally empathetic being and you see all of this suffering, it's very, very unusual then that this being that could end it with the snap of its fingers doesn't. It just doesn't seem like it's empathy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I agree with you. If you make the assumption that our God is infinitely empathic, you're right.
Oh.
But I think you're
You
wrong
hold the view
about
that it's not?
Yeah, I think you're wrong about this assumption. I think God has a different plan to judge evil people and to give a reward to the people that, despite lack of evidence, if you will, they still decided to live good lives and be good people.
Then, so God being maximally empathetic follows from a couple of things. It follows from the fact that he's maximally loving. It follows from the fact that he's, all-knowing. It follows from the fact that he's perfect. You know, all three of these things would entail that he's perfect in his empathy, that he's maximal in his like empathetic knowledge, that he, has like experiential knowledge of what it's like to be you, infinitely. He knows everything about what it's like to be you. And if he's indeed like this loving being, then he wants the best for you. So he would presumably oppose these things.
Well, I just explained you why I disagree with this view. I think he's perfectly loving in the context that you're a good person, but he's not infinitely loving to people that are evil.
It's very easy to be loving to people who are good. It's not easy to be loving to people who are not perfect, who are not good.
Even Paul said that. Paul said that you need to like be kind and love the people, even the ones that don't love you, because even the Gentiles and the pagans love those that love them. You have to be better than that.
Yes. That's
God's
in
not better
Matthew,
than that?
right? Not Paul.
God's not better than that?
Yeah, but well, I think God is eternal and he's not working in our human world, so the rules are different. If you think of
Well, we're not talking about
eternal,
rules. We're just talking about what words mean. Like if this being is all loving and all knowing, then it would follow that it's all empathetic, because in some sense,
okay,
empathy
so
is just knowledge combined with some kind of love.
okay, so if you assume that he's not all loving and that indeed he's more, his nature is more so what I describe, what is he? Would you argue?
Wait, sorry. So
Well,
you're
not the
jettisoning
Christian God.
Yeah. At that
I
point, you'd be
disagree.
jettisoning love in favor of what?
Well, if my God is not all loving, but if you disagree with my definition, if he's not all loving, but he punishes the wicked people and gives eternal life to the good people, what is he?
I don't know. Sounds like a bit of a sadist. Isn't he all knowing? Doesn't he know exactly what people are going to do anyway?
Yeah, but if he gives people free will,
He also
I'm not
doesn't
sure.
seem merciful.
well, these are all semantic words that you can play around. The Bibles were recorded by humans. The goal of Jesus
Do you
was
think that God is not merciful?
I think he is merciful.
So
Whatever
mercy
that means,
is
but
when mercy is when you award or when you don't punish someone even if they deserve it. That's what mercy is.
Well, we've all sinned, right? And if we turn away from our sins and we ask God for forgiveness and he forgives us, he's merciful, right?
Well, he's not merciful towards the people who don't do that. So it seems like he's not maximally
He's
merciful.
not fully merciful, I agree.
Okay, so he's not fully merciful. So it sounds like
Yes.
your God just sounds like your God's just kind of like a guy, not
Yeah.
like an ultimate perfect being.
Yeah, we have like kind of a finely tuned God, you know. He's kind of merciful, but not fully, you know. He's a little bit just, but not entirely. Like
He's a bit empathetic.
yeah,
but
he's
not
dash-
perfectly.
Guys, I don't see what's so outrageous in saying that I believe
This
my
this
God
just isn't the
punishes
Christian
the
God.
people.
That's all.
Well, there are as many Christians as there are as many versions of Christianity as there are Christians, right?
I think the Catholics would disagree.
Okay, but I disagree with the Catholics. I'm not a Catholic.
Wait, what denomination are you?
I don't even know. I just read the Bible. I just followed the words of Jesus. I just
Yeah.
follow the historical evidence. And
How
if
are you
there is,
supposed to determine what the correct denomination is?
well, I think that my evidence for God is not only in the Bible, right? I think the Bible is a human
Wait, I
book.
thought you just said that you became a Christian because you just read the Bible.
No, I mean,
Isn't that
I-
what you just
I-
said not 2 minutes ago?
there is a reason why I started to believe in God, and because of the evidence I found in the Bible
What's the
and
evidence?
historical evidence around it, I think that the most likely explanation for God is Jesus Christ.
What's the evidence?
So wait a minute. Did you start to believe in God separately from the Bible, and then you read the Bible and you're like, oh, well, the God that I believe in must be Jesus?
Yes.
Okay. So you were a theist before you were a Christian, is what it sounds like.
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful.
I believe there was a creator. So if you want, we can take it to the fine tuning argument. I would love to know your guys' opinion.
Yeah, please lay it out.
So
when you're done, I'd be curious to know what the evidence from the Bible is. But go ahead and give us the fine tuning.
Yeah, that gets you to Christianity. I'm a little bit curious about that too. But
Oh
we can
wait,
talk
sure. If
fine-tuning
you guys
first.
are more interested in that, we could start with the Bible
I mean, we can talk
evidence.
fine tuning. Like
we can do
it's-
both.
I mean, like yeah, well, you know, David, you're not going anywhere, right?
I'm not going anywhere.
Okay,
There you go.
and we can do both.
Yes. What do you guys want to do first? My belief.
Let's start with fine tuning.
Okay, fine tuning. So there are so many possibilities to create a universe or a simulation. There are so many rules you could choose, but only a very few, an infinitesimally small portion of those rule sets lead to a universe that leads to self-replication and to evolution, right?
Why would God want
Oh,
that?
hold on. No, I don't grant that.
Oh, okay, sure. Go for it.
To explain my objection, David,
Yes.
do you think that one of the rules that suppose that there is a divine being, right? Do you think that one of the rules that divine being could have implemented when creating the universe is that square circles exist?
No, circles cannot exist.
Sure. Okay. I'm glad we agree on that. So my contention is merely that it's not clear to me that there are an infinite set of rules that could have existed when creating the universe. I mean, we can already think of at least one rule that couldn't have existed. So on what grounds do you come to the conclusion that there's an infinite set of rules that there could have been?
Well, even if there are some, even if you consider that rational numbers cannot be in the set of natural numbers, it doesn't mean that there cannot be an infinite number of natural numbers.
Yeah. So to be clear, we're talking about the measure of the set, which not like the cardinality, because like surely what could be the case is that it seems at least plausible that certain constants could be slightly different, because if there's any sort of continuity in the functions that determine these constants, then of course you're going to get that they could be slightly different if the underlying parameters are different by some amount. That's what continuity implies. But the question is whether or not the question is about how big the ranges are of these rules. So the rules being the constants, that's what the fine-tuning argument's about. The question is how big are these ranges? And I'm not willing to grant that these ranges are infinite.
Okay, so what are they?
We don't know. I think that at this point we don't have enough knowledge to say anything about whether or not the range of these constants is infinite, or whether or not it's finite, or whether or not it's not even finite, it just has a range of 0.
Well, I grant this. You can say we don't know what the possibilities are, but saying we don't know is very different from saying God isn't real.
Well, no, but you're giving an argument for God's existence.
Yeah. The reason why we disbelieve in God isn't because we don't know what the range of fine-tuning constants is. You know, I agree. It would be a pretty shitty argument if we were saying God's not real because we don't know what the range of constants are, where, you know, things like self-replication could emerge. But, you know, that's not our claim. You're trying to give an argument for why God does exist.
That's true, and your guys' position is that we don't know, right?
The position here regarding fine-tuning, at least, is that fine-tuning doesn't get you any closer to a god. Fine-tuning should leave you agnostic at best.
Okay, I disagree. So, I'm just curious, what is your explanation for our existence?
Okay, so it seems like the fine-tuning argument like kind of fell apart.
It didn't.
Are we still on it, or?
Yes, I'm just curious, what is your opinion? If you don't believe that other universe with different rules can exist, what is your explanation?
Well, no, I'm agnostic about it. The thing is we just don't know enough information to know about why our universe is the way it is. We don't have that information.
Okay, so if you don't have that information, there is a large possible explanations, right? Logical explanations.
Yeah, there's a ton of possible explanations, sure.
Including God, you agree?
As far as fine-tuning is concerned, at least from there's other arguments as why God doesn't account for fine-tuning, but at least at the bare level, sure, a God could possibly explain why the universe is the way it is, but so could a multiverse, so could the string landscape, so could necessity 100%. By geometric properties. There's 100 different possibilities that we could account for, and we just don't have the information to say one way or the other.
Okay, I agree. Well, now, if you saw in front of you a bush igniting into fire, would it not make it more probable for you to believe that there is a God, if it's a possibility?
Not necessarily, right? I mean,
pivoting off of the fine-tuning.
Yeah. Well, first of all, that's true.
Forget about the fine-tuning.
Seems to be a bit of a pivot, but like, you know, I've been driving down the highway and I look to the side and I see like, you know, like the median like grass region is like on fire while I'm blazing through like Indiana or something like that.
Yes, but you can explain it with a wildfire. I'm telling you, I just want to say that I brought the fine-tuning argument so we could agree that God existing is a possibility, right?
Oh, you're trying to establish that it's a likelihood, that it's more likely than not.
No.
Oh, you're literally saying that God is possible? Is it possible God doesn't exist?
It's possible it doesn't exist, but I just want to...
So then it seems like fine-tuning doesn't get us anywhere closer to a God existing.
I disagree. Let me finish my argument. So please. We established that God is a possibility. Now I'm asking you, if you see...
a logical possibility, sure, but logical possibility is cheap.
Yeah.
I agree. Now I'm asking you, if you see a burning bush igniting into fire like Moses saw, would it not make it more likely for you to believe that there is a God?
Not
And you cannot
necessarily. It depends on the
I guess it
circumstance.
depends. Look, I guess it depends on the
explain it by
context. The
any
point is
other-
you can look, David. You can offer
Yes.
other evidence that you want. You can try to offer other evidence.
This
for
is
God,
not evidence.
but
I'm not offering evidence. It's a thought.
That's exactly what you're trying to do. My
No.
point is this discussion about the burning bush is just unrelated to the discussion about whether or not fine tuning increases your credence in a God existing.
Well, let me get there. I wanted to say that some people have some personal experiences that shift their Bayesian probability towards a God existing.
Sure.
Right?
Absolutely.
You cannot tell me that when Moses saw that bush burn.
To be clear, I don't think
fire,
Moses existed, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah. Okay, but you have to grant my point that if you have some special personal experience, you would start
Yeah, sure.
believing
That's
in
fine.
God. Yeah. Well,
what does that have to do with fine tuning?
Well, if you look at Matthew 7:7, if you guys can pull it up for the people, if you ask
Justin,
me why
you
I
want to pull it
believe
up
in
for us?
God,
Apparently, there's going to be an argument for fine tuning in the Bible.
Yeah.
I didn't
And
say
then,
that. I didn't say that.
And then on the
Well,
fifth
then why
day,
are you
God
bringing
set
it up
the
if we're not
speed of
talking about fine
light.
tuning?
You guys, I want to make a shift from the fine tuning argument to the Bible, right?
Okay.
This was the
Okay,
plan.
W pivot.
Okay, so we admitted that there's not an argument for God, and now we're just pivoting to the Bible. Got it.
Well, we established that it's a logical possibility, and we
Logical
established
possibility isn't an argument for something.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, here.
I mean,
this
you
is-
made the claim, just to be clear, you made the claim that first you started believing in God, then
Yes.
you read the Bible, and you're like, oh,
Yes.
well, the God I believe in, it must be the biblical God. And we were probing what was the
No.
argument or what was the explanation for how you got to believing in a God. Not just that thinking that God is a possibility, but actually believing in it. And you said fine tuning. But then we just had a discussion about it, and it seems like fine tuning doesn't actually give you a reason to believe in anything. It kind of is, it's a wash as far as arguments go.
Well,
So it seems like
gives
you
me-
don't have a reason to believe in God. You just think that it's logically possible.
Yes. Okay. Well, first, that's already a leap from believing it cannot exist to it's a possibility, right? So then
Logical
you ask
possibility is cheap. Unicorns that
Can
fart
I finish my
planets
point,
are
please?
logically possible.
Yeah.
Can I finish my point without getting interrupted, please, guys?
Sure. I mean,
Okay, so-
unless you say something dumb. But go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, but please
Go
don't
ahead.
call me dumb. I think
Well, I
I'm
didn't call
being
you dumb. I
fair.
was calling some of the things that you might say in the future
We can
dumb.
agree to disagree. It's a debate. Well, let me finish my point. So you ask me, why do I believe in God? Well, I'm telling you, if I have a personal experience that shifts my probabilities towards believing that there is a God, I will obviously believe, and that's enough of evidence.
So
let me
why
read
did
the
you bring
Bible
up
verse.
fine tuning if you were just going to say, oh, well, actually, it was the personal experience I had that convinced me to believe in a God? Fine tuning was it seems like fine tuning was unrelated to your belief.
Well, it was related because it shows that it's a possibility. I don't know why it's so
It's
hard
supposed
to
to
understand.
establish that it's like likely. Do you have an argument to establish that
didn't
God
say
is
it's likely.
likely?
I think the burning
Fine
bush
tuning is
likely.
not an argument to establish possibility, by the way.
Yeah.
I didn't hear.
Fine tuning is not an argument to establish the possibility of a God. You get the possibility of God
just established
just
that.
from the failure
just
for
said
there
on
to
stream.
exist a logical impossibility or a
You
logical
just said-
contradiction.
You just said on stream that the fine tuning makes it a logical possibility that a God exists. You just
No, I
it
said
on
that
stream.
it's logically possible that God exists, and
Yeah,
given that it's logically possible God exists, then God could be an explanation for fine tuning,
Yeah.
if fine tuning is even a thing. But
Yeah.
no, the fine tuning is not what makes God logically possible. Logical possibility just comes from examining the words themselves.
Okay, well, can I read the Bible verse?
Sure.
Ask and it will be given to you. Seek and you will find.
Hey
No.
God, we were just wondering whether or not you could give us like some sort of evidence that
Bro,
that
can I
indicates
read the
that you
Bible verse
exist.
without being
You know, it says
interrupted?
in the Bible that ask and you shall receive. So here we are asking, please, if you exist, give us some kind of sign that you exist. We would be very grateful. We would convert immediately.
Guys, I'm letting you guys talk.
Okay.
Can I read the Bible verse without being interrupted?
Yeah, go for it.
Yes. Ask and it will be given to you. Seek and you will find. Knock and the door will be open to you. For everyone who asks receives, the one who seeks finds, and to the one who knocks, the door will be open. Well, I'm telling you that every time I decided to set a standard for me to, a standard of evidence that would, that I would consider enough evidence for me to start believing in God, I received a sign, a personal revelation. So this is why I believe. You ask me now. I
Great for
respond.
you. But we're not asking about you. We're asking like, why would anyone else believe? What's the evidence?
Yeah,
I'm telling you that
like if I do that, will that happen for me?
If you do it sincerely and with the intention of stopping your sinful life, and with the intention
So you
of
don't
staying
sin,
humble.
David. You don't sin.
I sin, but I want to change my life to stop sinning.
Okay. Just making sure.
Sure. So if I said, "Hey God, I will believe in you. I'll convert instantly if you drop a sticky note on my desk that says God exists." You know, if I get a sticky note on my desk saying God exists, then I'll convert to believing that God exists. You know, it's an inarguable standard.
Well, it doesn't work like this. You need to be sincere about it.
You know, you have to set the standard, but then if you do set a standard, well, you're being disingenuous, so it's not going to happen then either.
Well, there is even a Bible verse about this in the New Testament, if you want.
How do you know that it's insincere?
God knows. I don't know about it. God knows.
Okay.
He knows everything, right? The creator of our simulation has knowledge of everything,
So,
if there is such a thing.
Yeah, so there's a problem here, which is that what you're espousing is unfalsifiable, which means that nothing can be evidence for it. So
yeah, but
let's say that the sticky note does appear. Well, in that case, God does exist and it's not falsified. The alternative, let's say the sticky note doesn't appear. Well, in that case, you were just being disingenuous and it's not falsified. So either way, it's not falsified no matter what happens, which means that nothing could possibly be evidence towards this or evidence against it.
Well, life is not a mathematical proof. We base our lives on evidence that is falsifiable.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my counter.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Is that what you established is unfalsifiable.
Yeah, but so you hold the same position when you say that we cannot know how the universe began.
Okay. Yeah, but specifically, it's falsifiable. You know, if you make a claim about how the universe began, if it's a meaningful claim, then it's falsifiable. It makes specific predictions for as to what we will expect to see when we do research into cosmology. And there are like specific standards by which models will be demonstrated or falsified.
Okay, well, my answer to that would be falsify that our universe cannot be any other way.
I don't think that's our claim. I think that we said that we're agnostic to that.
Okay, well, falsify that you cannot know.
Falsify, you want me to what's the specific proposition you want falsified?
What is your guys' position? And that is what I'm asking you to falsify.
You asking me to argue against myself? I'm not going to argue against myself.
Well, my point is you cannot falsify it because it's not
well, if you want, there's like a number of things. Dr. Blitz would have like a panoply of examples about like how our models could be falsified. You know, like various like experimental results that if they came back would falsify things.
Yeah, but that's not my point.
What's your point?
So can we clarify again what you guys believe about your explanation of how the universe came to be?
Well, at least I don't know about the other two. I mean, I do know, but my position is that I don't hold a position about the origins of the universe. I don't even know if there was an origin of the universe. I'm agnostic about that.
Okay, can you falsify that you cannot know the origin of the universe?
I didn't say you cannot know. I said I don't know.
Okay, can you falsify?
I am agnostic. You can't falsify an agnostic position because an agnostic position is not a position.
Yeah.
Well, I agree. You cannot falsify.
It's not a position.
You want us to like falsify Dr. Blitz's mental states? The way that you would falsify that, by the way, is like, I don't know, hooking him up to like a lie detector or something.
Yeah,
that would be
that's
an
true.
example of like evidence against that. If
It's
you
evidence,
hook
but it's
Dr.
not
Blitz
proof.
up to it, yeah, we agree. Evidence falsifies things. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Now, proof falsifies things. Evidence just shifts the Bayesian probability.
Oh, sure, that's fine. Yeah, totally fine. But I don't know. I mean, you'd have good evidence against it.
To be clear, evidence can actually falsify things. For example, if you have a hypothesis that says something like, I don't know, that says something like, whenever X happens, Y necessarily follows, and then you do X and Y does not follow, then that is proof. It's a piece of evidence, or it's a
proof, not
proof of evidence
evidence.
that indeed falsifies the hypothesis. It doesn't just shift the Bayesian I mean, it does shift the Bayesian probability. It shifts it to 0.
Based.
Yeah, but that's
Based.
exactly what the proof is. And I'm telling you that our
Yeah.
universe is so complex that we cannot base our life on proof. We have to base it on evidence. We
So
do
that's what
this
we've been
on
asking you
evidence.
for this whole time.
Yeah. But you don't base your life on evidence. You don't have evidence
Exactly.
for God.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That
Well,
I
yeah.
base my faith on God on evidence, not on proof. So,
But you
We've
don't have
never
any
asked for
evidence.
Of course I
proof.
cannot
We're asking
falsify
for
it.
evidence.
okay, so do you want guys to go to evidence?
That's what we've been asking for
That's-
the entire time.
Pretty sure that's
Now
what
I have-
we've been asking for.
We established that God existing is a possibility. Would you?
Do you have
Logically, yeah, sure.
evidence
Well,
indicating that God exists?
a logical possibility, and that doesn't mean your God specifically. It just means a
I
God.
agree. Can you guys give me a rough estimation of probability? Of
This guy keeps on weaseling. Maybe I just like skewer him on like an argument. Do you think God's act of creation is eternal?
Yeah, probably.
Sure, then creation's eternal, so God didn't create. There you go, God falsified.
I did not understand your argument.
Yeah, so if
Granted.
God's act of creation is eternal and God's act of creation necessitates creation, then creation is eternal, which means that it never gets brought into existence, so it never gets created. So God never creates it, so God doesn't exist.
Well, I can argue against the opposite side. If I exist, if I create a simulation and I make it run forever, that simulation is eternal, and yet I created it.
You didn't create it if it always existed, because in order to create it, you would need to bring it into existence.
Yeah, but the semantics are the same. I created some things that is eternal.
I'm saying that
and
you
yet
wouldn't, in
it
this
has a
scenario, you
beginning.
wouldn't have created it. That's
If
the
something
point.
has a beginning, it's not eternal.
Yeah.
Well, I just showed you the opposite. If someone goes towards
If you
infinity
create a
in time-
simulation, then it has a beginning. The beginning is when you turn the
Yes.
simulation on.
well, this is just semantics. You want to say that
It's not
eternal-
semantics.
Eternal means there
This
is
is
This
a
is
a
what words
meaningful-
mean.
Well, that's
Yeah, well-
semantics.
If that's, and how would you call a simulation that goes on for infinity but has a beginning? If it's not eternal.
Well, I surely wouldn't call it eternal because there's
Yeah.
no point in time where
Yeah.
it's existed forever.
Yeah.
Okay,
Eternal
do you-
refers to things that exist but exist without beginning or end.
Okay, and I ask you a question. How would you call something that goes on forever but has a beginning?
Maybe like
contradiction.
persistent.
We could say future
Oh.
infinite, perhaps.
I see what you're saying. It has a starting point, but not an end point.
Yeah.
You could call it. You could say it's future infinite or future
Okay.
unbounded.
There's a Greek word for this. Give me a second. It's not important.
Yeah,
I'll look
I
it
know
up.
the word that you're talking about, Justin. I was reading about models of creation and like eternity.
Yeah.
Is it everlasting? It might be everlasting.
Everlasting.
That's
well,
not a Greek word.
I don't think it's too outrageous to believe that the guy that translated the Bible was so evil and wrong because he used eternal instead of everlasting, right?
No, the point is that
The
we're
meaning
not
is
arguing
more
against the
important than the
semantics. We're arguing
semantics.
against the meaning of a being doing the creating.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you guys are trying to pin me and make me believe that
Well, we just falsified
the
your
universe is
hypothesis.
eternal. I don't
Sorry.
believe it's eternal. I believe it has a beginning.
Wait, does God's
Okay.
act of creation necessitate creation?
Does God's creation necessitate the act of creation?
When
Yes.
God acts to create, does that necessitate that creation comes into existence?
Yes, and
Yep. Well, there you
I
go.
can
You
also
know,
say I
God's
don't
act
know
of
where
creation
God
is
come from.
eternal, and when God acts to create, it necessitates creation. Therefore, creation's eternal. Otherwise, you have this contradiction where creation is necessitated into existence but doesn't exist.
Well, I can also say that I don't know where God comes from, right?
It's not what I asked.
Okay, can you rephrase? Because
Yeah.
I seem to not have understood.
God took the action of creating. You're telling me that God taking the action of creating is eternal, that God was always creating. If God's always creating
I
and
don't
God
believe that.
acting to create necessitates that creation exists.
I don't believe that.
Wait, which part of that don't you believe?
I don't believe that God has to exist forever for him to create something that for
That wasn't what I said either. Do you think that God was always creating?
Do you think that God always existed?
I don't know. I don't have enough knowledge outside of our universe to have the answer to these questions.
Well, we can go both routes. You know, let's say he was always creating. Then you run into the problem that I outlined earlier. The alternative, let's say God begins to create. He's in a state of not creating. And then at some point he changes. He starts to create from a state of not creating. Well, then God changes. So God's in time. So God's in creation. So God didn't create. So either way, we have a problem.
Well, I'm sorry, but I don't have answer to this question. I don't believe to have answer to this question.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't need to understand the full nature of God to
That's not the problem.
probability of.
The problem is that there's only two possible routes. Either God was always creating or God was not always creating. If God's always creating, then he couldn't have created. And if God's not always creating, then he couldn't have created. Either way, God can't have created.
I disagree.
Okay, well, it's unfortunately a true dichotomy. You've given zero refutation.
Well,
you can disagree as
because
much as you want, you know, whatever helps you cope.
It's not, and I will give you an
Unfortunately, the
example.
argument is laid out in front of you.
Okay, sorry, but you're.
I object!
And why is that, Mr. Reed?
Because it's devastating to my case!
I love that clip. It's so
Listen,
good.
Your argument, listen, I'm not stupid, okay? You could say I'm not the most smart, but I'm not stupid, and I didn't really understand your argument, okay? And I think that most people of the stream can convince themselves that they understood the argument, but they probably didn't. Now I will refute what you told me by giving a simple example. Imagine I create a simulation and evolution starts in that simulation, and these people call me God. Is there a contradiction anywhere? Are they wrong for
in this scenario, do you begin to create the simulation, or did it always exist?
I begin to create the simulation.
Sure. Well, then in that case, you would be within time because you change. You go from having not created it to having created it.
Yes.
Yes. And in this situation, because you're in time, that means that you're not the creator of time. So you're not an ultimate being. So you're not, as the Bible says, the maker of all things.
Well, I created everything that is in that simulation, so they are not wrong for creating.
Wait, sorry, does the Bible say that God's the creator of some things or that God's the maker of all things?
Well, now you're using semantics. You're shifting on words.
This is pretty
It's not word shifting. There's a difference between all and some. Do you have some money or all money? You have some money. Does God create all things or some things? Which is it?
Well, I think it's very fair to take the understanding that God created everything that is in this universe. I don't think
so not all things.
How this refutes God. I'm sorry.
It sounds like you're just saying that God could just be a guy in somebody's basement and that he just created this universe, but he's just like a regular dude in some other universe.
That's what it seems like.
Let me tell you why I believe this is possible. If you consider that an infinity of universes can be created, if you believe in the multiverse, right? As soon as one universe with a rule set that permits infinite energy, well, you're gonna have an infinity of underlying simulations, and the number of simulated worlds by far will outweigh the number of randomly generated universes, right? And this means that it's very probable that we are in a simulation. This is the simulation argument.
Oh no, oh no.
This is bad.
So, in order to justify the simulation hypothesis, you first need to show that indeed it is reasonable for us to say that we could produce a simulation like our own universe.
And
otherwise, we have no justification to think that simulations 100%. Of universes are even possible.
Is that really a stretch to believe that we could?
It is actually, and it's been shown. It's been shown to be physically impossible. Actually.
How so?
Yeah, I can refer you to the paper if you want.
Well, just think about it logically. If you slow...
I'm thinking about it physically, using the laws of physics. It is
it's
physically
100%
impossible
possible
to simulate a universe like our own within our universe.
Well, if you slow down...
There are laws of physics that
if
prevent
you
it.
slow down the tick rate enough and you use some optimization so that the state updates only when it's obscured.
Here, by the way, I can send it to you, Justin, if you want to pull it up.
Yeah.
Listen, if there is evidence to
sent it on
disprove me, I
Discord.
will consider it. Of course.
Also,
Yep, you
it's
should
kind
go
of
read the
silly
paper.
because the Bible just says that God created all things. Like it just flat out says it in
Well,
like 3 different
the Bible
locations.
the Bible was written 2,000 years ago, and the events were recorded by eyewitness testimonies, and then it was translated.
Is it true?
On papyrus that decays.
Is the Bible true?
They simply didn't have a word for all, Justin. You know, they just didn't have the distinction between all and some. You know, clearly. These categories of meaning, they just didn't have them.
Well, listen,
the word all was just too much.
The Bible is long as fuck, and it has many authors, and you can always find some words you can nitpick on to try to create a dilemma.
Many times. It says it over and over again that God's the creator of all things.
Yeah, also, if the evidence is in the Bible, we would expect that when the Bible says things, the things are true.
Well, I think it's very fair to have an interpretation of where God is only creating everything that is in the present simulation.
Well, the thing is that like the simulation hypothesis has been essentially falsified.
I disagree.
Okay, well, I mean, Justin,
show me the
did you
paper.
get the paper?
Yeah, I'll show you.
I didn't get it. Can you send it in chat?
Don't worry, it's coming up.
I don't think there's a way to.
Thanks.
Well, I might be able to send a link in chat.
Oh yeah, I guess I can send the link in chat. That's true.
1 second.
Yeah.
You got a blitz?
Thank you.
Yep.
This way I can read it later.
Yeah. Astrophysical constraints on the simulation hypothesis for this universe, why it is nearly impossible that we live in a simulation.
Well, nearly is not fully impossible.
Yeah. So this paper should send your Bayesian probability into the ground.
It doesn't. Well, I didn't read it yet. There are many papers that are inaccurate. If I read it and it has
read it. Go find a mistake. Sure.
Of course, it will shift my Bayesian belief, but it will only shift my Bayesian belief of a multiverse possibility.
No, of a simulation, not a multiverse. This isn't about multiverse.
Yes, this is about multiverse. I'm
no,
saying that
it's about a simulation. Simulations are not multiverses.
Maybe I wasn't clear. Let me make my point again. If you consider that our universe is fine-tuned because there are an infinity of universes, then my claim is as soon as you get only one universe that allows for a civilization to create a simulation, then subsequent nested simulation will be created, and the number of universes created will by far
you don't understand the origins of the simulation hypothesis. The origins of the simulation hypothesis come from, what's his name? I can't believe I'm blanking on his name. 1 sec, let me pull up his name. It starts with a B. Nick Bostrom. That's what it is. Yeah, the origins of the simulation hypothesis comes from Nick Bostrom, and his claim was reliant. The justification, the fundamental assumption going into the claim that he was making, his idea, is that at some point in the distant future, humans would be able to simulate a universe like our own. Not that there is a multiverse, and in the multiverse, one of those multiverses could create a like that. That is unrelated to Nick Bostrom's simulation hypothesis.
I know him. I read about him, but you're wrong. He clearly states that if it's possible that any civilization passes the great filter, then they will create simulations, and then
and that's what the paper is showing is false.
What?
That it is impossible for any civilization to simulate a universe like our own.
Okay, well, I disagree. I will read the paper.
Okay, go read the paper.
Okay, well, thank you for the conversation.
Yep, thanks for coming up. Appreciate it.
Wait, are we not going to get the Bible evidence?
Oh yeah, let's do that.
I'm down to debate the Bible. So when I read that there is this guy Paul that was a persecutor of Jews, and that instantly turned away and started to believe in God because of a so-called revelation, it has to shift my Bayesian probability towards believing there is a God.
What the hell are you talking about? Are you saying that Paul's mystical experience in the storybook means the religion is true? Because that would mean the Quran is true as well. Is the Quran true?
I didn't say that. Well, the Quran is not true for different reasons. If you guys want, I can go to the Quran.
So,
well, I'd just like to know, what are the kinds of reasons that make the Quran not true?
Well, it's a disgusting book. That's why I don't believe.
So is the Bible.
Oh, well then you will be surprised when you read 1 Samuel 15.
Yeah, but that's the Old Testament.
So what?
It's the same God.
It's the same God.
Same Bible, even.
Well, even the Muslims say that they have the same God as me.
We don't believe them.
Yeah, you have the same Bible as the ancient Hebrews. The Muslims don't. The Muslims say that, it was corrupted or whatever.
I reject it, and I have good reasons for it. There is evidence.
Okay, so you think you think parts of the Bible, like i.e. the Old Testament, are false?
Yeah, of the Old Testament, yeah.
Well, let me ask you a
better question. Are you aware that Jesus thought that those parts of the Old Testament are true?
Well, he did say, I come to fulfill the law, but if you keep reading...
I'm not referring to that. I'm talking about when Jesus said that he thinks the flood was real.
Where did he say that? Can I see?
Matthew 24.
I can pull it up for you. But Justin, you probably
36.
know this. Yeah.
Yeah. This is a start. I'll pull it up. Yeah.
Matthew 22:36.
Nope, 24.
24.
All right. Is in reference to how he's going to come like a thief in the night. About that day or hour, no one knows, neither the angels of heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. Which is funny, he doesn't know something. For as the days of Noah were, so will the coming of the Son of Man. For as the days of Noah before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day Noah entered the ark. And they knew nothing until the flood came and swept them all away. So too will be the coming of the Son of Man.
Well, Jesus was a Jew talking to a Jew audience. And yeah, Noah could have existed.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the flood, not Noah.
Yeah, what about the flood?
Well, so the flood is one of those things, one of those remarkable, incredible stories, and I mean incredible in the sense that it's not credible, incredible stories of the Old Testament, as you call it. And this is the kind of story that you are rejecting. It's exactly this kind of story.
You're right, it's not credible. Putting every pair of animals in a boat.
Exactly, and Jesus believed it.
Well, first of all, there is a myth of a flood in many other religions, so that.
Oh, so now we're defending the existence of the flood?
Oh, that's a quick change.
Didn't
you just say it's incredible?
Yeah.
Defending the existence
whiplash
of the
over
flood
here.
is not the same. Can I speak, please?
Sure.
Defending the existence of the flood is not the same as believing that Noah put all the animals in a boat, right?
Well, the flood didn't happen. Certainly, we agree on that.
Yeah. I mean, if the flood happens, but Noah didn't put the animals in the boat, you're going to have
where'd all the animals
a bit of trouble.
From?
Well, I think the flood didn't wipe out the entire planet.
Where did it wipe out?
I don't know.
Okay, well, so Jews at the time, including Jesus would have been included here, believed that was the whole world.
Yeah.
Well, Jesus, if he was God, he had more knowledge.
But he didn't.
Apparently, he thought that the flood wiped out everybody. It says it in the verse.
Mm-hmm.
Can I see it? 1 second.
Yeah.
Unless I'm misremembering.
And them all away. I mean, you can still you can still give an interpretation that is not that does not show it literally wiped out everyone. And this is what Matthew was.
What's the sorry? Is this Justin? I'm not familiar with this kind of stuff. Is this one of those words don't mean words things?
Yeah.
Well, listen,
so it says that the flood came and swept them all away, and we find the same thing in Genesis. In Genesis, it says that everything that had breath in the lungs was wiped out, and that the water came up past the tallest mountain on earth, which means everything would be covered.
Okay, but you agree that there is evidence that Genesis and Exodus and Leviticus are all changed, right? There is evidence for that.
The question is, what did Jesus believe, not what I believe. Jesus didn't believe that the Old Testament was changed. In fact, he says the opposite.
Yeah, I believe he knew there was a flood, and I think it's probable that there was a flood.
Well, then where's all of the archaeological evidence of there being a flood? The historical evidence, that evidence that you claim that exists.
I'm not educated on the subject, and I will read about it. But what I know is that
there isn't any.
In many different cultures, there is a myth of a flood.
So look, here's the problem with that argument. So,
yes.
So clearly you agree that the ancient Egyptian cultures and the ancient Judean cultures were very closely related, right? They were very close to each other geographically. They had a strong influence on each other. I mean, even in the Hebrew Bible, there is an exodus from Egypt. So they're right next to each other, right? The Egyptian culture and the Judean culture.
Yeah.
You know what doesn't have a flood myth, surprisingly? The Egyptian culture. They don't have a flood myth.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, and so even if this was just a localized flood, it couldn't have existed, because if it was a localized flood, it would have hit Egypt too.
Yeah, you're right.
And yet Jesus believed it existed.
Yes.
So if Jesus believed this existed, then
indeed,
why would you think that he didn't believe that 1 Samuel 15 didn't happen? Which, by the way, 1 Samuel 15 and generally the books of Judges and Kings and writings, these are generally accepted as more historical than like the Torah, than the 5 books of Moses. If I'm correct on that, Justin.
Okay, well, so, I agree with you. If there is no flood myth in Egypt, that lowers the probability that Christianity is real. I grant you that. But also you have to grant me that Samuel, that was a persecutor of Jew, turning away, and
you're talking about Saul.
Yeah, or Paul. Yeah, sorry, Paul or Saul. Yeah, turned away and became a Christian in one day is also odd. And
it's not odd. People have
why is that?
People have these types of religious experiences all the time. We've got hundreds and hundreds of accounts of this type of thing from the ancient world. Paul is just like one of many. Like, I grant that there could have been a guy named Paul that had a really interesting conversion. I have no reason to believe that his conversion is authentic, or that he had anything more than some kind of ecstatic or psychotic experience.
Okay, can you give me an example of someone that was a terrorist and murdering Christians, turning...
we don't have any evidence that he murdered anybody or that he was a terrorist. Remember, this is a storybook about Paul. There's no evidence from the early Christians that this was the case. There's no evidence from the writings of the Sanhedrin that this was the case. The Sanhedrin, if you read their writings, they don't even mention this Saul guy. They weren't giving papers to people to go round up the Christians.
Well, you can also make the argument that the Second Temple was completely sacked and destroyed after Jesus came.
Yeah, so what?
Yeah, I actually blame the Christians for that, by the way.
Yeah, I would.
Why is that?
Well, so the Christians famously did not fight on behalf of the Judeans during the inquest of the Romans into Judea. They fled. They fled the battles rather than fighting on behalf of the Judeans.
Okay, but that's a different point. If we stay on our point,
no, so I'm blaming the Christians because they were cowardly and they fled rather than defending their brothers and sisters.
If we stay on the point that there is no evidence for Paul existing, that's not true. There are his letters. Josephus wrote about him.
I didn't say anything about Paul existing.
Said that he was executed in Rome.
David, you actually have to listen. I didn't say anything about Paul existing.
Okay, sorry, what did you say?
There's no evidence that the story about Paul is true, that he was out there rounding up Christians and murdering Christians. This comes from a storybook, a mythological storybook about Paul's deeds.
By the way, just as a point of reference here, there are so many. In fact, Christians love these stories. Stories of people who persecuted Christians, who then became Christians. These people are often saints, like Saint Longinus, right? Guy who stabbed Jesus.
Hell of a name.
I know. Apparently, also Saint Vladimir the Great. He was the one who brought Christianity to the Kievan Rus. He was a a pagan ruler who tried to suppress Christianity in Eastern Europe, and then he had a spiritual transformation and he became Christian.
It's also true
So
that
like Christians love these.
It's also true that Josephus mentions James, not Paul.
What do you mean?
In book 20, James, possibly the brother of Jesus, is mentioned, but not Paul.
Paul is not mentioned by Josephus?
I don't believe so, no.
I believe so. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Let me ask AI. Is Paul mentioned by Josephus? One second. So I was wrong. He's not mentioned by name in any of the surviving works of the first century. Okay, I was wrong. I will admit it.
Fair enough. So the reality is, listen, it's possible Paul existed. What I'm saying is, it's possible Jesus existed. I'm saying the story about him, I don't have a good reason to believe, because these storybooks are so full of contradictions and errors and failed prophecies. I'm not inclined to believe that if they get the big stuff right, that the small stuff is also right. Or wrong. If they're getting the big stuff wrong, then I'm not inclined to think that the rest of it's going to be good information. So, like, if in fact Paul existed, right, which he could have, we should have read about him somewhere outside of the Bible, given how big he was in the movement, especially prior to his conversion. But we don't get anything about him. And the other thing too is, listen. Despite Paul, whatever Paul did or said, Paul didn't witness a resurrection. Paul didn't meet Jesus, didn't do any miracles. Paul has no real information that can be helpful to validating whether or not the Bible's true or whether or not Jesus really is the Messiah. I could grant that Paul had a mystical experience, that he was rounding up Christians and murdering them. None of that would make Jesus the Messiah or Christianity true or the God of the Bible real. Which is,
well, yeah, I agree. It's not proof, but it's evidence.
I don't think it's evidence
if all these things are true.
But it would also be evidence that when the Bible says things that are wrong, then those issues would have to count against the things that the Bible might get right.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so that's why I don't think it's great evidence. I think there's much more evidence on the contrary, especially since like our list of priors scientifically. That miracles don't happen, people don't walk on water, and no gods exist. So we would need better evidence for these claims to be true than for them to not be true, because the claims themselves are miraculous claims. Whereas the evidence that the Bible says things that are false, well, that's easy. I mean, there's hundreds of examples, and I think my favorite, and my audience will get tired of me hearing it, but I'll never stop mentioning it. The Jesus character is just a fucking failure. He is an absolute failure who fulfilled 0 messianic prophecies, not even one. And all of the Gospels are just a cope of them inventing new prophecies where they don't exist and trying to squeeze Jesus into it. It's embarrassing. I feel bad for the Jewish people having to put up with that.
You think Jesus wasn't born in Bethlehem?
I have no idea where he was born, but there's not a prophecy that the Messiah is going to be born in Bethlehem. There's a prophecy in Micah 5:2 that the actual king, an actual ruler who sits on the throne and rules in Israel, is going to be born from the lineage of David. That's why it mentions Ephrath as well. Ephrath and Bethlehem were the ancestors of King David, the most ancient lineage of King David that eventually those two cities were named after.
Okay.
But
I
anyways,
haven't read all this, so I cannot contradict you on that.
But the point is, it doesn't say that a guy is going to be born in Bethlehem. It says one who is to rule in Israel. And Jesus never did. He never ruled in Israel. And he certainly wasn't from the line of David, that's for sure. Mary was a Levite, and Joseph wasn't his daddy. So he's got no lineage either.
Okay, so I have a question. What do you believe is the real story with Jesus?
I think he was born out of an illicit union to a guy named Pantera, a story which we have quite a bit of ancient references to. In fact, even in the Talmud, you'll find lots of references to Jesus ben Pantera, which would be Jesus, son of Pantera. It shows up outside. I know, good band, right? It shows up outside of the Jewish writings too. You'll find it in the writings of Celsus and elsewhere when he was in disputations.
Pantera?
Pantera.
This is the first time I hear about it.
And I think they fled to Egypt to avoid persecution. It was probably Mary and Joseph, and then perhaps Jesus as well. Joseph could have died while in Egypt. We don't really hear about him once they come back, but they eventually come back at some point. And I think Jesus was probably told that he didn't have a dad. Maybe Joseph died a year or two into Egypt. He was told he didn't have a dad. You know what? You're not a bastard child. God's your father. And the dude was out of his mind. He was Marilyn Manson, not Marilyn Manson, Charles Manson, and believed all the lunacy, and went on with the delusion that he was the Messiah, all the while just being a fool.
Okay. But you believe that you rely on historical evidence to believe this fact. You just think that this is a more likely course of history.
Well, given all the priors we have, yeah, it's definitely a better course of history, yeah.
Okay, but you believe that the Gospels are actual eyewitness testimony of real events?
The Gospels don't claim to be.
What do you mean? Matthew was he not a disciple?
Matthew didn't write Matthew. Why would we believe that Matthew wrote that? Nothing in the book of Matthew claims that they're an eyewitness. Not a single word. It's all written in the third person. There's not an I saw or an eyewitness in the entire book.
Okay, but what is your evidence to say that it wasn't written by a disciple?
Because Matthew's name is not in any of the earliest manuscripts. Like P1, the earliest manuscript of Matthew, his name's not in it. They're added later by people in the church. And people weren't usually writing in the third person about themselves. And Matthew, not only does he write about himself in the third person, when he copies his conversion story from Mark, he just copies the story straight. He doesn't change the conversion story. Why? If he was there, if it was his conversion story, you'd think he'd tell it a little bit differently, maybe with better detail, maybe with increased detail or different details. No, he just fucking copied that thing straight from Mark. Matthew didn't write that, buddy.
There are many things. There are many other things where Matthew gave his own input, right?
No, not once.
What do you mean?
There's nowhere in the book of Matthew where the author identifies themselves.
No, but Matthew, there are words and verses that are present in Matthew that are not present in other books.
So what? Yeah, there's also stuff in Luke. So you've got Lucan material, you got Matthean material, you've got Q material, and then you've got Markan material. Markan material makes up the bulk of the Gospels.
Okay, now I want to ask you. I imagine you believe that the Gospels were written a lot after the destruction of the temple, right?
I think Mark was written in the early 70s, Matthew and Luke to follow. I think Matthew was written not that long after Mark. I think Luke was written late, maybe towards the end of the first century, and John was written in pieces, partially before the turn of the century and partially after. All of this is backed up by pretty good evidence from what we would consider experts in the field of what's the word we're looking for? Philology, and also in like textual criticism. But nevertheless, like the reality is, I don't care if they claim to be eyewitnesses. They repeatedly give us information that is not true. Right? So if John is contradicting the synoptic authors, then somebody's lying. There's a problem here.
I didn't understand. Can you repeat?
Yes. If John and the other three gospel authors contradict each other, which they do on many occasions, that means somebody here is lying. It can't be true that John was an eyewitness, Matthew was an eyewitness, and then they contradict each other on the same story. They can't both be eyewitnesses and have contradictory details, which were also, inspired by God.
Okay, before I go on this point, can I ask you, why? So, one second, let me gather my thoughts. So, the reason I believe that the Gospels were written before the destruction of the temple is that in none of the Gospels there is the mention of the death of Paul, which is very well documented by many historians, if I'm not wrong. I remember I read this point. I was wrong about Josephus, but I think he's mentioned about
Who documented?
in the works of Polycarp.
Who documented? Polycarp. The disciples were dead already.
Yeah, well, I'm asking why the Gospels, if they are written so late, why there is no mention of the death of Paul
Because
or
the
the death
Gospels
of
are
Peter?
writing about a time period before Paul. Why would they mention Paul's death?
Paul died in 67 before the destruction of the temple.
30 years, 30 something years after Jesus. Right? They're not writing about Paul's time period, they're writing about Jesus' time period.
Yeah, but why would they not mention this fact
Why
of
would
history?
they? Why would they do that? They're not writing about that time period.
Why they would not mention that one of the most important disciples died?
Why would they? Their story is about before Paul.
Well, if their goal is to document what happened,
that wasn't their goal to document Paul. Their goal was to tell Jesus' story, not Paul's story.
Okay. Well, I think that's a more simple explanation is that the Gospels were written before the death of Paul.
It's not. There's no evidence that they were written before Paul. Not one piece of evidence. The fact that Paul's not mentioned has nothing to do with the dating of their authorship. The setting of the story is obviously before Paul. Like, they're telling the story of Jesus. They're under no compulsion to say anything about people who lived after Jesus. That's not their point. Did they mention Phoebe? Did they mention any of the stuff written in the book of Acts? I mean,
yeah, they didn't. Why didn't they?
Only Luke did, because he wrote Acts, right?
Yeah,
so if you're telling the story of Jesus, right? Your goal is to tell the story of Jesus, which is like, even in the Gospel of Luke, you don't hear shit about Paul. You hear about in the book of Acts. The book of Acts covers that time period.
I agree.
If Luke is telling you about the life of Paul, then Luke absolutely came after Paul.
Yeah, but why is the death of Paul not mentioned in the works of Luke? If the Acts talk about Paul and Paul.
Oh, you mean why didn't Luke record Paul's death?
Yeah, and everyone agrees that Book of Acts was written after the Synoptics.
But the Book of Acts were absolutely written after the Synoptics. It was written alongside of Luke for sure. They were companion volumes. But just because it doesn't record the death doesn't mean doesn't tell you when the date was, right?
I agree, but it's a hint.
Sure, it certainly could be a hint, but it's also irrelevant, right? Because we know from textual evidence that Luke was written in, not Luke, I'm sorry, well, Luke too, but Luke and Acts were written in parts. They were still editing the works after 70, right? So it's perfectly plausible that part of Acts is written in the late 60s or even in the early 60s or mid 60s, and then subsequently added to later, which is why we find so much reference in there that seems to be copying from the works of Josephus.
Okay.
So the reality is, you're assuming that all these books were written by one author at a specific time. That's just not the academic view. The academic view is typically there's multiple authors for these books, and they were written over a time period. And so typically when they give you a date, that date is for the compilation. So the compilation of John is usually dated to 90 or so CE. But there are absolutely parts that came before 90.
Okay, but so you said that Book of Acts was starting. The writing of Acts was started after the Synoptics.
Also, David, I just want to be very clear. You keep starting debates that I didn't bring up, and they're not relevant.
I think there are relevant.
There's not a single part of my argument ever rested on the dating of the Gospels. I don't know why you're arguing this point. I didn't bring it up. I don't care when they were written. They're not important to my argument.
Okay, but can I make my point before, without being interrupted, please?
Can you tell me why this argument, why you brought this talking point up, since it's not part of my argument? Why do I care?
Okay. Well, first of all, this is an argument that I started, and when I was gathering my thoughts, and I mentioned this argument to say that if the Synoptics were written very early, it makes their plausibility, their credibility a lot higher.
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
Why would their credibility be higher?
So you're saying that if the synoptics were written 30 years after Jesus died,
Tacitus and
it doesn't change anything.
and Suetonius were written during the lifetimes of Vespasian. Do you believe the healing miracles of Vespasian?
I don't know about that story, but I know that in history.
Well, that's my point, David.
The
The time period of the text means nothing to whether or not the text is saying things that are true, because we have lots of miracle stories in the ancient world that you don't believe in. You don't believe that Vespasian healed a blind person by putting spit in his eyes.
I would like to not be interrupted.
You don't believe that Vespasian healed a lame person using the power of Serapis. You don't believe that the Asclepii were healing people under the power of Asclepius. All of these documentations were done within the lifetime of those events happening. So, and you don't believe them, and neither do I, right? The time period of when they were written down is not relevant to whether or not the stories themselves are true.
Listen, I let you talk. Please don't interrupt me.
Well, I'm interrupting you because it's a nonsense argument. No one cares about when they're written.
You still shouldn't interrupt me.
That's why it's not part of. That's why it's not part of my argument, David. My argument doesn't rest on the dating of any of these things.
So can I talk, or are you going to interrupt me every time?
Are you going to tell me why the dating is relevant or not? Because if not, I'm going to move on to the next topic. Probably the next guest.
If you let me make my point and you let me speak, even
are you going to repeat what you already said, or are you just going to say again that an early writing makes it more true? Because if that's what you're going to say, you're wasting everyone's time.
So you're not going to let me talk?
Are you going to repeat the thing you already said that I already rebutted?
I didn't even say anything because you interrupted me.
You said that if it's closer to the time of the events, then it's more likely to be true. And then I answered, no, it's not more likely to be true. I would love for you to finish if you have something different to add to that. If you just repeat the same thing, that means I have to repeat the same thing. And now we're just doing the same argument twice. So do you have something else?
Well, I want to say that, first of all, in history, the further you go back to the source, the more weight a document has. And that's undeniable, I believe.
Did you hear my response to that?
Say it again. Now I will listen.
Yeah, you didn't listen the first time, which means you're not going to listen the second time. You're incapable of listening, which is why this conversation has been so painful. And you went on endless rabbit trails, not actually staying on topic. And I think the audience is pretty much done with you, and so am I. Listen, read your whole Bible and then come back, okay?
Okay, but listen.
No, I'm not going to listen.
Good advice.
Yeah. Anyways, hey, friends. Hey, thanks for sticking out. That was kind of a...
It was
boring
brutal.
That was brutal. Dude couldn't track. How's 70? Thank you for the super chat. Sounds like Mr. Canaanite. Oh, that's the previous caller. Knows what others believe or not. Amazing.
Amazing.
You got it.
I love it.
That is the case. They can read minds. Gretchen, thank you for the super chat. Izu couldn't admit that he believes in Jesus because there's no J in his language. You know what? That's true. That's probably what he was saying. Oh my gosh, that's wild. I think you're spot on, Gretch.
Yeah, you know, native speakers of Mandarin don't believe in vitamins because there's no V sound in Mandarin.
True.
Therefore, they're anti-realists.
Gentleman Viking says, of course God is a direction. That's why Apple Maps keeps trying to get drivers to meet him. Oh, true. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Shots at Apple Maps. It's pretty bad, though. Joe White, hey, thanks for the super chat, friends. Dr. Blitz, I'm 58. How long and how much do I have to accelerate to be the same age as you? Happy birthday.
Well, look, you gotta probably accelerate for a good while close to the speed of light, and then you just gotta wait a few minutes, and then I will age up. You're not gonna age down.
Unfortunate. Yeah.
It is.
Hey, Maureen O'Hara, thank you for the super chat. If we were made in God's image, doesn't it follow that we are evil because God is evil? True. That checks out. Absolutely checks out. And Gretchen again with the 666. Hell Nero. Dear God, I'm asking you so hard. If you exist, please take the shovel away from David. He's digging himself into a hole he can't get out of. Ramen.
Wait a minute. Is there a dear God?
Oh. We should start that. DER? Dear God?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was like a pagan thing back in the day.
This is a menacing,
Yeah,
like kind of like it has like the skull of a deer kind of thing.
Yeah.
I was thinking about switching out my god. Gotta change the pantheon up over time. Maybe I'll change the deer god. Maybe that'll be.
There you go.
Maybe I'll find a good image of a deer, and that'll be.
It works.
That'll be where the pantheon goes.
But I've got, give me a second. I've got 3 more super chats, and then we're going to get our next guest in here. Relaxers Russell, thank you for the super chat, friend. The Bible isn't that long. Why do people act like it's so long? It's impossible to read. The Bible is usually 1,100 to 1,300 pages, depending on the edition. Stephen King's It is 1,200 pages. It's not unwieldy. It's not. I understand, though, you do have to read it a little bit slower because you don't know the names and the geography, but, like, have a companion map with you. And you'll be fine. You'll be all right. And Lipfi, hey, thanks for the 20-year-old chat. David was on John Cohen last night. Oh, I believe that. It was very nice, and he had real doubts. Oh, fuck me. Why am I yawning? It's not even nighttime. His very real doubts. With a little help, I think he can deconstruct. I don't know if somebody who can't track is ready to deconstruct, but I'd be down for that. Hopefully, maybe he'll come to my live stream and we can do some actual Bible reading and we can go over why his religion is not true. Last super chat from our friend Genji. Thank you so much, friend. Justin, in 1 Clement, he seems to be only aware of one letter of Paul. He doesn't seem aware of many the claims about Paul in the Pauline documents. Could the Christian Paul be an imposter, assuming the identity of Saul? It is possible. Obviously in this time period we saw a lot of imposters. Even the Gospels, on 2 different occasions, Jesus says that there are going to be people that will impostor him. One is in the Olivet Discourse, Mark 13, and I'll have to look and see where the other one ran off to, is somewhere in Matthew. But yeah, the Gospels prepare you for that fact that there are fakers or imposters out there, and it should be treated as such. Yeah, and the follow-up, I don't think we know how the real Saul died. The Nero beheading story is from an extra biblical text that makes some really outlandish claims. Yes, agreed. And the same thing with Peter being crucified upside down. That text is absurd. It's got all kinds of stuff in it that nobody would accept, like talking dogs and flying wizards. It's wild. Anyways, next in line was Sam, and I think after that's going to be Nick and then Ollie. So let's get Sam in here. Sam's been waiting for some time.
Prince Ali, fabulous he.
Welcome in, Sam.
Do you know that one, Justin?
That's from Aladdin.
Hello.
Ah, good.
I'm great,
Yeah.
thank you.
Sam, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I turned 18 quite recently, and I do believe in God, but if possible, I'd like to argue for the coherence of God rather than his existence.
Well, which God is
So
it that
this
you're
is
arguing
like,
for the coherence of?
A God of all perfection, so omnibenevolence, omnipotence, and omniscience.
Well, we're gonna have to
But,
probably specify what perfections are. That's that might be your first stumbling block.
Okay, sure. So omnipotence in this case would be capable of anything logically
surely
possible.
you don't think that the triomny properties are all perfections?
A God of all perfections generally, like the phrase, is I'm fairly sure it refers to the triomny property.
So you just mean the triomny God?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
But,
fine, go ahead.
Well, I've got a piece of paper where I actually wrote down some objections I've heard you guys saying against the concept, and I was wondering if you wanted to debate any of them. So I heard some things about the paradox of the stone.
Wait, sorry. What I'd be most interested in is like some reason to believe it.
I'm aware, but I heard the paradox of the stone used.
Yeah, that only applies if you think that God is like illogical. So if you don't think God is illogical, then that just doesn't apply to your model. Okay. Yeah, we can talk about the problem of evil. Yeah.
You want to discuss that?
Yeah. If God
is
exists.
Your position... Oh, sorry.
Oh no, you can go.
Is your position that he cannot do evil like logically, or that the amount of evil means that it's unlikely he exists?
It's surely the case that God cannot logically, if God is all power or it's God is all good, then God logically cannot do evil, insofar as evil is the negation of good. That's a logical problem, but that's not the problem of evil. The problem of evil is that there exists evil in the world, and God isn't doing anything to stop it, roughly.
But the point would be that if it's a logical problem of evil, then evil would mean that God cannot exist. And if it's like an evidential one, then
No, I
it
probably
would be
hold to the
saying that
evidential
evil.
view.
Sorry?
I probably hold to the evidential problem of evil. I don't think I'm confident
Okay,
enough.
fine.
I mean,
So-
I could argue the logical one, but no, I definitely feel
Yeah.
more compelled by the evidential one.
I mean, the
is your
logical one is
position
only
that
as
there's
strong as
excess
people
of
accept the
evil?
premises, right? So, like, the logical problem of evil is compelling to me because I think that the premises are true. But if you don't accept the premises, then like you can grant that the syllogism is valid, and then just not grant that the premises are true. And then we're
Yeah.
just stuck arguing for evidence of the premises, and it becomes the evidential problem of evil.
Yeah.
So would you want to discuss the evidential one?
We could discuss evidential problem of evil.
Okay,
So-
sure. So,
When I
I'm-
imagine like what, yeah, go for it.
my bad.
Yeah, I'll just lay it out. So it's a question of like what would we expect from a perfect God? You know, we have this God infinitely loving, infinitely good, and he's, you know, all powerful, all knowing. He can do anything. He brought about the world, exactly the world that he wanted to bring about. He brought out the exact timeline, knowing every single event that was going to happen, and he did this responding to every single moral fact. So he brought about the best possible world that he could. And, you know, it just very much doesn't look like that. We see a world where there's like tons and tons of people that are dying of cancer. You know, we see a world where animals can literally only survive by tearing each other to shreds, inflicting agony upon each other. And it's been that way for like billions of years. This just doesn't seem like the sort of world that an all good God would have created.
Okay, sure. So, Dr. Blitz, in physics, can you agree that things like ridiculously far apart can be connected?
Things ridiculously
like-
far apart. So if you're talking about
I'm
entanglement,
fairly sure there's
that's
information about particles.
if you're talking about
which are shared
entanglement,
between rings.
why is there
Yes.
an echo?
So, Sam, we
Um,
need to turn your speaker down a little bit because it's so loud it's feeding back into your microphone.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I can
That's
mute.
fine.
I've been trying to mute when you're speaking to help with that, but
So if you're talking about entanglement, what is the case is that there is a correlation that is very, you know, it spans quite a large distance. However, one can mathematically prove, this is not an evidential argument, one can mathematically prove that there is no classical information transfer.
okay. But either way, you can accept that like our ability to predict things in physics is nearly none in terms of as
No,
like
that's not
as
true.
a
We
whole.
can predict plenty of things.
Well, what about like chaos and stuff?
Okay. So there are chaotic
Well, I'm
systems.
just saying that
But
I'm
like,
just
like
saying
I,
that
I
what
mean,
appears
it-
to us to be gratuitous amounts
I
of
just don't know
evil
what the
could
claim is.
actually
I
be
mean, what is the
minimum.
case is that we can predict things well enough to get to the moon, right? We can like basically anything
No,
that
but my
happens.
point is that our observations about the amount of evil in the universe might not be good enough for us to tell whether it's more than would be needed for the best possible world.
Yeah. So here's the problem that I think you run into. I think that skeptical theism, the view that, you know, maybe we just don't know what the truly good thing to do is, which means that we can't know what God would or wouldn't do because he's all knowing, so he just knows more than us. Here's the problem. I think there are like kind of two problems. The first, I think this absolutely spikes you out of any evidence for God. If what you're saying is we don't know what an all good God would do, that means that the sky could have written out like God is real, made by love with God, and that wouldn't be any evidence in favor of God's existence because you're saying that we just can't know at all what God would or wouldn't do. So even something like that is something that we don't know whether or not God would do that, which seems like pretty absurd to me. So basically the gist of that point is that seems to spike
sorry,
you
just
out of the
quickly, would
ability
you
to
say
have
that
any
the only
evidence in favor
evidence-
of God's existence. But then also this collapses ordinary morality. If things, okay, here's a bit of a dilemma for you. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, my bad. Would you say that the only form of evidence would be like observations? Could we not have like a inference to the best explanation through like maybe cosmological arguments? I don't think that needs him to be doing
Yeah, you
good
could give,
things in the
like-
sky.
Yeah, you could give a priori arguments, but in terms of like the evidential arguments, you basically spiked out of evidential arguments in their entirety under skeptical theism, because your worldview now no longer makes predictions as to what the world would look like. But you can give a
Yeah,
priori
I'm
arguments. The
happy to
problem
accept
is
that.
that like, I don't know, philosophy of religion is typically turned away from most a priori arguments because there's always just going to be possible scenarios where the premises fail. That's why it's largely moved towards like the evidential cases, and then you kind of give up on the project of having any evidence at all in favor of God. It collapses pretty squarely into agnosticism. But maybe here's another thing. I think that you lose out on the ability to do like ordinary moral decision making anymore. Let's say that you see like a kid drowning in a river. Well, one of two things is going to happen. Either God's going to save this kid, assuming that you don't save the kid, either God's going to save the kid or God's not going to save the kid. If God's not going to save the kid, then he clearly has assessed the moral reasons and has determined that there's actually like a good reason to not save the kid, in which case that means that you have a good reason to not save the kid, or God is going to save the kid, in which case you're like probably off the hook. Like there's no reason for you to go out and save the kid other than like maybe, you know, it improves your virtue slightly. But that seems like for sure the wrong reason. Either way, it doesn't seem like I have very strong reasons to go and save the kid drowning in the lake. This seems to collapse ordinary morality.
Would you say that you have reasons for ordinary morality anyway? I think
Yeah,
I
I
view
think-
ordinary morality as non-cognitive.
Oh,
So I wouldn't
that's-
say you can give reasons for it. I think it's just a brute fact.
you for sure don't want to say that if you're holding that there's like this triomni God. It's not even clear what it
Well,
mean to say
no.
that God is all good.
If I can't,
you're
okay,
like
listen,
a
listen.
non-cognitivist.
If I can't discuss his conception of goodness, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Something can be non-cognitive without the ability to, like, it can exist and be non-cognitive when talking about it. Like,
Is
it
there
can
a
be
fact of the matter?
unverifiable. Is there a fact of the matter?
Yeah.
Yes, but it's unverifiable.
Then it wouldn't be non-cognitivist, because if
unfalsifiable,
there's
I
like a
guess
fact
you-
of the matter,
you were
then there
using
are
the
like
other
certain
guy.
like true moral propositions, but the non-cognitivist is saying that moral claims are non-propositional, which means like they're not true or false. You know, a common position for like the sake of the audience, Alex O'Connor's position is he's like an emotivist, which falls under non-cognitivism. He's saying these are not true or false statements. In fact, what he thinks they are is like you're like emoting. You're doing like a little like Fortnite emote. You're saying like boo or yay to these things. You know, it's not true that
No,
yay.
I know.
It's not true that boo. Yeah, I'm doing it for the audience's sake. I know you probably know this. But if there's a fact of the matter about like what truly is good and what truly is bad, then you know, it doesn't seem like these would be non-cognitivist.
Well, I think non-cognitivism is mainly referring to like our phrasing of these thoughts. So I don't think I think you can think something without being able to meaningfully talk about it, if that makes sense. So you could
could you
could
give me an
have this
example?
knowledge of goodness. Could I give an example?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that
Well,
means. Maybe it could be the case. I'm
it's-
just not sure what you mean.
It's hard to give an example because it's mainly going to be with things like the idea of a god. But do you know Descartes' idea of the trademark, for example?
No.
It's essentially that humans have imprinted into them this idea of a god of all perfections, and describing a being of all perfections cannot be cognitive because you aren't able to meaningfully talk about it because it couldn't be falsified. Because again, like you're saying, it would just be emoting, right? But following his idea, you would still have that idea. You just wouldn't be able to meaningfully talk about it. And I think that the same could
still
apply
not sure
with
that I
the concept
understand.
of goodness. I'm trying to say that you can have like a conception of something without I don't know how to properly phrase this. Do you know air?
Who?
Like
What? Oh yeah, AJ Ayer.
he-
Yeah.
Yeah. He his kind of thing was that you can't meaningfully talk about religious claims, right? But
Yep. He's a
he
positivist,
could
if I'm not
still-
mistaken.
Yeah, but I'm fairly sure he could still get behind the idea that you can have the idea of like a religious being, you just wouldn't be able to discuss it.
Well, no,
And,
he's saying that the claims are meaningless. He's saying that they're They're not
Yes.
actually like meaningful claims that you're like doing some other sort of thing.
Well, he's saying that you can't falsify. Wait, no, it wasn't falsify. It was verify. Sorry, you can't verify any metaphysical claims, so they have no way of being proven true. I think it was, and so therefore they can't. They don't serve any purpose.
I'm not the
But he
Ayer
doesn't.
expert, but I don't think that's true. I think he's saying they're literally
I can look it
meaningless.
up. I did it quite recently in class, so I
Sure.
won't be too far off.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
But essentially, he is of the position that you can have these like ideas of metaphysical things. It's just that you can't meaningfully talk about them. And I'm just saying that goodness could be one of these things, where just because I can't talk about it by using an empirical hypothesis which could be falsified, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist as a concept. And I would say that only a God of all perfections could probably understand goodness in its entirety.
That doesn't seem like it would be possible insofar as if there's a concept, then you're able to state true things about that concept. So if you have like a concept of goodness, then you can state true things about that concept of goodness. Also, I think we have independent reasons to think that non-cognitivism about ethical speech is false. Take the phenomena of like you're unsure as to what the right thing to do is. You can't be unsure of a thing unless it's a proposition. You know, I can't be unsure as to whether or not I should donate to charity if it's not a proposition. Like, you should donate to a charity. Unless that's making a claim that's either true or false, it doesn't make any sense at all that I can be unsure of that.
Well, I'm saying that the concept of goodness exists, but we can't describe its properties meaningfully, but we can still like we can still be guided by it. I'm not sure how to like you can it's weird because I can't think of an analogy because it's like a unique case. But I'm saying that it influences our actions without us being able to talk about it. So you could feel like a bad aura when you, I don't know, don't help the drowning child, like you said.
Like guilt.
Yeah, sure, guilt. But if you were to accept like a metaphysical idea of goodness, then probably there'd be something a bit more than that which you're feeling.
Well,
and that thing you wouldn't be able to put into words.
I take like a metaphysically like very lightweight conception of good, where what moral goodness refers to is the sort of things that we all have reason to do. It's Kant's categorical imperative, where it's like regardless of what your goals are, you have some reason to do this. You ought do it no matter who you are or what your goals are. So the set of good actions are going to be the set of actions that you have reasons to do regardless of your goals. So it's unclear to me how this would resolve the dilemma with like the drowning child, where it seems like either God. So when we say God is all good, I take that to mean something like God is maximally reasons responsive, that he acts on all of the moral reasons that he's aware of, which of course is all of them because he's all knowing. So he always does the thing that responds most to the moral facts, given the situation, which of course he also knows everything about. So I see the drowning child in the lake. Either way, I know either God's going to save them and I don't have a reason to save them, at least not like a very good, overwhelming reason to save the kid drowning in the lake, or I know God's not going to save the kid drowning in the lake, in which case I also don't really have a reason to save the drowning kid because God has assessed with the moral, in line with the moral facts, that the totality reasons doesn't favor saving the kid. So either way, it seems like if I come across a kid drowning in the lake under this view, that I probably just shouldn't.
Well, firstly, my conception of God is that he isn't able to interfere in our affairs because that wouldn't work with free will. So I wouldn't say that it's even a dilemma. I would say that it's a question of whether or not you choose to save the drowning child, which is based off, again, this like idea of goodness. And also, I think that even trying to define goodness, you could argue it's a bit weird, because you're always going to be able to think of situations where you can do a bad thing to give a much better good.
Well, okay.
And so I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go for it.
I'm sorry. I haven't heard your dilemma or whatever you'd call it phrased before, so it's new to me. But I
Sure,
do
that's totally fine.
think we're probably talking about a different conception of God. I don't think he can. I don't think he can like jump in whenever he feels like it. That would seem a bit off.
Well, it super doesn't sound like he's all powerful then.
That depends on your conception of what all powerful is, but you can't be
Something like
he
able to
could
do all
it.
logically possible things.
Yeah, but he could do it. It's just it wouldn't align with free will. Like he can.
How?
He could do. How would it not align with free will?
Yeah, well,
Whose
like,
free will is it breaking?
Whose free will is it?
yeah, well, like, let's say God comes down and he, I don't
agent.
know, like creates like a rope ladder that you can grab onto and climb yourself out of the river. Does that violate your free will?
I would actually say it does.
How?
I think free will.
But what if there was
I think
actually a
free
rope
will
ladder there to
relies
begin
on,
with?
like,
Would that
the-
violate your free will?
If there was a rope ladder there to begin with,
Yeah.
then I wouldn't violate your free will. No.
What?
So so you're telling me that the person who put the rope ladder there isn't violating your free will?
No. Because they're not
If
the
it was a
creator
human?
of. No, that wouldn't be violating free will.
But what if they're the creator of the
Well-
rope ladder?
If they're the creator of the rope ladder,
Yeah.
then they wouldn't be God. They'd be a human.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Why doesn't it violate the free will of the drowning person?
Because why would it?
That's that's what I'm getting at. It seems like the claim that God putting a rope
Well-
ladder there doesn't seem like it would violate free will. Like unless you can give some positive argument.
I think
for
it
the
would
case.
violate free will because it would affect
How do you figure?
like the way because God acting in time would mean that our actions are necessitated and that we would lose our free will.
What?
God acting in
Okay, so
time.
do you know the idea that if God is all knowing, we couldn't have free will because he knows what we're going to do and so therefore
Yeah.
it would be necessitated.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm under the idea that if he were to step in like that, then there wouldn't be a possible way for him to not have that problem arise.
So you're
but
not a
he's
Christian,
gonna,
right?
I'm not a Christian, no.
Actually, it seems like you must be a deist, not even a theist. Because it seems like it's impossible
what's
in your
it-
view for God to even interact with our world.
Well, it's kind of, I don't know how you'd explain it. It's this idea that God is he's like at the center of all points in time and he's observing them all and acting in and he's like done a
But he can't
singular
interact in
action
our world,
which
right?
transcends at all time. It's like a like an eternal act. You could think of it
So
as.
can God interact like at any particular moment in time? Can he interfere with the goings on in the world?
Well, logically he could, but it wouldn't be something he would ever do due to his properties of being all loving.
Is God maximally like reasons responsive? Like, does he always respond to the moral facts and do the good thing in each situation? Like, for example, the drowning child situation, maybe like the moral facts are, you know, you should save the drowning child if you have the power to do so. And that's like maybe further grounded in like some moral fact about how the drowning child is valuable and thus deserves to like continue living. Like, does God always respond to moral facts?
I think that moral facts and God are one and the same. Because if God were to have something that exists outside of him, he wouldn't be omnipotent.
What? You don't want to say that.
You don't mean that that God is everything.
No. God is the concept of goodness. It's like the same way water is H2O. You couldn't have them separate, otherwise God would lose his other qualities.
So so water is H2O is like an empirical fact. You don't mean that this is an empirical fact, right?
You probably
Okay.
Yeah.
Your idea. So when you say a good thing, you're talking about some like metaphysical moral list of like things which are good, things which are bad, like a combination.
Just a thing that everybody has reasons to do, like a categorical imperative.
Yeah. For the only way that could work with the idea of an all-powerful God would be that they're the same thing. It's like a property of God. You wouldn't be able to separate them without losing his omnipotence.
That sounds like gibberish. I guess like the reason why. Okay, so I guess to ask the question pretty directly. No, it's
Can
okay.
I
You don't need
rephrase
to.
it? Alright, fine.
Maybe like the clarifying question that I need. Are you familiar with like metaphysical grounding? Like, why are the moral facts? What determines that the moral facts are this way as opposed to some other way?
Yeah, so that's what you're talking about, right? Like there would be some kind of objective facts metaphysically, which we would call
Just like what
was
fixes
good.
them? What makes them this way? Like why? What explains the fact that I don't know, like murder or sorry, killing innocent people is bad? Like why is it the case that killing innocent people is bad as opposed to good? What determined that fact within God?
Oh, as in why is God the way he is?
Basically, is it just like a brute fact?
I guess again, describing what goodness is, I've already said I don't believe that's possible. So you'd kind of just have to treat the idea of
It's just like
goodness
a
as
Venn
an experience
diagram.
of God.
Like there's just like good has no other properties other than it is the thing that fall into this particular this particular corner of the Venn diagram or something.
No, that doesn't necessarily follow. It's just that
Well,
you can't.
I'm not making an
you
argument. I'm
can't
just
talk
asking
about
to try to understand your view.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say like that. I would say, like
Okay.
I kind of said before, I think goodness is this it is kind of like an aura we can reach, and it's the same as God. So, what the properties of what goodness are, I guess you can infer some of them based off like what we think we should do at certain points in time. Like you can feel the urge to save the drowning child, which you could view as a property of goodness, being that you should help drowning children. But to actually define it, I don't think is possible.
Why should I trust my moral
'Cause
intuitions?
Your moral intuitions.
Yeah, like you know, there's these feelings that you ought do this under your worldview, where the moral facts just are God, but we don't really know what actually is good and what actually is bad. I'm not sure why I would trust my moral intuitions.
Well, is your point that like your moral intuitions are unreliable sometimes?
It's not clear to me how I arrive at knowledge of what is good and what isn't good, given the model of God that you've described. Like God doesn't interact with the world in any way,
Well,
shape, or form.
I'm kind of presupposing you have like the ability to do so. So I'm saying
I
that
have moral
everyone deep
intuitions.
down
I'm
has-
asking like, why should I think that they're reliable?
Why do you think they're reliable?
Yeah.
I guess again it would just be like a trademark that's built into humans. Like we have the ability to know
Well,
what's
clearly
good and
not.
what's
I mean,
not.
like there are plenty of people historically whose moral intuitions have, at least if we trust our moral intuitions now, their moral intuitions were not reliable.
That's assuming that goodness is done in a factual way, which I've just said it isn't. You couldn't.
I
You
don't
couldn't
see
say
how
that
that's assuming that.
unreliably.
All I'm saying is that they trusted their moral intuitions.
How do you?
And they ended
how
up
do you
doing
know
bad
that
things.
they were- Well, firstly, how do you know that they trusted their moral intuitions?
We can we can go look at the writings of the kinds of people who are justifying slavery, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you
People like
can
Aristotle,
do
for
like
example.
you could apply skepticism to that. I think I don't think you can know for certain that they trusted their moral intuitions. And secondly,
It seems like with
even
this
if-
argument, we can't know anything for certain about the past.
I'm sorry. What? How does that?
I mean, you're just saying like, oh well, you can just be skeptical about
I'm
what
saying that you
about like
can't-
what Aristotle
okay,
was
I've
saying
said
about
that you
slavery, about his
can't
own internal
meaningfully-
worldview.
You can't meaningfully talk about what's good or not. So when other people talk about what's good or not, is
Well,
allowed to
so-
treat it with skepticism.
What I'm saying is that,
that doesn't-
it's
doesn't
either
exist.
the case that slavery is good or it's not. Slavery of innocent people.
No,
you know,
I
we
haven't-
can add qualifiers, but it's either the
No,
case that
I've
it is
said
or it
that-
isn't,
I've
right?
said that there aren't moral truths. So you can.
Oh, okay. Wait,
Again,
so if there aren't
I'm
moral
not-
truths,
If
so
there
there
were moral
are no
truths, then
there
it
are
wouldn't be
no
non-cognitive.
actions. Are you saying that there are no actions that are good?
There are no actions that are good.
Yeah.
Well, they can be like true relationally. So
I asked about good, not true.
well,
I also
yeah,
don't
they
know
could
what the
be-
fuck it
they could
means
be
for an
good.
action to be true, by the way.
Me neither.
Sorry, I'm getting the words mixed up.
You're good, you're good.
Good would be the same type of moral truth as a bad, where you're trying
So
to
are there good actions?
you're trying to say that depending on the situation, yes, but they aren't like brute
Okay,
facts.
so is
They're,
it true that those
they're
actions are
relational.
good depending on the situation? Suppose that the situation is such that the action is good. Is it true that the action is good?
I guess that's like a language thing. Would that be falsifiable?
Well,
then?
it sounds like that's just a moral truth then. It's just a moral truth that an action in this particular situation is good.
Yeah, I guess you could say that, but then
So it seems like
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
obligated
fine.
to say that there are no good
So-
actions.
well, there are good actions in like certain situations.
Well, sure, but
There is-
so look, all I'm saying is take whatever the situation is sufficient so that you can say that there is a good action. Like maybe in the case of the drowning kid, right? Would you agree that, barring all else being equal, assuming the kid is innocent and assuming that it doesn't hurt you to do so, is it good to rescue the drowning kid?
Well, again, it would depend on the situation, like I said.
Well, I just gave you
It's
the
not a
situation.
brute-
All else being equal, is it good?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, it's good.
Okay, so then it's a moral, and is that so? Is it true that it's good?
I don't know because I can't meaningfully talk about the concept of goodness.
I feel like
But
if
you just
I-
did.
my
You just said that it is
answers-
good.
Well, my intuition says that it's good, but me using the word good is just like trying to put into words the feeling that I get. It's not
Right,
actually it's not
so-
actually describing it.
So would you say that it's just indeterminate? Like there is no fact of the matter about whether that action is good?
Yes, of course. That's why it's non-cognitive. You can't
Okay, so then
say
X
X
there
good as a
is
whole.
if there is no fact of the matter about whether it's good, then it's just false to say that it is good.
Well, it's also nonsensical
No,
to say that
you
God is
use-
all good
when
if
you
there's
say
no fact of
something
the
is
matter
good-
as to what is good.
Oh, that's a good point too.
Oop, are you there?
Him?
Oh, sorry, I think I forgot to unmute. The fact of the factor of the matter in this case would be me saying X is good, rather than like goodness as a whole exists.
Okay,
We're-
but it's
We're
just
asking about
not
the
okay.
normative
So,
fact. We want to know
in
about the
my
normative
sentence-
fact, not the descriptive fact, like about whether or not you think that. We're asking about like whether or not the thing that you think is true.
So whether do I think goodness as a concept
Yeah, like
exists?
it's like a descriptive fact that you might think that the right thing to do is to save the drowning child. We're asking, is it true that the good thing to do is to save the drowning child?
Well, my moral intuition says yes in the best way that I can like put it into words.
So
But it wouldn't be
okay,
like-
maybe I can clarify. Is it either true or false that it is good to save the drowning child, all else being equal?
Is it either true or false? I still don't think that works because there isn't a fact of the
Well,
matter.
I mean, that was just a
goodness.
question. I wasn't making an argument. Like,
Okay.
I'm
No, no, I
asking,
know,
do you
I'm
think
saying-
that
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think it through.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's
Go
okay.
I would say it is. There isn't a true or false. I don't think you can but you can't perform like binary operations on goodness.
So you can't. So then your moral intuition is incorrect.
Well, okay. This seems to have like the
no,
devastating
'cause-
effect. This seems to be devastating to your God concept because you're essentially saying that there isn't a fact of the matter. It's not true that you should save the drowning child. It's not false that you should save the drowning child. At that point, it just kind of doesn't mean anything to say that God's all good.
But again, when I'm talking about like a fact of the matter, I'm talking about I can't describe a fact of the matter.
I'm asking.
I
I think
think-
what we're interested in
The
is
goodness,
there
no,
a
okay.
fact of the matter?
The goodness there would be like the correct moral intuition at the time, yes. So if
But
you
is there
could
like a
if you could observe like a metaphysical intuition at that exact time, then you would get a yes or no. If all other factors were the same, etc.
I think we're
But, I'm
confusing a
saying
couple
that
of
you
things.
can't.
Intuition is like an epistemic notion usually, that it's like a way that we know about them. But I'm asking, like, let's say we didn't know what the moral facts are. Do you think they would still exist?
if we didn't know the moral facts. Yes.
Sure. Okay. So you do think that the moral facts exist in a way that's like independent of whether or not anyone knows them?
They do, yes.
Okay. So there is a fact of the matter as to whether or not you should save the drowning child, even if you don't know what it is.
Or a fact of the matter as to whether or not slavery is, whether or not you should own slaves or not. Right?
Well, assuming that you're talking about one in specific situation, which is like unique.
Yeah.
then yes.
Given the situation, there will be a fact of matter as to what the good thing is to do.
Yeah, but
We might
you
not
can
have access
treat-
to it. Maybe we can't describe how we come to that conclusion, but there will be a fact of the matter.
Yes.
So then that means that either Aristotle's moral intuitions were incorrect or ours are.
Mhm.
One of them is not aligning with the with the fact of the matter.
You said in the situation there's a fact of the matter.
Yeah,
Are
so
they in the
so
same
take the
situation?
situation that we'll take the situation that Aristotle is describing.
They're two
you know,
different people. How can they be in the same situation?
What? Of course you could be in the same
so-
situation.
No, it wouldn't be
Look,
the
I'm just
same.
saying. Imagine the situation that Aristotle is in. Aristotle is in a situation. He's living in Athens, I guess. Over 2,000 years ago, 2,500 years ago, or whatever. And he writes down that, like, these, Ian could probably summarize this better, but slavery is okay for these reasons. And that aligns with his moral intuitions. Otherwise, I suspect he wouldn't have written those things. And so now I'm just going to put myself in Aristotle's shoes, or in the world that Aristotle lives in the exact same situation. Oh, well, I come to the opposite conclusion. My intuitions say slavery is not right. So it seems like you have two conflicting moral intuitions about the same intuition, which means that one of those intuitions must be wrong.
Is your hypothetical physically possible?
Of course.
To put yourself in, yeah, sure. You can imagine.
To put yourself in this exact situation. Is it
Whoa,
physically
wait,
possible?
sorry. We're not saying like you're climbing into him like a skin suit, but you can just consider the same set of circumstances.
You can have
There's like certain
you can have
facts that
similar
he's considering.
You can have similar circumstances, yes, but would you have the
by the way,
exact same one?
this response seems like a cope.
Yeah. We can change
No,
it to
I'm
make it
saying
like
that
physically possible. Let's say
my point
let's
is
say
that
you're
you get a
walking with
brute
your
fact in a unique situation, but if it's like a similar one, then you lose that brute fact because there's like nuance. Such
let's
as
say
like,
you're
I don't know,
walking with your
societal
identical
condition.
twin. Let's say you're walking with your identical twin.
That's still not close to what I'm talking about. That's like
Okay,
that's like
what
a
if
close
you're-
similarity. That
What
would
if
be
you and
likely
your
to have
identical
the same
twin
matter of fact.
have different moral intuitions about whether or not you should save the drowning child?
Okay, you would have to say there's a parallel universe which is the exact same as ours.
No.
Everything is the
So you and your
exact
twin
same.
are you're like
And the
right
other one
next
has
to
a
each other.
different
You're
moral
standing next to
intuition.
each other.
Yeah.
Look,
so
well,
they would
the
be
situation
different.
is identical. The situation is identical. You and your twin are both,
It's not because they're in
watching
a
the
different
drowning
position
child.
within the universe.
So what? How does that change the moral facts?
Because the moral facts are only unique situation. Like they're only.
Wait a
binary
minute.
for a
Are you
unique
suggesting
situation.
that it's are you suggesting that
When
it's
you add
possible that somebody
when you
could be
add
correct?
variance, the
Hold
moral
on.
facts become
Hold
no
on.
longer
Hold on.
fact.
No, this is silly. Are you suggesting that it's possible that it could be correct to watch the drowning child drown in the event that you're standing 3 feet to the left of some designated location?
No, but I'm saying that you would
That's
lose.
exactly
like,
what
the
you're
fact
suggesting. That was a rhetorical question.
Well, okay.
You're saying, well, you and your twin are in different
It's
spatial
logically-
locations in the
it's
universe, therefore
logically
your situation's
possible.
different.
It's logically possible, yes. But that doesn't
Anything's
mean...
logically possible. Basically,
Yeah, well, there you go.
not
Then
literally anything,
what's
but-
your point?
The point is this reasonable? Is it reasonable to think that the
No,
relevant
that's not
morals,
reasonable
that the
to think,
relevant
because
okay,
the
so
situations
we agree
would
it's
have
not relevant to
family
think.
resemblance. They would have enough similarities for you to reasonably assume that the moral facts would stay the same.
So it
But
is
that doesn't mean
reasonable
that
to
they're
think that our moral
guaranteed.
intuitions are wrong at least sometimes.
No, that doesn't follow.
It does follow because we just gave you an example of where it's reasonable to think that the moral facts under consideration are not being affected by spatial location. And if those moral facts are not being affected by spatial location, but you have two distinct intuitions, then one of those intuitions must be false, which means that it's reasonable to think that your moral intuitions are wrong at least sometimes.
How do you know they're not affected by spatial location?
Can you stop? Like this, you've been engaging in like ways that are like, I don't know, pretty intelligent up until now. it's if you don't know what to say, or if you feel like you've like committed yourself to a position that's indefensible, you can seriously just say that you don't know, rather than trying to defend this position that's like obviously false.
No, listen. Okay. I don't think I've phrased myself properly. Am I able to re-explain my position?
Yeah, go for it.
Sure,
That's
go
totally
ahead.
fine.
Okay, sure. So every like moral interaction, every moral system, I'm saying, is completely unique in that it will have a moral fact of the matter. But once you add things like variance, like maybe someone being stood a bit differently, that fact is no longer a fact because someone else's moral intuition could be different based off whatever reason. And I don't know.
I agree. I understand that that's your view.
Okay,
I understand that that's your
saying
view, but
you're saying that
your
it's
view
very conceivable
entails
that-
your view entails that it is possible, or that it is in fact more likely than not, that two people who have different moral intuitions, who are observing the same event from basically the same vantage point, the reason they have different intuitions is not because one of their intuitions is wrong, but it's because one person is standing slightly away from the other person. Like
well, it's because of variance and variance.
Right. So you're suggesting that that's more reasonable than just saying that one of their moral intuitions is wrong.
Well, a moral intuition,
And that's like
as
pretty
I've said,
indefensible,
like
I think.
I think I think you're kind of misrepresenting my idea of what a moral intuition is. I'm saying that it's
like an
something which
aura.
is like
It's like a vibe of how a thing
Yeah.
feels like it, or
And
how
do
you
you
should
think someone
approach
could
something.
do you think someone could misread the aura?
Yes, obviously.
Okay, there you go. That could explain why people
So
have a
somebody's
different
moral
moral
intuitions could be
intuition.
wrong.
Yes, but the aura would be the same, which is the thing I'm describing.
I don't think wait. Do you think that the aura is like a thing that exists, or is it just a feeling that somebody has?
I think that the aura is a metaphysical thing, which is God, and it's like the concept of goodness, which we
Yeah,
all
and
have.
so wait a minute. So the moral intuition. Hold on. Now you're. The goalposts have just like moved like 8 miles away. You're no longer talking about moral intuitions. You're just talking about a fact of the matter that, and then people are misreading the fact of the matter. A moral intuition is somebody's belief about something, about some moral fact, that's perhaps arising from some subconscious level or something like that. The moral intuition is not the fact itself.
I think the word intuition isn't what I'm looking for. And also I'm quite out of my depth, so I think I'm gonna cool it. But
That's
thanks.
okay. That's okay. Hey,
That's fair.
we appreciate the conversation. Thanks
Yeah,
so much for
I
coming on,
do
man.
appreciate it.
All right, have a good one, Sam.
Happy birthday, Mr. Physics.
Mr. Physics.
It's Dr.
crazy.
Physics to you.
CEO of physics.
That's me.
Oh man. Well, that was fun. We have some super chats to grab, and then we're gonna get our next guest in here. As far as I saw them come in, it's gonna be Nick, and then Ollie Bear, and then Sage, and then Earth if we get time for everybody. So, hey, thanks for hanging out with us, Patch Grabber. Thank you for the super chat. Sonic was my favorite Genesis game back in the day. Name reference to Sonic the Hedgehog pathway in cell signaling. It binds or grabs the patched membrane receptor. Oh shit, I don't know much
Anybody
about that.
follow that?
I know what Sonic is,
Me too.
but I'm not sure I know.
surprised you know what
Yeah,
Sonic
well,
is.
so it seems to be saying that there's like something within the cell that's named after Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh yes, that's true. It's the yeah. I'm familiar with this. It's like I think it's called the Sonic gene, or like the Hedgehog gene or something.
Yeah, I think it leads to like cell inflation. For more information on this, Google Sonic inflation. And it's along the 34th chromosome. So Google Sonic inflation rule 34.
Obviously. And Atlas, thank you for the $10 super chat. Continuously laughing to myself because I thought Ian and Dr. Blitz were saying road bladder and not rope ladder. All while thinking, what the fuck is a road bladder and why don't I know about them? True. I
A
don't know
road
anything
bladder,
about
by the way,
bladders.
is just it's just an empty Gatorade bottle, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, that's I throw road bladders at people who are drowning in lakes typically.
Yeah, you want to
Yeah.
give them an empty Gatorade bottle so that they can, fill
What if they
up
need to pee? What if they have to pee while they're drowning?
Exactly.
Obviously.
You don't want them to contaminate the ocean, do you?
Oh my goodness. Well, that's a fair criticism. And I'm the Big Cheese with 2 super chats to God. Like, did God creating that snake violate free will? How about that tree? Are not all prophecies intrinsically free will violating in the absolute? Yeah, I mean, answering prayer.
He's not a Christian.
Right.
At
That's
least that was
why
the claim.
the Bible's not relevant. But
Well,
if you
okay,
believe that,
here's something. Yeah, sorry, go for it.
let's say whatever God you believe in, if you believe that it answers prayer, then it's going to negate some free will somewhere. What are you saying?
Well, I was just going to say, typically, one of the traits that's classically ascribed to God, I don't know if there's any literature on this, but one of the traits that's classically ascribed to God is that God is totally independent of created beings, that God depends on created beings for nothing at all. But it seems like that just couldn't possibly be. It seems like that can't possibly be true because, and also that we retain our free will because, if God knows what we're going to do, absolutely, certainly, necessarily, either the fact that we do it is grounded in the fact that God knows it, or the reverse, that the fact that God knows it is grounded in the fact that we do it. Typically, people who want to preserve free will say that God knows what you're going to do because you do it, that God's knowledge is grounded in the fact that you do it. So in that way, God doesn't determine what you're going to do. It just like reflects it. But then it seems like God's knowledge is grounded in us. So then God isn't independent.
Yeah. And with the follow-up, Big Cheese, ironically, to claim God won't violate free will would mean denying nearly every personal testimony of God and NDE. True. NDEs would be an example of a free will violation.
Well, I mean, literally anything would be. That's why I
Right.
said that he's more of a deist than a theist. A theist is doesn't hold the view that God can't interact or
Sure
that
thing,
God
yeah.
won't interact.
And last super chat from Raccoon with Explosive. Holy shit, thank you for a 550 euro super chat. That is a new record on this channel, if I remember correctly. That is monumental. Super appreciate it. With allegedly Ian, theoretically
know what to
Blitz,
say.
and metaphorically Justin. And other than thank you.
Maybe lots of W's for Raccoon with Explosives in the chat.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
We really
We need-
appreciate it. This goes really far.
We need 550 W's
like-
in the chat for Raccoon.
We'll probably single-handedly cover the hotels for the event in July.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Huge W. Super appreciate that, friend. Let's get
Enormous.
Nick in here, and then we'll do Ollie after Nick. Welcome in, Nick. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, hello. Yes, I'm 19 actually. I just had a question, so if you have other guests, you can just move on. It's fine.
Well, we are just doing debate.
Yeah, I know. I just tried to get a hold of you on your live. I just could not join for some reason, so I am sorry. If you want to kick me, it's fine.
Okay, sorry, man. I have some Q&As lined up in July if you want to come by and ask questions, okay?
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
All right, cheers. Well, shit. But sad he waited all that time.
Yeah.
But we just do debates here, friends. If you have a simple question, you're welcome to super chat it, and it won't mess up our stream, and we can deal with it that way. Let's get Ollie Bear in here.
I think I've spoken with Holly Bear.
I'm about to say, haven't we talked to Ollie Bear before?
I think so.
I recognize the name. Well, maybe we'll see. Ollie Bear might not be connecting.
That's possible too.
On what
Holly
modal scope, Dr.
Bear.
Blitz?
On the metaphysical modal scope.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I mean the metaphysical modal scope can always be used because nobody has any idea what it is.
True. Actually, if I could autisto ramble for just a second.
You can while we're trying to find a guest.
So if reality follows a logical structure, if logic actually maps on to the structure of reality, then the metaphysical modality is just identical to the logical modality.
And they're gone.
Yeah,
Well-
that seems right.
That means Sage is next in line, so let's grab Sage and we'll keep it going. Sage, your connection's not great, but we'll try to work through it. Sage, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, both true.
Sure. And any particular God?
Not really. I guess what I'm most curious about after listening to that last caller and his kind of conception of good, I was curious, like just kind of where my mind went was, what do you guys think about the kind of the conception of God and goodness in relation to us, like Arjuna communicates to Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, where he's kind of telling him like, well, sure, war and killing is okay for you because you're a warrior. You know, that's part of just your self-identity. And it would be like, his conception of sin is like, yeah, it's a sin for you to walk off the battlefield and do something else, man. Like, you're a warrior, this is what you do. And equally, it would be like a
telos-based morality kind of thing? Kind of like a telos-based morality?
Telos is like ends justify the means.
More like your purpose justifies your morality.
Yeah, that's kind of what he's telling him. Is it like, you know, like it'd be a sin for a poet to walk away and take your place on the battlefield. It's a sin for you to walk off the battlefield. That his conception of goodness isn't really ultimate, that it is personal.
I don't know. I have no idea. I think that there's like probably something plausible about that. Like, I think it's probably true that we have different moral obligations depending on who you are, right? Like, you know, your obligations towards the drowning child in the lake is very different than the moral obligations of someone who has like a disability that would prevent them from saving that child themselves. So I don't know. I mean, yeah. I'm saying if your disability is such that you like literally can't do it, but yeah.
Ian's saying that disabled people, it's not good for disabled people to save drowning children.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yep. They're morally exempt. Indeed.
Right. Like some consideration for that, and I guess like I'm saying, like, what do you think of that conception of the divine, anyway, like the Atman Brahman type existence of God? Anyhow, like,
I have no
understand
idea. Zero.
Christian. Sorry, go ahead.
I've heard from a lot of Hindus. I've spoken with a lot of, like, you know, not as many as I've heard from Christians, but like I've spoken with like a pretty sizable number of Hindus, and it seems like the theology that's put forward by each Hindu seems to be different from every other Hindu.
Well, it's because Hinduism's like an umbrella term.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, I mean, you would have to give us a little bit more specifics.
I'm trying to go super specific on like God as he's represented in the Bhagavad Gita, in that specific dialogue with Arjuna on the battlefield.
Insofar as the morals are concerned?
Insofar as how he explains what he is to Arjuna. When Arjuna's questioning him, like, okay, but like, what are you? Like, show me what you are.
Can you explain that to us?
I think the best he tries to show him, well, you know, I'm all of everything, creating and destroying. I'm viciousness, I'm love, I'm all of it put together. And he's kind of like overwhelmed, like, yeah, I can't handle this. Like, line it for me.
The divine is everything? Is that the claim here?
Well, I think like when he tries to distill it to him, he just kind of goes with like, I just am what's allowing for the creation and destruction of everything. Like he tries to phrase it to him as like time in some sense, and saying the only way that I'm gonna like interact with you as the divine is through like moments of divine timing, let's say. He's kind of phrasing himself like, you know, he's toning it down for a human mind, like, and that's kind of what we just went through. Is like, sure, I'll show you what I am, and he's like, that's overwhelming and nonsensical. I can't put it together. And so it's like almost like he's trying to explain that, like, sure, I'm beyond anything you're going to put together and be able to put on a chalkboard or turn into a sentence. And so when he tries, like, from there to distill himself, he's like, I'm just that which allows all creation and destruction, you know. But in a personal sense of how I relate to you, yeah, the rules are going to be different for everyone, you know. Like, it's going to be kind of all over the place. Sometimes I'm going to seem vicious and vengeful. Sometimes I'm going to be loving. And then, like, so under that concept, go ahead.
My contention here, and this is not an argument against the existence of such a being. My contention here is that if the being is self-described as something that you will never fully understand, it seems like it'd be very hard to justify a belief in the thing.
Yeah. Or even if it's like such that you don't even have the concept of it. I don't know how to believe in something that I don't even have the concept of.
Okay, I think he goes there by trying to say, like, well, let's agree that you're not your body, right? You're not this cycling of atoms. Like, you can't really hold identity there. And you're not going to be your mind, like a cycling of atomic bits of cognitive experience. So he's trying to say, like, if you believe, like, there's a you at all, like there's an agent with a will, if you're like, then you, yeah. What is, yeah. It's not that he's trying to convince him by, like, yeah.
Well, look. So
Go ahead.
so Arjun, it's Arjun, right? Or Arjuna?
Arjuna, sure.
So Arjuna probably has a good reason to believe, because Arjuna had this very personal experience of the divine, and even if they can't conceptualize it, they would have a very good reason to believe that the divine is real, right? Because
Well,
they literally experienced it.
Experience of our own person. Like we know I'm not my body, I'm not a cycling of atomic bits of cognition, I'm something more than that, and that is
Well,
our
I'm not so sure that that's true. But look, all I was saying is that like Arjuna might have a very good reason to believe. I just don't know if I will, because I haven't had that experience.
Well, but what has been like your experience of self?
That I am my mind, insofar as I'm aware. Like that seems like a perfectly good description of me.
That you are your mind.
Yeah.
Have you ever felt that you're making decisions? Okay, let's say this, like our agency has many levels, right? Like in some sense, I could say, I get angry, my mind comes up with 3 angry options, I pick option 3, I've, exercised my agency. But it's like there's another level where I could choose to not be angry and just choose to be happy and come up with a list of, and I could choose to see that emotion.
I would say that's your mind doing that.
At some point, though, what if I'm choosing to operate my agency beyond the cognitive framework of what I'd call the mind? Like,
I don't know
like
what that means.
Me neither.
Right. Yeah, that's hard to, like, I think we only get there in our most personal decisions, like our most personal, where we realize, like, this isn't like an emotion-based thing. I'm not actually choosing this based on logic either. It's like something that we couldn't really explain, but we know we're acting an agent from that position, where it's like, I don't know, like, and maybe this is why it's hard to explain, because it is like only in those most intimate moments of agency that we're realizing, like, this isn't my emotions or logic, and it's not some, ethos-based thing of trying to be cool. It's just like a choice of what's like right that somehow comes from a place beyond what we explain through the bits of cognition in the mind. Like, I get that you're just going to say, I've never experienced that, and it's hard to.
I don't even know what it would be like.
Say it again.
I don't even know what it would be like to make a decision that's not based on the mind.
What would it be like to? Yeah, it's almost. Yeah, it's almost just being the creature that is simply alive. Like it's like if we go through those levels of agency of like, picking angry choices, picking to not be angry, picking to see that emotion and non-emotion are just a cognitive construct, picking to back up the cognitive. It's just like, it's almost like getting to a place where the agency is just like not acting. It's more just recognizing a higher awareness of its ability to act. It's like choosing the chooser.
Metacognition. But sure, but that's metacognition, but it seems like it's also a mental thing.
Yeah, like you can think about your thoughts. You can evaluate your thoughts. I'm not sure what the problem is.
Can we get to a point where, like, I don't know, maybe in like a Buddhist conception where I'm not even thinking about my thoughts, I'm clocking the cognitive experience before he even hits that, like that he's almost experiencing just the raw energy through the mind that would, like, through the brain, through the hardware, like the actual energy through the hardware to create that epiphenomenal mind. And it's like experiencing it that level and almost having your agency at that level is somehow transcendent of the mind.
I super don't think so. I think that what's going on there is still qualitative experience, that what you're doing when you're like deep into meditation, and trying to, I don't know, like just focus on like pure qualia, that's still mind, right? That's still qualitative experience. It's your mind that is experiencing.
But what if he's dictating the experience? Like that he's hit a point where I'm not experiencing qualia. I'm directing the qual. Like I'm co-creating the reality. Like not that I'm sitting here just getting hit with thoughts and I don't know what's coming next and I can't do anything about it. It's like I'm so behind that I'm just like experiencing the raw energy that produces that, like creating his own mind rather than experiencing it. You're creating your own mind. And then
I hate to ask this question, but how much of this line of reasoning came about while under the influence of psychedelic compounds?
It's funny. You could say but my answer is no. Like I would have to fairly admit, though, my parents are some very interesting people and have a very interesting bookshelf.
Okay, fair.
But yeah, like, yeah, they're good.
I guess like there's two things. One, I still largely have no idea what you're talking about. I'm like very unconvinced that what's happening here is anything other than the mind. But even if it was something other than the mind, I have no idea how this gets us to God, which is like the central point.
I'm trying to say that, like, if our selfhood, if there's any way to map the experience of selfhood that is behind the mind, like it's a pre-mental experience, and that
I don't know what the fuck a pre-mental experience is.
Nah.
Let's say it's using only the framework of it, like in a Kantian sense, only using the framework of experience, like space, like you're only dividing magnitudes at that point or something. Like you're only using the framework of cognitive experience rather than having a cognitive experience. You're just experiencing the framework itself.
Sure. So you're okay. Yeah, but I still think that these things are like experiential, that your like access to a thing like that, even in like the Kantian framework, is happening like via experiences of it.
I'm trying to say I haven't quite dropped any experience into the framework. Like there is no personality there. There's a self there, and it's the ultimate self that isn't the cognitive experience as self. It's like the true continuity of self, which isn't the changing mind and passions and, what we think is cool or fun or makes us happy or in love, or it's like that's constantly changing. Like it's hard to house any selfhood in there. So it's like I want to believe I have a continuity of self and a real agency that's making choices that's beyond just like, things collapsing there, like.
Why couldn't that just be the self, like the continuing stream?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, what founds that continuity of self if it's not?
Are you asking like what metaphysically grounds it?
Yeah, like it can't be the actual hardware. It can't be like the
why not?
atoms.
That's a controversial claim. Why couldn't it be the brain?
Because what we point to and say is the brain would be a collection of atoms that changes, and so it's like,
sure.
so it's hard to house like an identical self if like the materials keep changing. And it's kind of hard to hide an identical self if the epiphenomenal mind keeps changing.
Why? You can have the non-essential parts change and then the essential parts don't change.
I feel like it all changes. I mean, do we keep certain cells from birth to death? Like, are there certain atoms we're born with and die with?
So I don't think the claim is going to be one of the atoms themselves. I think in terms of like the neurons, it's going to be like certain like neural networks are going to constitute the self.
But like almost like Blitz is saying, if I took a certain level of psychotropics, I could end up with a different neural pathway, and then you'd have to say, well, that's a different guy. Like that's not the same self.
I literally might agree to that. I think that just might be true. Like if your brain gets like completely wiped, I think that there might actually just be like a new person there. And no, that still would be like some fundamental layer of the self, which is just like specific neural patterns. I don't know, that constitute things like continuity of experience. Your experiences aren't like radically disconnected from each other. There's some sort of like continuing I there, and the I exists across like a timeline, obviously, but
so
there's still the I there.
Interesting. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll have to think about it more.
All right, Sage. Well, we'll probably let you go because we do have a few guests that have been waiting. At least. Oh, actually, we have maybe they left. We did have a few guests that were waiting, and now we have only one.
We've got a couple still. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you're right.
All right. A couple of super chats as well. Milf Wrangler, thank you so much for the $49.99 super chat. That's huge, friend. Happy birthday, Blitz. Get you a good dinner. Absolutely. He's looking skinny anyways.
Hey. I saw a TikTok the other day, and it was between, I don't know, like two dudes, and one of them was a bodybuilder. And it was like, how successful are you with women? And the Okay, I'll just summarize. The moral of the story is that if you're not tall, then you need muscles. But if you're tall, then you don't really need muscles. It turns out I'm tall.
It helps. You could also be funny, or
That too.
charismatic. There's lots of,
Yeah.
There's somebody for everybody,
Yeah.
Soggy
In fact,
whiskers.
I think,
Oh, yeah.
I think you just need to be like the sort of individual that isn't in crisis about the fact that they don't have a significant other.
Yeah, that's true.
You kind of got to be like just like a little bit normal, have hobbies.
True. Be fun. Have a good time. Soggy Whiskers, thank you for the $50 super chat. Huge W. Happy birthday, Mr. Dr. Physics.
Thank you so much.
Lord Professor Theologian. Well, thank you. Also,
that's my name.
Happy Father's Day, Sir Captain Philosophy, since all these Phil bros are your sons. Praise Doug.
Yeah, I've raised them poorly. Look at their manners.
It is your fault. We're definitely going to be blaming you.
It's all
and
you.
Genji, thank you for $12 super chat. Justin, would it be fair to describe Hebrew texts like Ezra as, in part, pro-Persian propaganda? Okay, so I feel like it is, I don't know if it's propaganda, but it certainly is, going to be pro-Persian. And one of the reasons is because that's why Ezra's there. Remember, they sent Ezra there to help unify the people under the code of laws and whatnot. So his authority came from the Persians. You would expect for sure that he was favorable to the Persians, especially look what they did for the remaining people that were in exile. They let them go back home. I think you're going to see a lot of material. If we get new material from this time period, you're going to see a lot of material that's favorable towards the Persians. That's just my opinion, though. Next in line was Earth. Earth was next in line after that. It looks like it's probably... we've got a person in here that was here with no name, so I guess we'll take them, and then maybe Beyond Mathematics if we get time, but we're running up pretty close to our end of the stream, so we'll see what we can do here. Welcome in Earth. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Hey Justin, I'm gonna say like an emphatic do not display this person's screen.
Oh yeah, I don't know what's going on with the screen. Yeah. In fact, I even turned the camera off and it still shows the screen. Give me 1 second.
Earth to Earth.
You should.
See what I did there?
There's actually no way for me to turn off.
Well, nobody can see it, so it's fine on our end.
Yeah, yeah.
Nobody who's watching can see it. Now, if they decide that they want to pull up
gore
or porn or both of those things combined, that's on them.
Right.
But no one will see it.
But
it doesn't look like they're here though, so I would just kick them.
Well, they are here. We just can't hear them because I removed them from the screen.
I can hear their microphone.
Yeah, I just don't think they're talking.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I can't hear them at all. Okay. Oh, it's just fuzz, you mean? Yeah. It was. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I think that they're just not. I think they're like AFK, so we should just move on.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, we'll get Nameless in here. Hey, welcome in, Nameless guest from TikTok. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, what's up? So, I'm Muslim. I believe in Allah. I worship Allah, and I follow the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu.
Sure. And what's your name?
You can call me Muhammad.
Okay, Muhammad. Okay. And what do you think is a good argument or piece of evidence for God's existence?
Yeah. So, why are we talking about this time argument earlier? Talking about this time argument with a couple guests. I see you guys are running that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I don't think it applies to every God conception, by the way. I think it applies to a lot of them, though.
Okay. Can you give the argument?
Well, sure, yeah. Do you think, well, first
hold on,
of all,
Ian, before you do that, to be clear, it seems like we asked you, what's the evidence, what's the argument, what's the reason?
I understood.
And then you just deflected asking for somebody else's argument.
That's fine, I can deal with that, but if anyone wants to talk about that argument, I'm also open to that as well.
It's probably more appropriate that we just hear your reasons, because your reasons might be different, and they might not. Your conception of God might just not be compatible with the argument that Ian was about to give. So it's better to hear your conception and your ideas first.
True.
Okay. So Ian, do you disagree with Dr. Blitz that all concepts of God don't apply to the argument?
No, that's my position.
Okay, so you guys have different positions.
No, we have the same position.
Well, he just affirmed the possibility that my concept might be different from anyone else's. So, do you disagree with Dr. Blitz?
That is indeed what I told you earlier, which is that the argument might not apply. It doesn't apply to every God concept. There are certain God concepts where maybe you want to say like God's not ultimate. Maybe you want to say like God is like identical to time or something like that.
If someone's
or God
just
is
a second,
in
if
time.
someone's
Yeah.
that's fine. If someone's slandering in the comments, then I have to drop. So just please, if anyone's slandering,
There's someone
then I can-
slandering in the comments, and so you have to drop.
What?
Yes.
Why?
Why do you have to
according
drop
my
because
religion.
someone's slandering
It's
in the
just
comments?
it's just according to my religion.
Who's slandering?
How would you
AJ,
dropping
yeah.
stop them from saying bad things about Muhammad in the comments?
That's fine. I can't discuss as long as someone's slandering.
Okay, bye.
Okay, well,
Okay.
that's interesting. I don't know how you're going to control people.
It's like that's like super weak-willed, by the way.
Yeah, it's really odd.
Is that like the auto win switch? Like you just
Yeah, maybe. Nevertheless, Earth did come back and maybe fixed their audio, so we'll try it again. Earth, are you with us? Earth.
Earth to Earth.
Anything. Earth? Hello?
This is ground control to Earth.
Earth is not with us. Okay. We'll move on to the next one. We've got Hunter Jadievsky and Beyond Mathematics. Do we want to get the new guests first, or do we want to go to Beyond?
Let's get the new guest first.
Yeah.
Right.
We can extend the live stream for Beyond Mathematics if necessary and desired.
Sure, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome in, Hunter.
Yeah,
Are you at
welcome.
least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Take
Awesome.
the argument.
Sure, yeah, I'd love to
so
hear
it's
the
just gonna
argument.
Be, premise 1, if atheism is true, then trans women are women. Premise 2, trans women are not women. Conclusion, atheism is not true.
Wait, what would
Can
the
you
first
defend?
premise
Could be
be
modus
true?
tollens.
Yeah.
What was that?
What would the first
Defend the
premise
first
be true?
premise.
Oh, yeah, because there's a sound argument in favor of the proposition that the consequent follows the antecedent.
Yeah, and what's the sound argument?
Yeah, so if there's a sound argument in favor of there being a sound argument in favor of the proposition.
Okay, he's
that the consequent
trolling.
follows the
He's
antecedent.
obviously trolling.
I think
It's
I've spoken
funny,
to Hunter
though.
before, by the way, and he did the same
Yeah.
thing.
That's
It was
a funny
funny, though.
bit, right? Like there's God exists, if there's a sound argument in favor of God's existence, then God exists.
Yeah. Jay Hadouken, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
It's I'm 20, I'm 30, guys, and it's Jadinsky. I'm not Batman.
Okay. Do you believe in a God?
Yes, thank you, guys. Hey, you remember me, right, Dr. Blitz? And I spoke to you
don't.
yesterday, Ian. Oh, damn.
I wasn't
I mean,
live
dang.
yesterday, so that's
Huh?
I wasn't live yesterday.
Yeah, of course I believe in God. Oh, well, it was the other day. It was the other day. It was
Okay.
the day before yesterday.
The day you were live, obviously.
Sure.
Yeah.
So what's the argument for God?
Yeah. And which God do you believe in, by the way?
So I'm a creationist, so we could leave it at like the
So Christian.
originator of. No, I said creationist. You heard this?
Creation is just.
You got me
is a
speaking in a
theist.
different dialect, brother, or a different language. You heard this,
So you
right?
don't.
I'm-
So you
I'm-
don't
I'm a
believe in. You
creator,
don't believe in
a
the Bible.
creationist.
Do you believe in the Bible God?
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
but,
so you're a Christian. Weird. You
but
could have
here's the
started with
thing.
that. You could have just said I was a Christian. See, that's why I did it. I knew you were lying. You were trying to avoid saying you're a Christian, and you got caught. Sorry. Give us the argument now.
Wait, why'd you call me a liar?
Because you said
You mean lying by omission? Oh, I
you
see
said
where
you
you're
weren't.
getting at.
You said you weren't a Christian. Okay.
No,
so,
I said I'm a creationist.
So go ahead. We
And
all watched it
you
happen.
thought I was a Christian. You thought I said,
said-
Christian.
You said, no, I didn't
Yeah,
think you said that at all.
Oh, that's how I
I assumed you were a
deciphered it in my
Christian
head.
because only
Whoa.
Christians say creationists.
Wait, let's not get too caught up on this. Do you have like some reason to
I
think
know,
that
right?
God exists?
Yeah, absolutely. So remember my freaking my argument from yesterday. But actually I'm starting it on a new one, So
Cool.
we have information in the world, right?
Oh boy.
Yep.
Sure.
Right. Oh boy, he's right. So you have the only thing that can allow information to happen in this world as a phenomena, right, is conscious awareness, because that's the arranging of things, as in the definition of information, right?
Well, I don't think
So that's
information
the only
is the arranging of
criterion.
things. I think information
Well,
is the
you could bring
ascription
out the
of
full
meaning
definition.
to symbols or arrangements, and that
There-
requires minds.
Oh my
There are
gosh.
kind of two
You
different
just said the word.
definitions. So
Arrangements,
first,
brother.
first of all, you should probably calm down. No need to be getting this upset this early. But let's get
I'm
clear
not
about
upset,
our
bro.
term
I'm gonna go on mute,
usage.
though.
Oof, I'm sorry. I must have said something that struck a nerve. We should get clear on what it means when you say
guys
that
are.
information exists, because information means one of two things. You might, by information, mean something that like is indicative of like something else. So, for example, that would include things like, you know, the rings on a tree are information because they're indicative of the number of like sheddings that it's gone through, or like the number of like new, fresh like bark layers that it's produced. So it's indicative of like the age of the tree. But that obviously doesn't require a mind to do. But then the alternative there is that you might mean something that is like necessarily coming about from a mind. So it's probably good to get clear on like what specific conception of information you're using to make sure we don't equivocate
Guys,
on the sense.
I'm not triggered. I'm not triggered at all, which is what like a not triggered person would say. Anyways, guys, gosh, I'm eating. The definition of information, right? And I'm looking it up. Why don't you guys put on the screen? You guys have all the boards behind you, the books and everything, but you guys don't have information behind you. Like actually true ones, because you guys don't know
So
about God.
books
But anyways,
aren't information.
what?
You said you have all those books behind you, but no information. You're saying there's no information in books? It's bad.
Obviously, I'm speaking too fast, brother. It's
Yeah, you need
don't
to
have-
slow your mouth down, let your brain catch up before you say something silly.
Yeah, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. You guys, oh dang, you all went black.
YouTube just went black.
You guys
Yeah,
hold
Sorry.
the Bible behind
So,
you.
yeah, hold on, my screen got funky. It's back now. Go ahead.
Starts glitching out when someone like me. I'm just kidding. You guys don't have the Bible behind you. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I
But
got about
information
8 of them
is-
behind me. Which one you want to see?
Oh, okay. Never mind. You're qualified. But anyways, information is any processed, organized, or contextualized data that resolves uncertainty, communicates knowledge, or provides meaning. It is the foundation of communication, learning, and decision making, converting raw, unstructured facts into understandable insights.
Where are you getting this
Okay.
definition
AI
from?
overview.
Okay.
Oh, Google AI
Um,
overview. Yeah.
How about, I like the definition on Wikipedia. Information is an abstract concept that refers to something which has the power to inform. Sound good?
Wait, no, so the abstract concept that what something?
That refers to something
Let me
that has the
see.
power to inform.
Okay. Yeah,
Yep.
inform.
Yep.
Abstract
Has the
concept.
power to inform. That there are like certain circumstances
heard that.
under which it can inform.
Okay. So there's an arranging. So I mean, you like that definition, and then let's see. Well, dare I say arranging over here? Okay, I like this. Information, what is conveyed or represented by a particular arrangement or sequence of things.
What is
So like DNA,
conveyed?
for instance. Yeah, you don't think conveyance is a two-way street or can be, bro?
So the question is like, which came first? Like, did the fact that it has this thing that can convey information come before, or did it need to come about via a mind?
Dang, it's glitchy
I
right
think
here on
things
my
that
end.
have the ability
hear
to.
that?
Whoa. No. Okay,
Alright, we're back.
so moving on.
Jesus is embarrassed for you.
Yeah, and in terms of
Chill.
information, why would I think that? Well, I could agree that something like DNA is information insofar as it has like the power to inform. There are like specific things that serve different functions in it, and then you can come to conclusions about like the function of various things within like the DNA itself. But why would I think that needs a mind to come about?
Because there's specifically they function in a sequence. So
Okay.
for that
Would
to
that need a
happen,
mind?
you would have, yeah, absolutely. You would have to
Why?
put things together in a favorable way.
Why would that need a mind for things to
Right?
be put together in a way that's functional?
Yeah.
Functional, favorable. Because
favorable implies some sort of like normative statement, and I think that that's just what you meant when you said favorable. I think you were misspeaking.
No, well, I mean, we don't have to go down that alley, but so when you're putting something together, the only thing that fits that criterion that's allowed to do that is conscious awareness, right?
What's the argument for that?
Dang.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah. Let me see. ChatGPT has been my best friend, but I'm starting to like Gemini.
I do know. Yeah, I can tell.
Well, every day. Hold on.
This has got to be that kid that calls in on the YouTube stream after a night of partying and gives bad philosophical arguments. Just on the
it's
TikTok
breaking
side.
up for me a little bit.
Is this not Yikers?
No, I don't think this is Yikers.
The one in the sunglasses? Yeah, it might be
Similar,
Yikers.
but I don't think it's him.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, so...
Are you just typing in these arguments into ChatGPT and then waiting?
Absolutely.
Uncook me.
Okay, I was, but let me just go with something else.
Because like, look, if we wanted to argue against ChatGPT, we would do it on our own time.
No, I get you, but this is, I mean, obviously it's like a good argument, but sometimes I miss out on all the good points. So, yeah, information, putting things together as a sequence.
Okay, take the example.
Okay.
Take the example that I gave earlier of like the tree rings. Clearly, those tree rings can form without a mind putting those tree rings together. There's a process that exists there.
As a downstream
where this tree,
process.
through seasons, produces more and more layers.
But from a
But it doesn't
primordial
seem-
state, like we got to talk about like what energy is, for instance.
Yeah,
it
we
should
should
be
talk about
linked
that.
to intelligence. Yeah.
Mm.
So the definition
Obviously
of energy,
true, yeah.
as it relates to information and intelligence and conscious awareness, right? In what I'm like now redefining energy as, right? Is
okay, we're just redefining words now.
We just redefined energy now.
Yeah, why not? Because the definition that we have for energy is like insufficient. It's like saying like what
thought it was
something
fine.
does, not what it is.
Oh, he's cutting out. Can you tell me what the definition we have for
why is
energy
it
is?
going crazy? I know like the physics definition is like the ability to do work, right?
Not, I wouldn't. That's
Right?
not how I would like to word
Am I
it.
wrong?
That's like a
let's
like an
into this, I
1800s
guess.
definition. It's not the modern
Right.
definition.
Let's hear it. Let's hear the modern.
Yeah, the modern definition is that quantity which is conserved when the Lagrangian density has a time symmetry invariance. A time translation invariance, rather. not a
Can you
time
break that
symmetry
down in
invariance.
English?
It was English. It's just technical. So the Lagrangian density
as
is
it
the thing
serves this
that describes-
conversation, you know.
Yeah. But my point is I don't think that you know what energy is, which is why I was so stunned that you were going to make an argument about the definition of entropy, or of energy rather. But the Lagrangian density is essentially the system that describes, or it's like a mathematical object that describes the dynamics, like the laws of physics that govern the system. A time translation invariance is that if you wind the clock forward or if you wind the clock backward, that Lagrangian density will be unchanged. And what else did I say? That it's a conserved quantity, meaning that this is a number, and that number doesn't change regardless of how much you wind the clock forward or backward. That number that we call that arises from time translation invariance of the Lagrangian density, that number is a fixed number that describes the system. Hopefully that was English enough.
Hope this helps.
Suffice it to say, I suspect that we're probably not going to go anywhere with energy.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's kind of technical, probably too technical for most of your audience. Can you at least admit to that?
Perhaps, although
Or not.
my audience tends to be more on the technical side than your average audience, but perhaps the unapologetic audience, because they follow people like Ian and Justin as well. that they might not be as technical.
Well, you
as
see that
technically
point.
minded.
The point has been made. The point has been
So
made.
suffice it to say, it seems like that we probably shouldn't invoke energy here to talk about your definition of information.
Well, we have a primary mover that puts things together, so
that's a claim.
Well, I mean, because
like
it all starts from singularity. You guys
That's
did
a
that,
claim.
But well, what we have is like a singularity. You guys would reword it, right? But it's essentially a
No, I don't
primary
think singularities exist.
energetic.
No, I don't think singularities exist.
Okay, so we have a whole bunch of
The
different
only
ways to explain the
singularity,
originality.
you know, the infinite dense thing is how hot Dr. Blitz is.
Oh, speaking of the heat death, actually, that was not a good segue.
What? Huh?
Nah.
What's gonna happen to Dr. Blitz?
Not. What?
I'm gonna die
Are you
because
trying
I'm
to
too
frame me,
hot.
bro?
Ayo.
I don't know if I want to be a part of this circle.
Flying too close to the sun.
But
Heat death.
no, the heat death. Ian, you were talking to me last time about like how there's multiple possibilities, and I said it was a pill to possibility. You know that we could like somehow, escape the heat death. Do you want to like mention one, brother?
Sure, like the big bounce, big crunch model, for example.
Oh yeah, where they use gravity, which is still a theory.
Are you? Wait, I'm sorry. Jadensky, what shape is the Earth?
Here's what they're going to try to do, guys. They're going to try to say
answer the question. Answer the question, Jadensky.
Because they don't want to have a real conversation about
Jadensky, answer the
God.
question. By delaying answering the question, you're just cementing your own view or your own ethos here, or lack thereof, I guess.
Hey.
Answer the question. What shape is the Earth?
The shape?
Yeah, what shape is the Earth? Answer the question.
I don't claim a shape, brother.
You should.
Yeah,
You
okay.
guys don't even
What's the
claim
topology of the Earth? What's the topology of the Earth?
A pair, bro.
A pair isn't a topology. Try again. What's the topology
How
of
far
the
away
Earth?
is the sun?
All right, guys. You
Bro's a
know
flat earther,
very
and he just
much
won't admit it.
that I believe in the creation model.
So
Which
Sheol
means that
is
he thinks the Earth is flat too.
Dang. Y'all won't even let me speak.
Well, do you think the Earth is flat?
So what? And what would that change here?
Okay, so all of
What
your
would that
arguments
change
that
here?
were based on... What it would change is that all of your arguments seemed like they wanted to be scientifically grounded. Like if we're talking about DNA, or if we're talking about heat death, or entropy, or information. These are all scientifically grounded ideas. But now we know that you know nothing about science. In fact, you probably know negative about science, so those arguments are probably not worth considering.
You're way too excited to like pin me into a corner.
Look, you did it yourself
crazy.
when you said that gravity is just a theory.
Yeah.
Well, isn't it still just a theory, guys?
No. There are so many... Okay, I shouldn't say this. I shouldn't say what I want to say. There are words
Well, why
that
not?
it would be inappropriate to say to describe your intelligence.
Okay, so
And I would
you
never
just
say
want to
those
use ad
because
hominem
I'm
instead
not
of...
an asshole.
I get you, Dr. Blitz, but you want to use ad hominems instead of actually answering the question.
No, I just want to
Like,
insult
you know?
Yeah.
It's not an ad hom.
Yeah, but that's not having a debate. It's that.
Well,
it's
look,
not.
if you were just honest and you said, "Yeah, I think the Earth is flat. What of it?" Then we could have a conversation. But you're being cagey.
What do you mean? I did say that in different words, but I did say that.
You literally didn't say it then. You beat around the bush.
Guys, what? Yeah, what of it? Still, what of it? Like my point.
What
still
of it
has
is
to be
means that
made
we
here,
can't
'cause-
trust any claims you make about the natural world. So, like, if you want to make a philosophical argument, by all means,
Oh, I
because at least
gotcha.
then you could make some sort of philosophical argument for a God existing. But any claims that you make about the natural world, we actually have active reasons to believe they're false.
Okay, well then let's just talk about natural as it is, bro. So last time I was talking to Ian, right, about the second and third. No, there's no third. I mean, there's third. The first and second law of thermodynamics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. We're talking about
Yeah.
the natural laws. Okay. We're grounded somewhere.
Right. My
all
point is
So-
you shouldn't make an argument about the natural world because we have reason to believe that anything you say about the natural world is actually more likely to be false than true.
Hold on. You want so bad for me not to make a good argument about God?
Well,
That you're
I just
pitting
don't
me
think
to
that
a
you're going to
corner
make
that's
any
not
any
even
good
able to
arguments. Your ethos has
Okay, well, can
already
we put-
in the ground.
True. Facts. Solid use of the word ethos too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So, are you going to allow me to make an argument?
I mean, you can make an argument, but I would, but
Or is
just
that crazy?
Like, look, I'm being genuine. I'm giving you
Is
advice
that crazy?
here. If you're going to make if you're going to make an argument, don't rely on facts about the natural world. Right. Make an argument from historical features of the world, like make an argument from the Bible or archaeology, or make an argument from philosophy, but avoid the natural world at all costs, because any argument you make from the natural world, I'll just be like, is the evidence for that stronger or weaker than the evidence for a flat Earth? And then you'll say, oh, the evidence is weaker than that for the flat Earth, and then I'm just like, okay, well then I shouldn't believe it.
I'm not sure if people understand that I'm talking about natural laws. You know, just like in concept. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Right? It's not pertaining to like the actual ground underneath our feet, right? By the way, which
talking
way's
about
up?
when I said
Trick question.
when you say the natural world, that's referring to like the universe. But you guys don't believe in a universe, so I was using a different word to convey it to you.
Oh gosh, why am I just talking to Dr. Blitz? Guys, we're talking about the natural laws here, okay? Right?
Do you
Bro
not?
wants to run away.
We have
Did it not go well talking to
not
Dr.
you.
Blitz?
Here we are again, guys. I just want to say my argument. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and make
cool?
an argument.
Yeah, go ahead and say the argument. Yeah.
Because it's been like minutes. All right. So
Sure, go ahead. I'll
we
write it
have-
down.
Okay. All right. So we have the first law: energy cannot be created nor destroyed, right? But then you guys would say in a closed system wouldn't matter anyways because it's pertaining to everything within the natural world. Oh, I said it.
Okay.
Okay.
What has
So-
stronger evidence supporting it? The first law of thermodynamics or the Earth being flat? What has stronger evidence supporting it?
Thermodynamics.
Okay, great. So
Is
your
that what you
credence
asked?
in
Yeah, okay.
so your credence in thermodynamics is higher than your credence in the shape of the Earth. Okay, cool. Continue.
Nah, but one could assume that, I guess.
Well, no, I'm just asking you.
Okay.
Is your credence in thermodynamics higher or lower than your credence in the shape of the Earth?
Was that seriously your question verbatim? Because I caught the
Yes.
tail end of that.
Yeah. So is your credence in the shape of the Earth being, topologically planar or whatever flat earthers like to say?
For the
Is
sake
that
of my
higher or lower
argument, yes.
I'm asking
For the sake
you
of my
your
argument,
belief.
yes.
Okay, so you're more certain that the Earth is flat than you are that the first law of thermodynamics holds?
No, you reversed it.
Okay, so you're more certain that the first law of thermodynamics holds than that the Earth is flat. Okay, great. I'm glad we agree.
No, you could frame it like this. I'm more certain that thermodynamics hold than the shape of the Earth. Because you guys don't even know, is it a pair or what? All right.
Okay,
whatever
continue.
you say, brother. I'm doing pretty good. Let's see. So we got.
Depends on what
Hold
the
on,
word
chill,
good
chill,
means, I
chill.
suppose.
Bold rhetorical
We're all
tact,
having fun. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I'm good at debates. I guess. I don't know.
Certainly fun at debates.
Hey, chill. All right. So okay. If energy cannot be created nor destroyed, that leaves us two options, and you're familiar with this, Eden, right?
Yeah, what are the two
I'm only speaking
options?
to Dr. Blitz. I gotta speak to someone else. Okay. So
You
the two
just
options
addressed
is this.
me. Okay.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get someone else involved. It can't just be me.
Sure,
right?
sure. No, I get it, right? It's like when you're hanging out with your friends at the Darty and you see one of your friends isn't very involved in the conversation, so you
Yeah.
ask them if they want to play like daytime beer pong with you to get them more involved. I get it. It's okay.
Yeah, because otherwise they're gonna feel weird, and then I'm gonna feel
Yeah.
weird for them. And
Yeah,
then
yeah.
We want to be. We
yeah,
all
it's
just want to
okay.
be
I
better,
totally
don't
get
we?
it.
So,
See-
right. So
see,
from the
flat
first
earthers
law
are
of
kinda
thermodynamics, there are only two conclusions. What are the two conclusions?
Yeah, that it came from a place that's able to create it, not like cardinal space, but like a
What,
place.
Sorry, what came from a place that?
And
So what
Yeah.
came from a place?
It couldn't have been created or destroyed, so it must have been created.
If it can't be created or destroyed, then surely
Wait,
one of
hold-
the options is not that it was created.
it came from a place that could bring it into existence. Can I say that? Is that fine?
Then
here?
it seems like the first law of thermodynamics is false. That energy
Yeah.
can be created.
Well, it only seemed that way, but it's like the only way out. Because, okay, so if something, if the rules are it can't be created, it can't be brought into existence at any certain point, well, then it would have to be something beyond that acting on it. So it would, by definition, it would be
then that's not a
supernatural.
rule. If energy can be created,
No, the
then the
rules-
first law of thermodynamics is just not true.
Well, it's not true in terms of like one's interpretation of like how everything is able to be here. Okay, that probably was not the best sentence that I said here today. But here, let's talk about the second law, right? Because everything comes from
let's
okay,
talk about
you guys
the
probably
second
won't
one.
agree with this off bat. But everything comes from a point of progression, right? And then we have the concept of the heat death, and then we have
So
many,
the
many,
second law,
many other
hold on,
theories
hold on. What do you think the
that
second law is?
evolved since then. Entropy,
So you think the second law is
right?
the second law is finish the sentence.
The second law is, let's see, gradual decline of energy is into entropy. Yeah, you could. I wish I typed that in ChatGPT so I could get the clearest sentence.
Okay, so the second law is, quote, gradual decline of energies into entropy. Okay, what next? What's the next part of your argument?
So when energy is functionally unavailable due to entropy, the constraints of entropy, then that basically makes for it being non-infinite. Well, not, I was gonna say non-eternal. That sounded much better. But it can't be infinite because that was the second option, by the way. So it comes from a place that can have it created, or it's infinite. But since there's a constraint on energy as we know it.
So the third step of your argument is, okay, so I'm just gonna read to you what you've said. The first part of your argument is the first law is that energy cannot be created or destroyed in a closed system, but it can be created. The second part of your argument, the second step, is the second law is gradual decline of energies into entropy. The third part of your argument is when energy is functionally unavailable due to entropy, or the constraint of entropy, that makes for it being non-infinite. Does that sound about right?
Yeah. Following the
Yeah.
the observance of time, because
Okay,
space
is that
time
the
was
next
never
step?
recorded in a laboratory.
Following the observance
What?
of time. Okay.
Yeah. Because we never
Also,
actually
correction,
like
space-time
observed
has been observed
space-time.
in a... Sure we have. Anytime you look at a clock or measure a ruler, or use a ruler to measure a distance.
Yeah, I was using a
But then
ruler to measure a distance right just this morning.
Heyo!
What's
Who found that funny?
Hey,
By the
Ian,
way,
it's
Ian,
totally
that was very
normal. Like 2 or 3
disrespectful.
inches is a distance.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? It's spatially extended,
Yep.
There are inertial reference frames from which this is actually quite a bit.
That's not true.
Quite a bit.
Things are at their longest in the rest reference frame.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, right? Like, compare it to somebody who is traveling at close to the speed of light.
True.
I'm in this reference frame, and it's a lot. It could, yeah.
Yeah.
So
I don't care for this conversation.
I can tell. So the first law is that energy cannot be created or destroyed, except it can be created. The second law is gradual decline of energies into entropy. And then the third part is when energy is functionally unavailable due to entropy, the constraint of entropy, that makes for it being non-infinite following the observance of time. So what does this have to do with God?
Yeah, so like if there's a heat death, basically you could just put 2 sentences in there. So if eventually we're going to reach a point where time runs out, or like energy as we know it runs out, right? Well, then it can't be infinite. So like therefore it would need to have like a starting point, a primary mover. Sounds pretty good.
Well, it doesn't follow, actually, that if eventually we're going to reach a point where time or energy runs out, then it can't be infinite. That doesn't follow. It's like strictly false.
Wait, how so?
Yeah, I can give you an example of a function that is always increasing and then reaches a maximum, but it's always increasing forever into the past. Or it'd be decreasing into the past, increasing into the future. But I could give you an example of such a function that is always increasing and yet has an infinite past. There's no issue there.
How so? But don't use math.
I'm sorry, we're talking about math. What do you think entropy is?
Yeah, math was behind. Okay. Math describes, but it doesn't explain.
How did the universe get here? And don't say God.
Okay. Well, math just describes things, right? It doesn't
and
explain.
I was going to use it to describe something to you. But you said, no, I'm not allowed to use it to describe something to you.
Well, here, to be fair, the reason why I'm saying don't use math is because we have an electron field to find an electron, but anytime they say it's there, like they try to locate it using math, it's never there. So it's like, how are we ever going to show this?
By the way.
This is just the cause.
Wait.
Huh?
You tell me we don't fucking know where the electron field is?
Well, you can know where the electron field is, but do you know where a electron is? Therefore, proving an electron?
Yeah, it's an excitation of the electron field.
Yeah, you're just repeating
do you not
what
know
I
how
said,
electricity works?
No.
I know electromagnetics.
Justin's electrical
is like
engineering brain is like, what are you talking about? It just like triggered something deep within him.
Well,
I was ignoring this conversation until he fucking brought up electrons.
Electrical engineering is just like a fluke, right? Like they just keep on getting lucky over and over again.
Yep.
So, the term.
We can physically calculate the number of electrons that pass through any point in any given amount of time, right? Like, we've got it down to a pretty good science.
Not only can we physically calculate it, we can then measure it, and the numbers match up.
Well, what if I told you that, like, for instance,
nobody's ever started a good sentence with that phrase.
Yeah, you're right about it. You're walking in a city, right? You see a dark alley, and then you just kind of like don't even look down the dark alley, right? That's the electron. It's like a, I guess you could call it like a discrepancy in the middle of well, an alley is not too weird, but in the middle of nowhere, it's just like a line break, and then they point at it, but they contrast it, the image, and then they show you like what's should be there, but it's literally just
you can
not what you claim it to be.
There are phosphors that are electron detectors, meaning you can take an electron gun, have it shoot one electron at a time at a electron detector, at an electron detecting phosphor, and then you'll see a little flash of light on the screen.
Yeah, that's basically exciting the medium by the device you're using, dude.
Yeah, what is the device doing that excites the medium?
Let me guess, it's all plastic. What are you guys doing with this gun?
What the fuck is he on about?
Okay, so take for instance a double slit experiment.
Oh, God.
Right? People say, "Oh,
This
it's
gotta be
like
a troll.
the God
Rose a
particle."
flat earther. There's no way he's going to accurately represent the double slit experiment.
Well, tell us what it is, because we all knew that it was like the God particle, right? Where it goes back in time.
Completely unrelated to that too.
Okay, not the God particle, but it has like it makes people think that it's not conscientious, but like
Not if they're
sentience.
intelligent, not if they understand it. It makes stupid people think that.
Or like when you look at it, it does something differently, right? It goes back in time.
When you look at it,
really,
it's when you measure it, nothing goes back in time. What?
There you go. Well, okay. So we're getting to the absurdity of it. They're just there, right? They're like, oh, if you look at it, if you measure it, then
yeah, we know
bada bing, bada boom,
we know
result.
what part of measurement causes it to behave differently.
Okay, so everything is electromagnetic statics, and you're applying
that
to the experiment or observation itself. So
No,
like
not
it's
everything
just
is electromagnetic
it's just
statics.
a medium that we're in, right? that you're doing stuff too. Just like imagine like, you know, making waves
You
in the
must
water.
use your imagination a lot, huh?
I just did, and I'm trying to help you.
Well, fortunately, I
Yeah.
don't have to rely on
Some
my
people like to
imagination
pee in the
understand
water.
that how the world works this way.
I grant that.
What do you mean?
Some people do like to pee in the water. That's true.
Yeah, but it's a great analogy for what I'm saying. You know, you don't want to pee in the water. You want to actually like make bigger waves instead of like use what's in your body to make a wave
What
out
the
of
fuck
that.
are you
brother.
talking
Like,
about?
I'm
He's a
saying that
maverick,
we
don't you know, Ian?
exist. We exist in everything's a modality of itself, and we
Can we
exist
bring
in the
back the
ether. That's
Vishnu
what I'm
guy?
saying.
Yeah, this is absurd.
You guys will
Hey.
love Vishnu right now.
Hey, sorry, how do you say your name?
Jadensky, I think.
Jadensky.
Yeah. What's
I
up,
think your
man?
existence is like active evidence against the existence of God. I don't understand why, if an all-loving God exists and he wants you to have knowledge, why an individual like you would exist. You know, it's really weird that God built into your cognitive architecture all of these cognitive
is you
biases that
peeing
have
in the
prevented you
water.
from tracking even a single point, that you're incapable of understanding like basically anything about any part of reality. That your like understanding of like the world around you
I made a
is
really
not
good
just,
argument
it's not just
for,
zero. It's not just that you don't know.
for God,
It's
bro.
that there's like
Let's go to natural
negative
laws.
beliefs. It's so much worse than if you were just agnostic about all these things and you just didn't know. You think you know, and you're just like wrong about all of it. Like in fact, you don't understand any of it. I just think that the fact that you exist and God allows you to exist, and yet you know like genuinely
I
nothing
just
about
described a
anything, is like
viable
incredible evidence
framework
against the existence of
for
God.
atoms, bro. Right? The ether, a viable framework, instantaneous
Oh
action
my
at a
God.
distance. It's like making waves in the water.
What a
No.
what a
Makes
compelling
perfect sense.
response.
That
With
can't
each
be.
response, you give
Yeah,
more
it
evidence
was.
towards God's non-existence.
You are
Actually, it
not
sounded
bringing
really
people to
smart to,
Christ.
like,
You're
everyone
driving
here.
people away.
Well, you guys,
In the Bible,
you
doesn't
guys
it
want
say
to
that you're
like
supposed to bring people to Christ?
paint that narrative.
So, Jadensky, it just seems like you're doing the opposite of what the Bible says.
No, I'm just having fun while explaining like deeper alternative concepts, bro. That's all I'm doing, bro. You know it.
Alternative
I mean,
concepts. It's
that's
not
obvious,
like your
right?
concepts were believed by people 2,000 years ago. Your concepts aren't original. Your concepts are merely outdated.
Hebrew cosmology, that's one of them, bro. Hebrew's
Yeah, so it's not
cosmology,
original.
right?
This isn't some alternative new fact. It's just outdated. You're not being
Well,
original here.
actually-
You're not being a wave maker. You're not doing anything. You're just promoting an outdated mythology, right? There's nothing to do there.
So we're arguing about the term of alternative right now. Okay.
Well, no, we're not
So
arguing about it. I'm
the
just showing you
ether-
that you're not a maverick, that you're not making waves, that you're just trying to push some, 2 millennium old mythology as like some sort of new idea that we need to consider.
Yeah, you've entered into the pool
Well,
of
we absolutely
knowledge, the pool
should,
of understanding,
because it's
and you've
100
taken
years
a
after
fat
Michelson
piss
Morley,
in it.
brother. 100 years after Michelson Morley, bro, where physics just was on the decline. We need to bring back the ether, brother. What are you talking about?
100 years after Michelson Morley? That was like 30 years ago, my guy.
I'm dying.
All right, my bad, bro. But you know that physics has always trying to find the answer and assume that they're more accurate in trying to find the answer. It's not a yes or no. It's like we're gonna get to the yes, but like give us some more time. Like, clock me back in.
Yeah, and historically,
But I'm saying
science
it's
is
the
very good
ether,
at
bro.
finding answers. Oh, you're mistaken, though.
Not really, bro. They don't have
Yeah,
a
the ether
a
is
unified
proven false
theory of
by
everything
mu on
yet,
decay
bro.
times. The ether is proven false by mu on decay times.
But answer this, bro, because they try to find the speed of the Earth. That was actually what they try to find in the Michelson-Morley experiment through the ether. Sure, they wanted to use that little tool there. They got 1/6 of the result. That was the ether drift, bro. So we have proof there. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, so the mu on decay rates being different depending on how fast the muon is decaying is disproof of the ether. So you can try to make an argument for Michelson-Morley as much as you want, but all you're doing is you're saying that the evidence of the ether is the absence of evidence, you're saying that the evidence of the ether is a failure of an experiment to reproduce the predictions of the ether. which is kind of a little bit nonsensical.
Which like another experiment that
no, the Michelson-Morley
we'd have to like
Michelson-Morley experiment failed to match the predictions of the ether model. That's why the Michelson-Morley experiment is regarded as the experiment that proved the ether doesn't exist.
My bad, bro. They failed to identify a stationary ether. No, because I coughed into the mic, but like a stationary ether. It was actually moving. That's what they. You read the paper, bro. I know you read the paper, bro.
I have.
Don't lie to us. So you know that
I disconnected him. It's not. We're way off topic at this point, and I know that Justin, your head's about to explode.
That was a tough one. That was my 9/11 blitz.
I'm sorry.
That was bad.
To be fair, it was our 9/11.
It was.
And on my birthday.
I won't stand for it. I won't stand for it. Anyways, friends, thank you so much for being here. We're going to read what's left of our super chat. Sorry we put you through that. It was something. I've never heard somebody use words so wrong so many times in one conversation. It was a wild ride.
You don't watch my flat Earth debates, do you?
No, I do watch sometimes, but a lot of times they're during the daytime, and I'm doing stuff during the daytime.
You don't have to. You absolutely don't have to,
fun.
And if you do, it might hurt you.
It probably would hurt me.
I think that you could arrive at like affirmative evidence for the truth of like the opposite of his statements, just in virtue of the fact that he said them. You know, I think
that's
the
what
fact
I was
that he
saying
says
earlier.
something provides evidence for the opposite of that thing being true.
Yeah, exactly.
Game Guy, hey, thank you for the super chat, friend. Happy birthday, Blitz and Justin. Well, thank you. Super appreciate that, friend. And Gina, thank you for the super chat. Happy birthday, Blitz. We all love you. Indeed, we all do. And Liquid, happy 15th birthday, Blitz, and 987th birthday, Justin. You're not far off.
It's funny because somebody said I was 14 the other day.
Oh shit.
I think it was a language barrier, but they're like, "What? Are you 14?" I'm like, "I'm flattered, but I guess I have a youthful glow."
Perhaps, yeah. And the Canoth says, hardcore woo trying to mashing logic and vibes. Yeah. We're going to get some of that, though. Any of these God formats is going to be like, some level of woo, it seems. And Kane, thank you for the super chat. We should get rid of Play-Doh. It's ruining kids.
Yeah, it's a reference to I was debating a dude about like whether or not it's okay to be gay, and one of the arguments that he made was that we got to take out all these gay books, and I was like, oh, so you want to take out Plato? You want to take out like all the Platonic dialogues where they're like lusting over dudes? That's what you want? And he was like, yeah, fuck Plato. Nobody knows who Plato is.
Oh shit, fuck
Crazy.
Fuck Plato is okay.
Yeah.
Timothy, thank you for a super chat. I want to go so bad, but York is a no for me. I get it. And it is
That's fair.
So it's gonna be tough.
Yep.
Furtive Patach says the awful Hebrew J's always such a tell. You nailed it. The minute they say Jehovah, you know that they're a joke, and you can just move on. Deep Blue Sea says if he's a Kenite, I'm a Barbiest. That was funny. Get it, Ken? Anyone get? Anyways, fantastic. It was fantastic, y'all. All right, next super chat. Furtive Patach again. Yahui in shambles. It's true. Yahui is absolutely cooked. They're not having a good time for sure. And that's the other tell when somebody like that they're an idiot is when they have alternative ways of saying Yahweh and they're like nowhere close to what they should be. But what are you gonna do? Game Guy again, thank you so much. Says at least he misuses English and Hebrew consistently. True. Okay. That's a very good point. And the Rabid Squirrel Sage, good to see you. Sorry I have been absent recently. No worries, friend. Super busy. We all get that way. All hail the emissary of the lava lamp, Crab Hands, and Emperor Palpatine and Doug. Happy Father's Day, Justin. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. Huge W. And Anthony Bartolazzo. I pledge my undying loyalty to Doug until the end. I will protect Doug with my life. Doug will protect you with his grainy goodness. Anthony, your trust is well placed. And Panoramic Banana says, can fans bring in gifts of acai or acai bowls to live events? I think that should be acceptable.
I'll accept it. I mean, I'm probably not going to eat anything that a fan gives me.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
for like pretty obvious reasons, but you know, I certainly will act very grateful to your face.
And then he'll throw it away.
Yes, yes.
And Holes in the Ground, thank you for the super chat. Happy birthday, Blitz. Huge fan. I enjoy an articulate science communicator helping the best you can. Hope this helps with the bills. Bada bing, bada boom. Will.
It does.
Thank you. And Gentleman Viking, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Is BHI the going the way of sovereign citizen, by which I mean a label they started using but are now abandoning because it's now pejorative? I think that might be kind of the case.
Maybe. Could be.
This is hard to tell. That Canaanite was a unique fella. And Dr. Blitz, from Cameron, Dr. Blitz, today's your birthday. Oh, excuse me, need more coffee. Dr. Blitz, today is your birthday. What is even that mean? Hush, Ian. Hard for Doug. Oh, happy Father's Day. I would not have guessed that. Happy Father's Day as well, Cameron, if you're a father. And how 70
it makes sense now.
It does make sense. How 70 thinking for the super debt, the perfect God that's so empathetic towards the suffering of children with cancer. True. If he's like the most empathetic, and you would think he'd be maximally empathetic, he couldn't watch a child suffer. I don't see how he could.
Yeah.
And how 70, thank you for the additional super chat. Dry brush on mountainside that happens to be volcanic, and the dry bush on mountainside that happens to be volcanic, and bush is on top of a vent. Boom, there's your burning bush. True. The Sinai Peninsula was known for volcanic events. So there's a connection there, actually. And Grimlock, hey, thank you for the super chat. If my salvation is conditional, so shall be my worship and belief. True. God could get worship if he wasn't such a prick and like, let us know that he or she or it existed. Like, it wouldn't be that hard.
True.
But as such, no, God exists.
You know, in fact, I might just worship God to not get tortured. You know, fuck, I don't want to get tortured.
Right?
Yeah, I don't want to get tortured either.
That sounds like a bad time. I mean, I've never been tortured yet, other than that last conversation, but I'm not inclined to believe that it's a good time. Relax with Russell says, if I place a sheet on the ground and the sheet was wet, morning dew, and the ground around it were dry, I take that as evidence from God. Even Gideon did in Judges. Gideon did that. It's an interesting test. And from Space Lord, good to see you again, friend. My father, me, and my brother were born the same day, 25th and 28 year on the 25th, and 28 years apart. And my dad is a carpenter, so I might unknowingly be Jesus. You got it. You nailed it. Although,
let's go.
I'm not convinced Jesus was a carpenter. Cause like,
Imagine being, and I think I made this joke earlier, but like imagine being the guy who, like, after Jesus died and then allegedly resurrected and stuff and all the miracles happened and stuff, being the guy that only knows him from his like carpentry work. So like somebody comes up to you and is like, have you heard the good news? Jesus, our savior, he died for, and it's like, you mean the guy who made my cabinets?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm sure he built a fantastic cross if his craftsmanship was good.
True.
So I would have designed my own, I'm just saying. Poker Shark, thank you for the super chat. Blitz, it's your birthday. That's true. It is
True.
Blitz's birthday. And Game
True
Guy,
words.
with another super chat, thank you. You can simulate the universe by underclocking the CPU. It must be true because I saw it on an episode of Futurama. Absolutely. It must be true. Or maybe in the other computer, the computer running it, you can overclock. You just have to underclock the program running. And
Yeah, have you just considered underclocking it? Yeah, that would work.
I mean, you need some extra water cooling. But in the primordial abyss, you've got lots of water. Skeet Sear says, oh my god, even the indigenous have flood story at their beginning. Well, I mean, some.
Which
not
indigenous?
all.
Sorry?
Yeah, which ones? So, like...
I'm familiar with... I thought there was, like, one about, like a turtle. And then like there were all these like creatures that were like riding on the turtle, and then you just added like more and more stuff on top of the turtle or something like that. But yeah, of course, there's like multiple indigenous groups.
Many even.
And from Ekipo, good to see a friend new to belief, never read the book, came to debate, typical. Yeah, we see that. But you know what? To get into the debates, you typically need to be a new believer because you need to be gullible enough to think that what your pastor told you is true.
So true.
When you've been Christian for 10, 15 years, you're like, let's be smart about this. There's not as easy as that, right? And Skeet Steer, again, thank you for the super chat. I proved this when I mentioned the Book of Enoch proves the earth is round and wobble, and it was said I was talking crap. I don't know who you are or who you're referring to, Skeet, but the Book of Enoch specifically describes a flat earth with windows in the firmament so that the sun can go below the earth and back through, similar to what we find in Babylonian cosmology and in biblical cosmologies. I'm not sure what you meant in the Book of Enoch.
Crazy lag.
Crazy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Weird. Okay.
Yeah, but you're good now.
Ivy, thank you for the $5 super thanks. And I am the Big Cheese. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Hey, Justin, is it true that in Babylonian Talmud that Nero converted to Judaism? It is said Rabbi Meir is descendant or reincarnation Nero. Now, that one I don't know. I'd have to look that one up. I've some tractates.
So, just as a word of advice, for anybody who's making any claims about the Talmud, if you didn't hear it from a rabbi, it's probably not true.
Yeah, you have to be careful
the Talmud
too.
It's like so long.
It's gigantic.
It's like if you read it properly, like if you spend time to actually understand what it's doing, it takes you 7 years to read it. And so like this is like if you see some quote or some like something on the internet that says the Talmud says this, almost certainly it's wrong.
And I hate to say it, sometimes the thing that it says is like super out of context, which is really important.
And sometimes it's just a complete fabrication.
Right. Yeah. Skeet Steer again says God is your conscious. God's not your conscious.
Well,
Sorry.
maybe God is, the little hug that you get every time you see your partner, Maybe that's what God is.
Maybe God is the friends we made along the way.
Yeah. What if God was one of us? Too old. Sorry, you guys don't know the song. Arma, thank you for the super chat. There was a sick deer god-ish thing in the ritual. Oh, I believe that. You do see some buck type gods and some goat demon gods in like some of the occultic symbology. That's pretty dope, actually. Yeah. Good point. And from Patch Grabber, thank you so much for the super chat. Also, happy Father's Day. It's my first as a dad. Well, huge congratulations to you. Happy Father's Day, and I hope you enjoy it.
Oh, damn. I just realized I should wish my brother a happy Father's Day. That's weird.
Probably should.
That's really weird. If he's watching, happy Father's Day. Otherwise, I'll text you
later. Brother. You've got time. The day's not over. Don't worry.
That's true. He's in New York, though, so like I have 3 less hours.
Oh, true. Yeah. Fair enough. And let's see. Next super chat is from Gordon Loves Science. Thank you, Gordon. Happy birthday, Dr. Blitz. How's the tooth?
So I got a root canal. It's filled. It still hurts a little bit, but not that bad. Would recommend, if you have a good endodontist at least, root canals are not as bad as I thought that they would be. That said, I did take 3 Xanaxes and some opioids afterwards, so maybe I had a slightly better experience than most people. So
perhaps. And Daniel De La Nocha, thank you for the super chat. Doesn't 1 Corinthians 8:6 suggest that Trinitarianism cannot be true? Seems to say that only the Father can be God. Well, kind of, yeah. So in 1 Corinthians chapter 8, we get this dialogue about the meat sacrificed to idols. And Paul makes this interesting argument because he says, hey, it's actually kind of okay to eat the meat sacrificed to idols as long as it doesn't make your conscience guilty, because these gods that the meat were sacrificed to, they don't actually exist. There's actually just one God, right? And so Paul seems to be suggesting that that one God is Yahweh. I don't think Paul was a true Trinitarian, if you ask me. You have to get to other writers in the New Testament to get to a Trinitarian position. So I think you could defend a number of doctrines with this, like maybe adoptionism. Adoptionism, I think, would be fair. And Kane, thank you for the super chat. DB Lagrangian is a $5 word, sir. It's your birthday, though.
Nice.
I mean,
but that's only $2. There's $3 missing.
Maybe there's a follow-up.
I used the $5 word, and it's my birthday.
I mean, Simeon, thank you for the super chat.
That won't even cover the cost of the word.
Yeah.
Oh no. Simeon Urchin, this Burf guy is a knucklehead. Mixpazitron. I did learn recently.
I disavow.
Yeah, I'm saying I did learn recently we don't want to be using the word spaz anymore. I realize if you're my age that was a common growing up, but that is an ableist. Would we call it a slur? How do we define that?
I don't know. It's like derogatory. There's not very clear definitions on what counts as a slur and what doesn't count as a slur. It's kind of like vibes based. I think the vibe is that it's like probably doesn't rise to the level of a slur. It's probably just like
don't say it. It just kind of sucks.
When you say it, I say,
Fair enough. Okay. And from Jesus to the F in Christ, thank you for the super chat. My perfect argument to defend Blitz. Premise 1, bro. Premise 2, bro. Conclusion, bro. Bro, hey bro, 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 hey bro, 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 hey bro, 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 bro.
What's being referenced right now? What's being referenced right now is a conversation that happened. Did I post it yet? Or is it still open on CapCut? One sec.
I am not joking. We just got a TikTok violation for harassment and bullying.
Okay, hold on. I don't know if I can I feed you my audio?
You should be able to.
I just don't know if... Can you hear it?
Not yet.
Okay, well, it's playing, so I can't feed you my audio. I'd have to figure out a way to make that work. But regardless, there was a guy who came in and, kept saying bro whenever I was, like, trying to have a conversation with him. So at some point, like 8 minutes or 12 minutes into the conversation, I just started, like, spamming bro. I was like, bro, for like 30 seconds until he shut up. And then I made a point, and any time he wouldn't let me talk, I would just spam bro until he shut up. And it worked. It worked like 4 times.
A good time, for sure.
It was really good. It's going to go up on YouTube, like, I don't know, probably on Thursday or something.
And from Reverend Nate, hey, thanks so much for the super chat, friend. Reverend Nate says, I am a Mr. Dr. Blitz B-Day anti-realist. You're ageless. Oh, shit.
That makes sense. You know what? I'm picking up what you're putting down.
That's very sweet, actually. That is very sweet.
It is.
And from Pensive ATX, thank you so much for
I don't know if 33 would be the age that I would choose to be ageless. I think like 28 was a good year.
28?
Maybe 25 before I hurt my neck. That'd be good too.
Yeah, I could see that. Pensive ATX, thank you so much for the $50 super chat, friend. That is huge. Big appreciation. Great show, guys. Happy birthday, Justin and Blitz. Well, thank you. Really appreciate that. That's very kind.
Very much appreciated.
And from Carissa Whelan. Carissa, thank you for sending out 20 unapologetic gifted memberships. That is huge, monumental, gigantic. Super appreciate
Almost
that.
as gigantic as the 550 euro super chat, which we should thank again, by the way.
Yeah, that was crazy. Holy shit. That's definitely the record
Carissa is very
so
much
far.
appreciated, though, of course.
Oh, always. Chris is always in here supporting. And
Always.
Kane, thank you for the super chat. The turtle story is just Stephen King lore.
Is that true? That can't be true.
I'd believe it, to be honest. Like, somebody read Stephen King and then wrote about it on Tumblr or something, and people thought it was, like, an indigenous story. I would 100% believe that.
I don't think that's true.
I actually don't know, to be honest. Kane with another super chat. Take this money, you filthy capitalist. Well, thank you, Kane. Appreciate that.
Hey,
Are we filthy
own the
capitalists?
means of production. That doesn't make us capitalists.
We do. It is true that we do own the means of production.
We have a corporation, even, and it's equally owned by the 3 people who produce.
True. And Grim with another super chat. Thank you. I would say the word is demeaning. Well, maybe.
Sure.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's a good description of it.
And Simeon Urchin, thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. It says my super chat was a SpongeBob movie reference. You know what? I did not know that. Apologies on me. I gotta.
What was
be
the
honest,
super chat?
I didn't
I feel
really
like I get it.
watch SpongeBob. It says the Flurf guy
course
is
you
a
didn't. You hate fun.
Knucklehead McSpazatron. Oh, Knucklehead McSpazatron must have been from SpongeBob.
I don't think that that's a SpongeBob thing.
I actually don't know. This
Maybe
is
SpongeBob was demeaning.
something that is outside of my wheelhouse. Not something I'm aware of.
Oh, it is. It's
Oh.
from the SpongeBob SquarePants movie?
Bro, this can't. Come on.
The movie?
Hold on. So, I think that he calls himself it. Might be acceptable. More acceptable anyway.
Yeah, I mean, okay, the movie's from like 04.
2004, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Well, thanks for the clarification. Anyways, friends, we went a little bit late. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you for all the birthday wishes and the likes and shares, and for all the supports and the super chats. We really appreciate you, friend. You're what makes the show happen. Like, we get up here and debate, but y'all are the ones that make the show possible. So thank you so much. Happy Father's Day, and we'll see you again next week.